Morning, everybody.
Morning, man.
Anything going on in here?
Not much yet. Just chilling, working in the background.
Yeah, me too.
Looks like there's going to be a full strawberry moon.
Yes, I saw that. They always
I always
make
give.
it red and stuff, but it never turns red.
Oh, I know.
Only on
Or explain why it does.
yeah.
But they're definitely not hesitant to bring that first for their glow proof.
Wait,
What about the moon?
is it tonight, the full moon?
I'm not sure. Let me look it up. I think it is pretty close. I was looking at it last night. Oh, yeah, it's at 99.8% today.
Oh, okay. So it's full right now?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, doesn't get any more 100% than that. I guess it'll hit 100% today. Um, that would explain everybody stressing out for no reason.
Yeah. Going upstairs, I'll be right back.
Cool, cool. Yeah, there was a couple Globies yesterday. They were pretty funny. I was just listening in all day and had to work most of the time yesterday, but nothing too noteworthy. I think I heard Mez and Britnett come into politics. That's always the exact same thing. Mez just literally not even knowing what he's talking about, but saying it so confidently that it must be true. That's the trouble with the anti-flat earther types. It is an invincible ignorance for sure. Everything a flat earther says wrong, syndrome, all of it, every single time. a physical boundary in this case.
See, that's where the mistake arises. Is that's not what physicists say at all. That
You got a
physical
quote or
boundary.
citation?
Yeah, sure. I mean, would you accept my physics textbook? Was that or no? You need something.
I mean, it depends.
a
We can
weird name for a
evaluate
guy.
it, right? Just because you post something doesn't mean we accept it at face value, right? Same with what we say.
Yeah, so I can probably look for an excerpt from my physics textbook, going over like. Are you guys familiar with Gauss's law?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So why don't you post the part where it talks about gravity causing compression of gas molecules and a release of heat?
I could, but I thought you guys don't believe in gravity, so like we can get there.
No, it's not. We don't believe in it. We don't accept baseless claims. So I'd like to see a demonstration of gravity compressing gas molecules.
Wait, so there's two things. One guy wants gas pressure without a container.
It's the same thing, because you're going to invoke gravity as a containment.
No, not as a containment, just as force per unit of area, because that's what pressure is. It's just force per unit of area.
Defining a volume, correct? Reversing the path of gas molecules, correct?
A mathematical volume, not necessarily one with physical boundaries.
Oh, so just a mathematical concept, nothing in reality?
Well, so here's the thing, right? Like, physics is constructing mathematical models which predict reality. So every physicist would tell you that all models are wrong.
What's applied,
So, like,
though? What's being applied?
What's being applied is testing the model. That's where you apply
exactly.
it.
So what's being tested?
It depends on the. So in this case, you mean?
In this specific case, what is it? What are we looking for?
In this specific case, we've idealized a volume of gas such that it is contained within a mathematical volume, and we impose this mathematical structure called area, surface area, within the volume, and we impose force vectors on that surface area, and that is called pressure. It's a mathematical idealization.
So nothing applied then.
No, what you're applying is you take this model, right? Take a volume of gas, like a physical volume of gas contained, right?
Yeah, we want that already, and people have investigated that usually using an equation would help exemplify this specific cause and effect relationship. So that's why we understand that gas requires containment. So you can't just make something up and say that you have a mathematical construct if you have nothing to show for. We're talking about in this specific realm, we're using applied physics, right? So if you're gonna say this actually stands for physics and has nothing applied, then you have no real case. All you have is mathematical constructs. That's it. So at the end of the day, that's all you have.
That's why the ideal gas law is called ideal, because it's a mathematical it's an idealization. It's a mathematical construct.
Yeah, but you didn't talk about what's applied though, and that's what's important. In this specific scenario, it's what's applied.
So like you can apply the ideal gas law in any context where the simplifying assumptions hold for the idealization.
Yeah, you can.
But the point is that it's a model at the end of the day.
Well, the model itself describes. It's a convention, right? It's how you and I describe what's happening. But what's happening needs to be shown in a demonstration. So yes, we can talk about it as a convention, but then again, it has to be something that we can do as well to show people that what we're saying is also what we're doing. So if you have nothing applied, then you have really nothing more than a construct.
When you say applied, you mean tested, right? Like you test it?
Of course, yes.
Yeah. So, like, are you saying can we apply the ideal gas law for like the atmosphere?
Well, I mean, in the sense of saying that if you're invoking some sort of force, then yeah, you'd have to. Like, I could tell you that there's all kinds of different forces applied on gases, but if I have nothing to show for it, then I can't demonstrate to you that what I mean as a convention has anything in the physical world. I have to be able to test something to then make my convention useful. It's not practical, is what I'm saying.
So the way that so the way that it's been tested for the atmosphere is just by taking measurements at more like higher and higher points until we eventually measure a vacuum. That's how we do
Yeah,
that.
but where is that?
Do you want like a link?
No, I want you to tell me in your own words, because of the knowledge that you have, based on the information you think that can support the case for this being what you think is happening. Where is that? I'm asking, where is it? The vacuum.
Where's the vacuum?
Yes.
It's like it's. Let me see.
Look it up if you have to.
My, so atmosphere and stratosphere, Kármán line, thermosphere.
Yes.
600 miles, at least.
Okay.
Above 600 miles.
All right. All right. So in between here to there, how do we know what's going on? I mean, if somebody's proposing this, right? I'm not saying it's you, but you're advocating for the position. Then how do you know from here to there it turns into that what they're proposing?
You mean from ground to vacuum or from vacuum to
Yes.
ground?
Well, from ground to
Yes.
vacuum.
So we would just take measurements at varying altitudes until we hit a vacuum.
I like it. I like it. Okay, so what is some let's see. What framework do we have to show either a diagram or some sort of methodology by which we can work this out that you know of? That's been proposed to you, that's been something you can show, okay, that's what these guys are saying they're doing. I'm not even putting it on you. I'm just wanting you to come forward and kind of tell the audience maybe how it's been done.
Is your question like how it was measured or what models were
Yes.
applied for measurement?
Well, I mean, how it was measured, and then of course they give you models and diagrams and whatever. But yeah, how it was measured ultimately is the base root of what I'm asking.
Oh well, how it's measured is just going to be how we measure it. What do they call it? A barometer?
Okay. Well, I mean,
Yeah. So you would just use
remember
a
the distance.
barometer.
Yeah, remember the
Mhm.
distance we're working with, though, Mage. We're talking about ground level all the way to 600 miles.
Right.
So let's
So
see what can be done to do this methodically. Because if we're not able to show what we're doing, like this is the whole crux of the issue, right? We're trying to figure out, as empiricists, right, what can be done to test, to verify, and if somebody's done something, if somebody's tested, if somebody's verified, we're looking into that. We want to know. That's what Sporadic was talking about. We don't care what people say. We only care what can be shown and proven. That's it. That's all we're talking about. That's
So, like, is your question how can you go out and do this? Like,
well,
measure?
not you or me, but is it possible that it can be done, and what's the method to do it with?
Okay. So, one way is to use something like just a electronic pressure sensor attached to a weather balloon. But that's not going to get you high enough to like vacuum, right? It'll get you,
Okay.
what you will be able to observe is
What's
a pressure
well,
gradient.
how far? Like, let's talk about distance from the surface. What distance are we talking about? We're gonna reach with that specific test.
Um, f-
You can look it
600
up,
miles
man. I'm not.
plus.
This isn't just like putting pressure on you to give me the answer for. I want you to, if you want, look it up and see for yourself.
So I
And
can find
and for the
the best
audience
thing.
to, I mean, I want the audience to kind of go along with this. If you guys haven't heard what's being proposed, and Mage is actually getting into something very specific, very important. If you're thinking about the vacuum of space, this is the reason why we have this argument. This is we're probably getting a little farther with Mage at the moment than we have with a lot of people that talk about this. So I don't know if Mage wants to keep going or not. It's up to you.
Weather balloons go about 25 miles up, just to save everyone else the Google.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for that. But I don't know if Mage is going to come up with something the same or different.
Yeah, like I said, that wouldn't get you high enough. So the thing that would get you high enough would be a rocket. So attaching a sensor to some kind of rocket.
Okay. Well, that's just your speculation at the moment until you can prove what's been done.
So I can find something like a NASA experiment where they do this.
Well, we're trying to reach 600 miles. Where at the moment, Peter gave us at least 25.
Rockets can get you as high as you need to go. So
Well, I mean, let's talk about the method. Yeah, it's very confident of you, but your confidence isn't helping until I hear something that's proven, something that can.
AV, just for my purposes, could you restate the question for me? And I'll go and have a little Google while you talk to Mage.
Yeah, sure. Use whatever you want. But we're looking for gas pressure measurements from the ground level to 600 miles.
Cool.
We're trying to solidify the point that this has been done and proven that space is a vacuum, according to whatever proposed low pressure readings that we're receiving from the idea that that's been done to have any sort of argument for there being other forces than a container. So
wait, maybe I'm confused as to what you're. So
gas pressure requires containment. That's what we're all saying, right? But
it just
if we're
requires a
not-
force.
Yeah, I know, but you're saying that. Now, the thing is, we're trying to see how gas pressure has been measured in any distance. You're on the right track, is what I'm telling you. So I want to dig a little farther. I want to drill down a little bit more. I think we're about to reach the crescendo. And if you don't want to go farther, that's what I was asking. That's fine with me. But if you do, you're gonna find out. Either way.
So what's your current question?
It had always been what method can be applied to figure out the gas pressure going up to 600 miles? That's my question. It hasn't changed.
Okay. You can use weather balloons.
Because that's what we're
You
talking
can
about.
and you can use rockets to go higher than weather balloons because
Yes,
weather
but that-
balloons don't get
You're
you.
saying this, Mage. I know that. Peter Rabbit at least gave us something to chew on, right? We got a ceiling of 25 miles. But that's as far as we're getting. Can we go any farther to do measurements?
Yeah. So like,
Hey,
how
that's
high can a
confidence.
rocket go?
I like it. But let's show something to the people. What are we showing them? We're not just going to give confidence and, oh yeah, I think rockets can do it. Oh, that's great. I'm glad you think that. Let's show the people where it says what people can do to measure the pressure, and let's talk about it.
So do you want me to show you a specific rocket?
What's that?
Do you want a specific rocket?
I want the methodology by which pressure was measured with any device, and also the range at which it was measured at. So the specific, the specific place where the altitude. Because in this specific weather discussion, we're talking about altitude. So you got to tell me, okay, this device can go this high and measure this pressure. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. So let me think.
Like fill in the blanks is what I'm saying. However, whatever information is out there should substantiate this claim that you think that pressure can be measured at that region. Take your time, man. We're here 24/7. You don't have to get back to me right now, but just notice that that's the point of contention, at least for this side of the aisle. You guys have other things to look at. Yeah, but confidence doesn't usually help us get anywhere. It's when we see things that are put down, methodologies that have been tested, all these things. That helps us progress. Anyways, good morning to everybody who's here. Just joining you guys for a while. See, we got a few people in here. Got the bots in here. Welcome everybody who's on YouTube listening to us. finally on my good mic.
Okay. So you can
I
take
was
a
gonna ask you,
rocket.
man.
You can take a rocket like an
Sounds
Argo
good.
D4. Put a ion gauge, Phillips hot cathode ion gauge in the payload chamber. Put holes in it so that the pressure equalizes. And then just fly it up and take measurements in real time. And as time passes, see what the measurements say. And if from the ground, right, from when you launch the rocket to when it reaches space, if your pressure measurements are ultra low pressure, like 10 to the negative 10 torr, then this is an ideal vacuum.
Okay, so you said an ion gauge. Yes?
Mhm.
What's the name of this device? Like specifically, it's just called ion gauge because we're all going to look this up along with you.
Phillips hot cathode ion gauge.
Okay, post the link for this, please.
Okay.
We
So
want
we
to
should-
let the panel investigate along with you. So this is our peer review. We're letting the people decide whether or not and judge for themselves that this is doing exactly what you're claiming that it's doing. So, and then we're going to let everybody chime in to see if this actually passes the smell test. In other words, we can check for ourselves whether or not what you're saying, this claim that you're laying on the table, is worthy of, a method that can be tested. Because that's all we care about, right? So if you can put some information in the text channel for context, we'll discuss.
Okay.
AAV,
Yeah, what's up, Shrub?
I've got good news for you, brother.
What's up?
There's a possibility that SpaceX could cancel the Dragon rocket. If they cancel the Dragon rocket,
he
if they
recanted.
cancel the Dragon rocket,
He reneged on that already.
He recanted, dude. Elon's a hot mess at the moment. But yeah, I hear
Correct.
what you're saying.
no, I'm saying like there's dominoes here. Like if the rocket gets canceled, because Trump will come back around on this, he'll because Trump never forgets, and Elon said bad things about Trump, and if you think Trump can swallow that pill and not have it spit up again, I guarantee you it'll come up again because that's what Trump does.
Let's just say it's not a good look for Elon, but he did recant. I mean, it was a in the moment kind of thing that he said. So you can't at the moment. I don't think you can hold him to anything. You got to let the dust settle because he did recant. He walked.
Elon might be the only man on the planet that gets a pass from Trump. This is possible. He could be the very first.
That, dude, but he gets a pass from the public too because people are following him religiously. There's Elon fans, dude. Like, so he can say whatever he wants and then come back and say, oops, I didn't mean to say that. And everybody's like, yeah, we get it, dude. We get it. But they don't ever hold him accountable. Anyways, it's a whole other thing. But yeah, he did recant what he said.
But can't you see the exciting opportunity if the Dragon rocket gets canceled and if the Russians, because they're at war with Ukraine and the United States is supporting, don't provide, rockets, then the space station gets decommissioned, falls back down to Earth, and more people believe in flat Earth. Isn't that great?
No, yeah, we were actually talking about, like, we're just sitting pretty over here, but like, yeah, he's recanting. He's recanting everything he's saying. Here's the thing, the funding for what he was doing, was already proposed by Trump that Trump's not going to support any of this because of the fact that he doesn't see any future in the things that he's doing with his electric vehicles or the rockets that he's saying that goes to nowhere. Like per Trump. I'm not saying he doesn't think that the Earth is a globe, Trump, but I'm saying he's saying that they're basically on the things that we need to be concerned about. That's not top priority. And
getting tax breaks for guys like Trump is his top priority. He wants to pay less taxes. He wants to keep more money. This is top of mind. Well, big real estate tax breaks right now. Massive amounts of QBI and other deductions.
Yeah, this is your realm. Isn't this what you deal with? Like, this is what you're specific.
No, but I'm telling you, like when you own a few $1 billion worth of real estate, this is the difference. Hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Yeah. And so he wants that money. He needs that money. Trump needs a new copter, guys. We need to get him a copter.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
I put it in the side chat, by the way. It is actually exactly what It's
I didn't
exactly
wanna, I
what you
didn't want
wanted.
to like not look at what you're putting, but Shrub was talking, so I just
Oh, my bad. You're good.
yeah. But Mage put the information for the audience. He did put something in there, so we're gonna take a look at that. But
Yeah,
I
but
just
it's exactly what you wanted. So
we'll take a look at it. That's what I'll say. I mean, it's
Sure.
I know what you're saying. It's what I'm asking for, but let's take a look to see if
Yeah.
it actually passes the smell test. We have our own way to peer review things. We let the audience actually decide for themselves if this information would substantiate the claim, if they could measure in the regions that they go in up, where they consider space to begin. And that's, of course, you put it at 600 miles. I actually would put it a little lower than that, to be honest. But
Oh, it is lower, but I was
Yeah.
giving a point where you would absolutely find a vacuum. But
Well,
yeah,
I
there's
mean,
probably
yeah,
vacuums
yeah.
detectable lower than that.
No.
This-
I'm saying I'm talking about like where they consider space to begin, and that's a lot lower than you said.
Oh, I think
it'd be
it's
generous.
the Kármán line, but really, like,
It is.
space is everywhere, right?
Yeah,
but
no,
what we're-
I listen, man. Like I'm trying to do it defined as mainstream. I'm just going mainstream. I'm not talking about what you and I think what space
Yeah.
is considered. I'm gonna go just based with what they're saying, and what they're saying, they're talking about space begins at the Kármán line, which is, and it varies, right? It's not a. I think it's more political than it is just like an actual boundary.
Right, exactly. That's my point. Like, it's not really a real boundary. Like, we made it up.
But what I'm saying is, even putting it in whatever 55 miles or 62, it doesn't really matter. I think the point is they're saying that the pressure that's at those regions are specifically at a variable amount, and they're not giving, because I've looked at the information, and the reason why I wanted you to go through the rigmarole is so that you can figure out whether or not they're doing something in those regions to verify a measurement has been taken. And then a lot of people don't know this. I think the reason why I bring this conversation up is because of that fact. We don't ever get this far in a conversation because it always ends up with a back and forth with a container argument. Yes, it can happen. No, it can't. Show how gravity's at. But we never get into the minutia as to like how it's ever been tested by any proposed method from NASA or any other agency, right? So,
Yeah.
and you put
I mean,
in,
well, this would be it.
NASA.gov, right? So what are we looking at? It's a citation.
So this is where they took a rocket, strapped on what is called let me double check.
Dudes, hold on, Mage. If anybody's here, click on that link that Mage put in if you can, and let's go look at this
A
together.
Phillips hot cathode ion gauge, which is a device. It's a heated filament which emits electrons. The electrons would be accelerated through a grid at high voltage. These electrons ionize neutral gas. Basically, I'm saying
this is a 19-page PDF. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What page are we going to be looking at? So I can maybe perhaps. Did you look
Well,
at this?
it's the whole. It's going to be from start to finish, but we could start from page 1. Not page 1.
It says the pressure profile at the very top. It says the pressure profile of a rocket payload after nose cone ejection. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see here. All right. Summary. I think that's a good place to start. A measurement was made of the pressure. This is page 4. If you guys want to follow along, it's a PDF that he's showing us right now. So if you guys want to click that link, it's just a PDF. It's nothing really. He's not putting a link there to take your IP address. So I'm just going to read here. A measurement was made of the pressure at the instrument rack of a typical sounding rocket. It was found to be more than 4 orders of magnitude higher than the standard ambient pressure at nose cone ejection at 687,000 feet. This difference decreased about 3 orders of magnitude after a few seconds. Ram pressure contributed about 1 order of magnitude, but the major pressure differential was due to the outgassing of the payload. That's interesting. Ground-based pressure simulation experiments were conducted to determine if an experiment which is susceptible to corona breakdown could be operated without a vacuum pump. It was shown that pressure conditions close to the payload do provide a sufficient differential to evacuate an experimental package. Large pump out ports are provided. Analysis showed that the major portion of the gas load was water vapor associated with a room temperature vulcanizing RTV, scholastic, what is it saying? I think that word polling? Yeah. Compound used in the experiment. So I don't know if this is the actual device to do what we think it's doing. I think it has something very different in mind. Just by the summary. What do you guys think? I'm going to propose it to the audience. Guys, if you're in here, you can chime in. What do you think I just read? Do you think that is what we're determining whether or not the ambient gas pressure outside of the rocket should be measured with this specific device, according to this summary? Because I just read the summary. I haven't even went into if it's doing what Mage is proposing or not.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we're actually doing any atmosphere pressure tests.
But we can continue. Like, if let's give Mage a fair shake for this information. Well, I don't want to be dismissive right away. I do want to give him anything that shows that this device does what he thinks it's doing, or at least what's requested of him to provide.
Oh, did he actually read it? Because I mean, that's a 19-page.
Yeah, I don't think he'd done that.
document.
I think he saw something that at least advocated for his position. He thinks that it supports it. But I'm asking him to actually verify if this is doing what he thinks it's doing. Or
you know what? Give me a second to read through this more thoroughly and make sure.
Right. Before you, and I put the PDF up there, so I'll let him look through it, and if he can say, well, this isn't what I expected it was, then he can look for the actual device or the method by which we're taking the air pressure, what it is at those regions. But this doesn't look like it's what we're looking for, and I'll give him time to look it over. So, in the meantime, I'll continue talking to you guys. But yeah, I read the summary, so thanks, Vlad Lloyd. Yeah, it doesn't sound like that's what it's proposing. We're going based on whatever information they've put out there so that we can say, hey, they tested it. Or maybe they're just inferring. Perhaps it's an extrapolation and used as an equation. But it's nothing more than that. So if there isn't any way to measure in situ, which was a term coined by meteorologist Brendan that comes through here, because he works in this profession, right? He's a meteorologist. And he was saying that in situ, it's not able to be measured. Anything beyond, I think he said stratosphere, if I'm not mistaken. I think he said a higher troposphere, or rather stratosphere, but anything beyond that is not able to be measured. I asked him why. He said because devices don't work that could measure pressure up higher than that. But if Mage thinks it's possible, I'm going to allow him to go through and find out if it is by any device, by any method, without it being an inference or some sort of, equation. Because that's just, calculations, and we already know those exist. So we're not looking for that. We're looking for something measured in situ, which is localized, meaning in that region. It's very important. We don't, like I said, we don't ever get to this part of this discussion. So, what do you guys think so far? Elbow, Flat Lloyd, anybody who's here? You guys can chime in. KC, Dodge 68.
Yeah, I just don't see the empirical evidence or measurement yet. I mean, I see a lot of kind of conjecture and kind of inference, and even like when it's explaining the pressure profile of a rocket payload after nose cone injection, it's like, okay, well, they're basically explaining this room temperature vulcanization scholastic potting compound, and it is presumed to be both absorbed and absorbed. So, I mean, it just seems like there's some presumptions involved. I haven't read through the whole thing, but I got to go teach a class real quick, but I'll be in the back.
All right, Flat. Thank you. Yeah, we'll let Mage kind of look through it. And it seems to be like a lot of people are very confident that this has been done. I'll give them that because, of course, everybody's been told that this has already taken place, and it's a foregone conclusion. But us, upon further investigation, we're going to find out that it turns out that they haven't done what we think, all of us, Yeah, even us in flat Earth, right? We've always taken this for granted. This is the reason why I'm going through it right now, because a lot of people haven't looked at this information. So both sides have been taking this for granted. And I really, just as of late, started really pointing it out. I'm like, dudes, nobody's looked into this. It's like we've been arguing for the close and local sun against the 93 million mile away sun this whole time. It's a false dichotomy. Why? Because there is no measurement linearly to the sun. So you can't tell me that they have 93 million miles away sun, and then you say, well, the sun is close and local. Close and local to what? A measurement that was never taken? Well, you can't put the sun close and local to something you don't know the distance to. So in this very same manner, they thought that the pressure has been measured, and we're also, Flat Earth has been saying, oh, because of the high pressure differential, we're going to say that you need a containment for that. But what happens if there was no need for containment because there's no way to describe what's happening up there because we can't take a reading? I could simply say space is fake as proposed to you, being a vacuum, because you can't show me how it is. Not in a measurement anyway. However, they can measure distances that are within the realm of measuring. Of course, the meteorologist Brendan has told us that already, and that's been accepted. So we're not really arguing about that. We're talking about in the place where they say space exists. And that, of course, is like even where the Kármán line is. So we're looking for those altitude readings, and we're not getting those. We're getting inferences, flybys, yeah, extrapolations. We're not getting in situ measurements. So this is a direction I think this argument could have taken a turn to this direction, and we would have been at where we're at with this argument a long time ago. It's just the fact that we've been taking it for granted. Now that upon further examination, like what we're doing now, we're seeing that it's like vaporware. We've been arguing for vaporware, honestly. So we're like, shit, dude, we could have bypassed the whole container argument if they would just tell them, how do you know the pressure readings are what they're said to be at those regions? Then now it's like, they don't have that anymore. You've taken away space. Now they don't have the vacuum that they think exists based on this information that's been given to them and us as well. We've just been arguing on the side of that it's always been the case. And therefore, the high vast pressure differential can be argued to say that you can have that vast pressure differential because on the surface is 14 pounds per square inch. And up there is said to be around 10 to the negative 2 to the negative 6, where the Kármán line is further out, as Mage was describing, 600 miles away. You're going to get readings of 10 to the negative 10 and so forth. Outer space would be 10 to the negative 17, which is almost damn near a perfect vacuum. But like we're talking about what is being given to us to consume and why we've been arguing this point for such a long time. There's been gaps of information that we haven't filled in. So now's the time. Now's the time to fill in those gaps. Now's the time to talk about it. Now's the time to realize whether or not this argument can hold for globe Earth to have their pressure differential, to have like, well, let's say it's low vacuum up there. Well, then we need a reading somehow. Drag coefficients aren't going to help us because that's just a satellite being dragged through that specific region. We've looked at all angles already. We don't have in situ measurements. We got equations. We got calculations. We got extrapolations. We don't have what people think we do. Any thoughts? Anybody in here? It's kind of curious, right? We've always been arguing for the container argument at those regions to say that, well, they're said to say that they 10 to the negative 6, used to be 17. But really, when you look at the lore, it's just like Mage was saying. 600 miles is where they're saying 10 to the negative 10 is. Outer space is considered to be outside of the solar system. So in order to understand their lore of what they're proposing, you have to realize what they're saying, and then we can discuss whether or not certain applications for their ideas or their conventions have been given to them. But there's no verification. And yeah, I mean, I would say this, guys, if you've never looked into this right now, just take a peek, see what you think. But as far as the FE, group is concerned, what do you guys think so far about this topic? Do you think it has been measured? Do you think we can measure it? I'm speaking to FE at the moment, not Mage or anybody else who thinks the Earth's a globe. Anybody in here?
Sorry, I was reading that paper.
Sure.
Yeah, no, not at all.
But it's kind of curious though, right? Like, yeah, over fences. Yeah, have you heard that they've already have this measurement? We were always taking it for granted, right? Like this was always the case. I'm reading text along with. If anybody wants to put in text, also, if you can't speak, I'm reading text along with you guys. I mean, this is a showstopper, guys. Like, really is. It gets the globe Earth to pump their brakes, at least enough to like examine what their claim is, because that's what we were thinking too. We were like, yeah, it was never an argument if they measured it or not. We just said, yeah, of course, you guys are saying that there's a vast pressure differential, with said to be this low pressure. And we never even like looked into the claims. Yeah. I think it blew Elbow's mind. He was like, dude, what? He's like, they haven't measured it. We've been arguing this whole time. They've measured it. And then there was a paper that was a PDF. I think. Were you reading the PDF, Elbow? The paper from NOAA, the PDF from NOAA. I think I have one too. Sporadic gave us that PDF. And then from all of this came the idea that both sides would give like their arguments, right? We have the container, they have their force that would cause, the containment. And if it's never been measured. There's a big question mark in the sky. Yeah, let's see. Elbow, do you have that paper from NOAA? The one you read? I think I have the one Sporadic sent me. Hang on.
Oh, the extrapolation?
Yeah. I got to look into the stuff that...
Yeah, it's called mesosphere density, pressure, and temperature, or something like that. Temperature, pressure, and pressure by extrapolation. Let me look it up.
Can everyone do me a favor and watch my friend's stream?
I can't stream.
Oh, send it to me.
Okay.
Why are you guys bringing that into this forum?
It's very important. This is about flat Earth. This is about the nature of it all.
Serious. Just to prove our point.
Dude, stop breathing into your mic heavily.
It wasn't breathing. I was laughing. I'm so sorry.
She's not fat.
No.
So what do you guys have to, what do you guys have to contribute about?
I'm showing. Can you chill? Can you relax?
Yeah. Oh my god, are you coked out or something? What's going on?
Yeah, can you relax? We're trying to
That's not gonna last long. This forum doesn't allow for this kind of behavior, so sorry.
What, for your coked out attitude?
Yeah. Just come back when you organize your thoughts and want to speak coherently, and you're allowed to in this forum. So, other than that, we're not gonna hear your inane garbage. I know he sent it to me. Hold on. I'm just looking through my DMs. I guess I don't have it. I don't know where it is, but do you have it, Elbow? If you can, just post it in the text channel for everybody. Welcome everybody who's joining. We got Cyrus that just joined. Welcome, Cyrus.
What up? What up? Thank you.
Is this Cyrus from a long time ago?
It might be. I'm not sure. Depends. Is the Earth a ball or flat today?
Were you the guy that was talking about you wanted to join? Remember that one nation and be the
Fuck yeah! The longest acronym in the world.
Yeah,
Man, you still remember that? Damn, yeah.
That's you, bro.
Yeah,
Cyrus, I
that's
haven't
it.
seen you in a long time, bro.
What's happening, bro? That's good.
Yeah, you're back. That's great. How long you been back?
I've been around, man. Just don't really engage in this debate much. I just chill.
Man, get your ass back in here, man. We're talking all things. We're talking all things. Globe. So we're going.
Yeah,
now,
I recently rejoined this politics.
Well, let me
I
just
have
tell
had
you-
the server.
Let me
Yeah, go
just
ahead.
tell you where we're at, right? So you know how they have always proposed that space is a vacuum, right? This is what the current conversation is right now. We're actually in the middle of it. So there is no real way that they've measured any pressure readings beyond their altitude of where they're claiming the mesosphere is. So you can look up the diagram of where it's said to be, right? But the mesosphere, anything beyond that, there's no pressure reading. So they don't know actually that the
If it's a
measurement,
vacuum.
yeah, if it's a vacuum or not. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
That is new information. for sure.
We have a paper or PDF actually that shows from either, I think it's NASA and or NOAA, one of these, but there's no way that they have any pressure readings. And anybody that can look this up will find out there isn't any way to measure this. They can use, calculations and inferences and ways that they can think of the pressure actually extrapolating out to be whatever they're claiming, but there's no real way they've measured that in situ. In situ is a term being used by meteorologists to say that localized, right? That's all it means. Just a fancy way to say localized. So in those regions, there's no way that they've ever measured that. So that's what's on the table currently. So the argument, as I don't know, you probably remember, the container argument was born out of the high vast pressure differential, which should exist around the Kármán line, which is, but that's not the case if they can't prove it, right? So, sporadic spec. Sporadic, remember that paper, the extrapolation paper? I thought you sent it to me in a DM. I don't have it though. Do you have it by any chance? I wanted to show these guys.
What paper?
Yeah.
Hey, Vic, just out of interest.
Hold on, Peter. Let me just.
Of
you
course.
You can't chat right now. That's fine. No. That's a good one too. But no, not, the paper from NOAA. Remember, it was showing the pressure readings that they don't actually measure that. If you have it, that would be great because we've been talking about it and it's really stumped a lot of the Globers at the moment. So right now that would be it would be superb. I thought you sent it to me in a DM. Oh, you don't have it handy? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And also the homie Cyrus just joined from a while ago. Mr. Mathematical Genius over here. Yeah, this guy's a math.
Get the fuck out of here,
dude.
I am not.
You shut down. Who did you shut down in the past, dude?
The cosmologist.
Yeah, dude,
The
you shut down a
cosmologist,
freaking cosmologist, bro, with math. You worked it on a piece of paper, and he was like, "Oh, like, dude, I'm telling you, like, Cyrus is legendary with math." So I don't know. There's people that would. Anyway, but getting back to the point, yeah. So yeah, I mean,
You're just good to be around, man. Let's
well, yeah.
Shit.
See old.
I've heard things. I've heard things about like ether. A long time. I already left at that point. But like I heard there was split up over the ether and all that. So that's interesting. I'd like to see where you guys are at on that.
Well, currently right now there's a lot of speculations on things, but what we have really advanced in is empirical means to verify things. So if there's nothing that we can do other than just speculate, I think we usually table those discussions, because it's not that we don't want to talk about them. It's more of the fact that if we don't give our base audience something to actually decide whether or not they can know the reality by anything we're saying, then I think it's not useful in a conversation for what we mean to do, is to give them what we're trying for them to understand, is that we want to give them a base root or foundation for them to have discernment. They can't have discernment if they're still asking a lot of questions and not getting answers. So we want to at least provide them some answers to hold some kind of stability in their reality, right? So if they don't have that, and we're just giving them more things to look at, more questions, and it's not beneficial for the listener. It's more of just like, whoa, that's what they think. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, so we want it to be a bit more like
concrete.
Concrete, something that they can discern. And you can use math to like extrapolate like ideas, but you also have to put a little bit of like meat on the bone. You have to show them, okay, well, this math actually stands for this. We can learn from this equation that this can be applied. This is practical. But if they can't find any practicality with any math, then they're really, it's not going to mean anything, right? Which is what the globe Earth has always been doing. They give you mathematical constructs, but they give you no adherence or coherence to the physical world. And that's what we need. We need the ability to comport information over to the physical world. That's where it matters. But if mathematics are being brought to you and not being able to be substantiated in any way, I think that's a problem. Well, as you know, anyway, you've dealt with these conversations in the past.
Yeah, man, kind of excited. I'm rusty as fuck in the flat Earth debate, so it's kind of good.
I mean, just put your gloves on, man. It's time to go get back in the ring. You were the homie back then, because people, like, when they came in here with their math, and then you like broke it down for them, they really couldn't argue with the fact that even in the math, it doesn't make sense. So
yes, sir.
Let's see here. Oh, wait, so Sporadic posted the U.S. standard atmosphere versus altitude imperial units. It gives a temperature, some formula for gravity, right? So the acceleration of gravity, absolute pressure, density, dynamic viscosity, and then the geopotential altitude above sea level. If you can see this is what we're looking at right now, what Sporadic has posted. And of course the altitude, I don't know if you guys can see that. Thanks for that, by the way, Sporadic. He is busy though, so yeah, 150k feet. It goes from -51 to plus 19.
Okay, I think I found something.
Yeah, hit us, man. Hit us with it.
All right.
Are you gonna follow with links?
Yeah. So just rescind the other one, because you were right. I had to read the paper to realize it's not doing what I wanted to. But I looked for one and I found one that did. This was the Viking 7 launch from New Mexico.
Real quick, Mace, hold on. I'm just gonna say, because Sporadic can't talk, so I'm having to speak a little bit for him. But he is saying also pressure doesn't follow the same in quotations inverse square law. You can't predict pressure and temperature using gravity. So that's his 2 pence right now for the argument. But go ahead, Mage. Sorry to interrupt.
I don't know what he means by that, but
we'll just
90 to 220 kilometers. And I can get you, if that's not enough, since it's from 90, I can get you other measurements from ground to that. But
do you have a citation or
hold on,
source or?
Yeah, here. This should take you to a PDF.
That's good. All right. I'll take a look.
This should go. Hopefully this will.
I've seen this one. I've seen this one. Sorry, mate. I have some guy posted this. I have it saved, as a matter of fact. But go ahead. If you want to explain it, you can do that. I'll give you the floor.
Well, just what's the issue with this one that you found?
This gets into drag coefficient at the later portions of it, but I'm gonna. Do you know anything about this?
I'm still reading through it, but
all right, well, just, yeah, that's fine. You proposed
Uh-huh.
that, but I'll let you read through it, and then maybe if you find something there that's interesting, tell us where to go in it. I don't want to talk about it until you finish because it's your point.
Well, so from the abstract, I mean, like, I don't think I'm gonna understand all of the physics in here,
Okay.
but I get the high level ideas.
Yeah.
So
Well,
a lot of the math might.
You
but I'm more.
Can you go through the abstract real quick?
Yeah,
'Cause
sure.
It has some values in there, but if you can talk about them, then that's great because you understand. You said so. Let's.
So density
read
and
the
pressure of the atmosphere from 90 to 220 kilometers above the White Sands, New Mexico, were determined from the Viking 7 rocket flight on that date. Doesn't matter. A Phillips ionization gauge was used to measure pressure and pressure changes on the side of the nose cone of the rolling rocket. Measured pressure in the 90 to 105 kilometer region were corrected for velocity ram and residual gas, and were approximately 1/4 of the rocket panel values. The derived pressure of 3 times 10 to the negative 7 millimeter Hg at 220 kilometers is twice the corresponding rocket panel value. Densities were measured from 120 to 185 and at 220 kilometers. And then it gives the values for density. But we just care about pressure.
Not in situ.
You can continue with it. I don't know. There's still a little bit more in the abstract. Are you gonna finish it or?
It's about density, but
Yeah. We're not looking
these
for that, right?
yeah. That's why I didn't finish it.
No. All right, I mean, dude, like, I'm gonna give you the ability to have the floor to give you a fair shake because I want people to actually hear this. I don't think people have heard this. That's why. It's new information for a lot of people. Even maybe you. I think he's gonna go back to the drawing board, but you continue your search.
Drawing board, like as in for this paper?
Yeah. Do you think this paper was going to tell us the information we need for the question that wants to be answered? It's always the same. The question hasn't changed. If you want me to repeat it, I can.
Yeah, there's a pressure in a gauge chamber mounted on the side of the rocket. Atmospheric values were obtained from gauge pressure by first subtracting the residual gas and then correcting for velocity ram. The scatter is seen to be less than 25%. I keep reading through this.
Yep, maybe you can put yourself on mute and then come back when there's something a bit more concrete. Give us something to think about or perhaps propose something, and that's what I'm asking for.
Just the pressure values that are given per altitude. That's what I would say. So if you look at those values, 1, they're measured near vacuum, and 2, they decrease by orders of magnitude as you ascend in altitude. That would be my case.
Yeah, the case has always been there's things that are proposed. That has always been the reason why there's the argument, right? But we're not talking about how they've been, the method by which they've been taken, or the device by which is taking them.
That is what you asked.
Contention. That's what's in contention. So if you're showing that there's a specific device that's doing this, or at what altitude, we didn't know what's being proposed by that device and the altitude corresponding with there being a pressure reading, a measurement in situ, localized. That's what we're looking for. It's great that you have the confidence that it's been done and you can just say, there you be. That's not going to win the day.
So
You know what, man?
All of us, not just you, everybody else is included in this.
So is it that you want more details about the pressure gauge and how the pressure gauge
keep going, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, so this is confusing for the Glober because just like I'm going to tell you like this, Mage, people on Flat Earth think that this is a foregone conclusion as well. So it's not just shocking to you. We also thought about it like the same way. We're all like, dude, we'll give them that it's been measured because I mean they're proposing these low pressure readings. But now that there's a big question mark in the sky, everybody's like hair's on fire. Like, dude, we've been arguing for this whole time that they've been having a low pressure reading values of like 10 to -6, 17 or whatever. Like we're putting like these abstractions to something that hasn't been measured. Like that is a problem. I'm pointing out the glaring issue, dude. This is an issue right now.
I'm confused. These are the measurements that were taken.
You're gonna make me Google, bro. Like already, it's too early.
Wait,
but I was about to argue with this guy. Like I didn't know this old. I forgot what you just told me, right? And I was about to be like, I was about to get into it. However, it's like, hold on.
Okay.
The measurement. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go.
No, Maze, you were next. What were you saying?
I was just saying.
No, it's cool.
These are measurements taken, so I'm really lost as to what you're looking for now.
Yeah. Okay. So you say they're measurements, right? A lot of people say that as well. They'll say, "Yeah, we've measured. We've been to in situ, right? Which means localized. In situ, we measured the pressure readings at the altitudes that they said the rockets are supposed to be." What I'm asking for is, what is the device that's measured the pressure, and also, what was the region at which they measured the pressure at? So you need to talk about altitude, and you need to talk about the actual device that's being utilized to measure the pressure in those regions. Localized. Two things.
So the altitudes are from 100 to 220, and it's a pressure gauge that's in the payload compartment of the Viking 7 rocket.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You say that. Now let's see if that's actually done. Show where it says that they've measured the pressure at whatever altitude with this device. I need that. Localized. This isn't confusing. It just hasn't been done, but you think it has, so I need substantiation of this. By the way, Sporadic's putting a lot of stuff in the text chat. This is important too. I like where you're going with that. Over the Fences is also putting something in there. Yeah, look, just read what Over the Fences put. She's been going over this PDF, and also Sporadic, what he's putting, the U.S. standard atmosphere, 2 figures. There's a diagram that shows there.
So the device, the device was a Phillips ionization gauge, and the the pressure measurements relative to altitude are going to be on page 15. There's a chart, graph.
Wait. You're talking about the last link that you gave us, right?
Yes, the PDF that I sent. So that's going to be on page 16. That's going to give that's going to give the altitude to that's density. Page before, page 15 originally.
Page 15. Hold on, let me go to the PDF.
That's going to give the pressure.
Yeah, hold on, Mage. You talk about the PDF at the top where it says from the Journal of Geophysical Research, right? There's a PDF link.
Is that it? It should just be the most recent link I sent, but
yeah, the most recent link you sent was the Journal of Geophysical Research, upper air pressure density measurements. So that's not.
I'll reply to it. This one, whatever this one is. And in the abstract, it says the device that was used. It was a Phillips ion gauge.
Let's have a look. Page 15. Oh, it's the same one. It takes you to the okay,
I mean,
so
are
you said PDF? Because, like, I'm telling you, on the very top, above the abstract, there's PDF tools and share. Did you click PDF?
PDF tools.
At the very top of the abstract.
I just copy and pasted the link.
No, it's not the PDF. That's not. The PDF. It's just a web page. It's a web page.
Okay, let me upload the PDF. Here. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Here.
Okay.
I think, all right?
Let's have a look.
Yeah, this is it. And then let me know if you have any more questions or comments or concerns about
I've
the
just
paper.
clicked that link. It's not an IP grabber, guys. He just put the PDF in there for anybody that's worried. All right, so page
15.
Let's go look at
Like not, it would probably be page 72 in the document, but for your PDF reader,
No,
it'll be
man,
page
this
15.
are you talking about the diagram? Oh yeah. Underneath the diagram, yeah.
Underneath it, what's
well, it's just,
figure 5?
Hold on.
Oh nope, not figure 5. Let me page 15.
No, I don't think this is.
It'll be figure 12, figure 11. Pressure
11.
versus
Figure 11?
pressure versus altitude. Yes.
Hold on a second. This is what Sporadic's putting in the text. This is how weird. All right, I don't think I can copy this. Give me a second. How can I get this smaller? Shoot, I just closed that out. Page 15. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. See if I can take a snap of this and
All right. Pour my morning cup of coffee. Get the day started.
So what you're saying is them telling us space is a vacuum has been an assumption all along, right?
Yes. Hold on. Let me post. Yeah. Here, let me post what page 15 is so that everybody can look at it. There you go. You can blow that image up so you can see what's at the bottom of that, so you can follow along with it, whatever Mage is proposing at the moment. I think he's busy doing something, but can you guys read what it says there?
Just pouring a cup of coffee. Probably gonna have a cigarette too. I don't know if you guys smoke, but don't ever smoke. It's just not worth it. Jesus Christ, I cannot give up coffee or cigarettes.
Well, it's a nasty habit. All right, so we check it out. There's more to the PDF other than what it's showing here. Of course, is what he wanted you to look at.
There's more into the methodology of how they take the measurements, what models they use, how they correct for certain things, like the whatchamacallit? Like when a rocket is, well, no, let me not say that. Because I'm not entirely sure. Just what models they use, how they took the measurements, calculations that they made, and how they made them. That's what the rest of the document is going over. Still reading through it, understanding it to the best of my ability. I'm not a physics major.
But does it answer the question that we're asking?
Yes, that is what page 15 is.
At what altitude and what device is being utilized to measure the pressure readings in situ for the specific region of space that is said to be where the readings are coming from to give the low pressure reading values?
That's going to be 100 kilometers to 220 kilometers using Phillips ion gauge in situ with the rocket at those altitudes.
Let's see. Everybody can cross-reference this. This is the part of the peer review process that we have here. So when somebody puts forward a case, we can all look at this. So this is the.
That seems like a good thing.
Yeah, this is the claim that he's making. Yes, political Viking. Yes, that's what he's saying. Ion gauge is a gas measuring device, according to what he's proposing.
Well, in general, it's a pressure measuring device, but in this instance, it's being used to measure pressure at high altitudes at very, very low pressures. near vacuum, near perfect vacuum.
Yeah, we know so far, as we can understand, barometers are used for measuring this, but he's proposing that in the higher altitudes, it's not been done using a barometer. Yeah, he can attest to that. He'll also say the same thing. Everybody else can conclude that that's not useful when you go in higher altitudes. Political Vikings putting up an argument for you. If you can, he's not one to get on the voice text, so you'd probably have to read what he's posting. So I can read for him.
I would appreciate that because I'm away from my computer right now.
Let me read for
I can't
him.
smoke inside.
He said, "Ion gauge is gas measuring, is a gas measuring device," and we were answering that. Ionized gas is plasma, not gas. Barometers are for gas pressure. Plasma is more dense than gas. Therefore, why is plasma above gas?
Okay, so I think the question he's really asking is how is this device measuring pressure? Because I'm not necessarily
gas pressure.
Gas pressure.
It's a vacuum. It's a vacuum tube, like not vacuum tube. I'm sorry, but it is a vacuum tube device. It's a vacuum chamber device, sort of. When you get below certain pressures, there aren't enough gas molecules to act on your barometer or whatever force gauge you're using. So you have to switch over to ion gauges essentially to figure out how much, to be able to calculate how much gas particles are in the chamber.
Right, but what a rocket's doing, and just for everybody looking at this, is passing through. What we're looking for is something that could sit in the environment and measure a reading of pressure. A rocket is moving through.
Right. That's what this device is doing. Through time, while the rocket is moving through, it's taking static measurements at varying points in altitude.
It can't do that. It can't do that. Go ahead.
What do you mean?
I was going to say exactly the point you're saying is that it's moving, not in place. So it's not in situ. It's actually they're making the calculation based on the movement, not the pressure measurement in place.
Can you tell me what page that's on so I can look at it further?
No, what we're saying is that you're saying it's a rocket taking the measurements while it's passing through. It's not in place. That's what in situ means. In place.
And let me point something out that Sporadic just he looked into what page 15, which was Mage was pointing out, to say that gives us the direct measurement, and it says 30% error. It says, and Sporadic saying laugh out loud. So in other words, they're already putting in that page 15 of the document that he said there's already a 30% error, or it agrees within 30%. Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure they have to remove drag and all that. So you're already working with a calculation of supposedly how much drag should be up there.
Correct.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of wild that you use an ion gauge with a rocket. That's like, bro, the rocket is producing so much gas particles out the ass, and it's like, would the ion gauge even function, right? Because I'm always on the market for these, you know what I'm saying? Because I just have some nice vacuum pumps and nice vacuum apparatus and shit. It's like, hey, wait, hold on, motherfucker. So hold on, shit. You have to make sure there's very low pressure before you turn that thing on. So it's like, what's going on here? That's interesting because the rocket is just spewing mass out the end, right? That's how it works, right? It spits out mass at the tail end and accelerates. So it's like, would it even work?
I'm gonna read Sporadic because I know he feels like the way I do when he wants to express something, but he's in the text and he can't be on the mic. But I'll read for him. So I can't speak like him, but I'll try. Look, one of the things we tell people is that we don't have shit figured out. That's what is being proposed by these guys, right? That say that they will say that, well, we don't have it all figured out. That's the reason why they have these margin of error factors, like with the percentage of 30%. But it says here, or he put, there has been a huge psyop since World War II to project technology, achievements, and power that doesn't exist. That's the founding of the space program. And he has a lot to say about that too, because Sporadic, he really gets in depth when he talks about this and certain declassified documents that he's posted in the past. But not just that, right? But there's a projection, like he says, of power and achievement and all this stuff. So all this information has been given to you and to me to be consumed and be taken for as a foregone conclusion that this has already taken place and been done. But now we're looking into it now with a fine-tooth comb. We can't find how it's possible that they've measured in situ. So this is the reason why meteorologist Brendan, that comes through here every now and again, well, when he had an argument with Mark G, because Brendan, he thinks the Earth's a globe, right? So he's like, yeah, I'm a globe tard or whatever. Yeah, he says that, right? He doesn't mind it. He says that he thinks the Earth's a globe, but he says, I will say, when certain information is being proposed that's not true, I will stand up for that. So he was arguing with Mark G, who is of course anti-flat earther, and he was saying that you can measure the pressure, and he brought the sounding rocket at the mesosphere when used as an explosion. They could measure the pressure when the explosion was happening. So Mark G's point was, yes, you can measure pressure in the mesosphere. And so he gave, I don't know if it was an article from a website over to Brendan in the middle of their discussion, right, back and forth. And Brendan was like, yeah, I came from academia. I know that there's no way to measure in the mesosphere. So the argument was back and forth, right? Because that's right above. So let me just back up a little bit. According to the layer cake, diagram that's shown to you, me, and everybody, it goes troposphere. That's where the weather occurs, right? All the weather anyone's concerned about. It goes troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and then the exosphere, right? According to the way it's shown to us, thinking that the Earth's a globe. And so this little layer cake of like atmospheres is how it's shown to us, but it's also with altitude, right? So with altitude is how they differentiate where the specific regions are. So the argument was from Brendan's side that the troposphere is as far as like anybody's concerned with weather, but you can actually send things up into the stratosphere, which is above the troposphere, and you can take measurements in situ with sending a balloon up, and they do that. They send their balloons up and get their pressure readings and so on. And then I was like, because we were talking about it, and then Mark came in with saying that you can measure in the mesosphere. And so Brendan was like, no, there's no possible way you can do that. We don't have a device that does that in situ. So, and Mark G was like, yeah, you can. And so he put his article up, but it showed that the sounding rocket that was used there was only doing like a fly into the specific altitude where the mesosphere is. And what they did was they extrapolated from the stratosphere or the troposphere onto the mesosphere to get a calculation of what it was, the pressure reading there. And after looking through the article, I think Mark G was really upset because he didn't have a way to provide in situ measurements. And Brendan was like, I told you. It was like that. And anyways, it bugged Mark G. He got into Brendan's DMs, and it was a whole thing, right? So he kept bothering Brendan in his DMs. He's like, dude, who's this crazy psycho? He's in my DMs all the time trying to show me that there's pressure readings, and there isn't any. So even meteorologists, professionals in the field, can conclude there's no way to measure pressure above the stratosphere. And we all now we have the information. We can see for ourselves. It hasn't been done. So it's basically a big win for people investigating whether or not there's a pressure reading to say that the air pressure gradiates out to, whatever they say that it does in the alleged space, like where the Kármán line is and so forth. They don't have that. There is no pressure reading. There's these things that, like what Mage is pointing out, that he's showing that there's rockets that fly through here with certain devices, but these devices aren't measuring the pressure in those regions localized in situ. That is a problem. That is a problem for the proposed vacuum of space.
Why do you say they're not?
It doesn't exist in the way people think that it does. For it to be a, like the argument for the high vast pressure differential, to say that at those regions we have a specific pressure reading, and then where on the surface it's 14 pounds per square inch, which therein lies the argument for the.
I don't see the argument why you can't. Like, I don't see the argument why doing something like what the Viking 7 did isn't what you asked.
Elbow, did you want to tell him? Because we keep going over this, but
it's not in situ, bro.
So, like, you mean
he just went over it just now.
And I'm still like, when you say it's not in situ, you mean that the rocket is moving, or do you mean that the payload is moving? Wait, why is that a problem?
Because that's how you're supposed to get a measurement. Like when you went, the way you know a temperature with a barometer, if you have it in place.
Yep.
You start moving around, that'll give you different temperatures, different pressure. Sorry.
Well, that's the whole point. Is that it's going to give you different pressures as you ascend.
Exactly the whole point. Is it's supposed to be placed. So you can actually get the measurement from that location.
Well, you get it from the location, and then you get it from another location, and then another. The rocket is moving, so it's taking continuous measurements.
You're getting a continuous change, which that means you will have to derive what's going on.
What do you mean?
Because you can't, if you're not getting a specific area, in other words, you're moving, you're not getting the location of that place. You're getting a location that is pressure that is moving.
You're getting the pressure in a place as that place grows in altitude. I'm lost.
I know you are. So is everybody else that thinks that you can measure a pressure with a rocket that's passing through instead of sitting in.
You're not explaining why this can't be done.
Well, in order for you to take a pressure reading or air pressure reading, you'd have to have it sit in that region, which is what these balloons do when they measure the pressure of the altitudes that they need to for weather. People like meteorologists to be concerned with what weather would be happening in the troposphere, which is why he says this argument that they believe it's taking place is not happening like the way they think, like you and everybody else that believes the Earth's a globe, and they measure the pressure readings for things in the higher atmospheres, as in such like where space would be.
I'm not seeing the argument that in order to take a pressure reading, it has to sit fixed in a space for a certain duration.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, that it's not happening, Mage. That's not occurring. So over fences is showing you at least something that you need to look at.
Well, he's saying that like it has to be fixed in order to take pressure. My question is
static.
Why?
It's not fixed, static. So if it's static, then it takes a pressure reading of that specific region, localized, in situ, and that's what's not happening. So here, let me pose something to you too. I'm going to respond to Rabbit as well. Peter Rabbit gave a link to that they are measuring. And of course, the article that he posted with the, I just clipped it out. I'm going to read the top. It says, researchers measure pressure in solar system's heliosheath. Look at the top there where it says, using data from NASA's Voyager spacecraft, a team of scientists has calculated the total pressure from particles in the outer region of the solar system known as the heliosheath. It was found to be greater than expected. What's wrong with what I just read?
It wasn't. I don't think it was a calculation. Reading the article, it looks like it was a measurement. It might just be sloppy language.
Yeah, I clicked out. Sorry. Yeah, that's
so. I mean, they are taking measurement. I don't know necessarily. This is not the area of my interest or knowledge, to be honest. But
yeah, a lot of people. Go ahead, Peter. Finish what you were saying.
But we were just talking about whether measurements are being taken, and it seems like they are. At that level, whether it answers the question that's being asked is a different thing altogether. But
yeah, a lot of people think that's the case, along with you and everybody else in this discussion, including flat earthers. Peter, your camera's on, Elbow. So that's the problem, right? People think that these pressure readings are being taken. They're not, upon further investigation. So Sporadic pointed out something in text. At the very least, you have an issue with the velocity of gas molecules slamming into the sensor and the velocity of gas molecules themselves in that region as a rocket is zooming.
That may be true. I would imagine that there's some correction for that.
Well, that's the
Yeah, that's
problem.
the
Though you're
problem.
imagining something that doesn't exist. So the calculations would still be the same, right? They're not going to change. But the problem is we're not getting the actual in situ measurements that would be with the device that could do that. And they're already saying it's not able to be done. However, the argument still stands, right? People are still arguing over for, well, you guys are saying that the pressure at the Kármán line is said to be 10 to the negative 6 or 17 torr, whatever. And that seems to be like an issue, right? That whole container argument. And then we get into that, bypassing the fact that they've never measured pressure in those regions. That's the problem. Not the fact that we need a container for gas, because obviously we all know that. But the fact that that's happening at those regions, and then the other argument that ensues, which is you guys saying that there's other forces occurring that are causing the container and such, right? But we're bypassing the fact that it's already a foregone conclusion, and it's not, is what I'm saying. I'm bringing it back up to you guys. It's not the case. For those of you guys who wanted to know what's new with Flat Earth, I'm bringing it to you live, dude. This has been ongoing for at least a good solid month. This is what's new. It's been a foregone conclusion. We've not looked into this. Nobody's ever questioned it. It's always been just that, well, at the Kármán line, it's said to be 10 to the negative 6 torr. And like, yeah, really? How did they measure that? It's not been measured.
So the one I shared is you may have issues with the measurement, but it is a measurement. The outcome of the article is that it's actually much thicker than the predicted models or the data-driven models would have guessed. But these are actual measurements from Voyager 2, I think.
Yeah, well, we're getting to the place where you have Voyager 2 already in that location, right? Where it's said to be?
Voyager 2 was already there, yeah, when it was asked to take these measurements. Yeah, it didn't have to travel there.
Okay. But how did they get the pressure readings of anything above the mesosphere to where Voyager 2 is?
I don't know that. That's not in here.
Asking Peter Rabbit. That's what we're asking. This is a big stump for everybody because nobody's looked into this. That I'm telling you, bringing it back up again. It's a huge problem. You can't have an argument about something that doesn't exist. That makes the argument invalid, doesn't it? If I argue for the fact that there's a high vast pressure differential with a specific amount of torr value to whatever region that we're talking about, my argument's invalid. I haven't proven that yet.
Well, that's not true. We can argue about Harry Potter. Harry Potter doesn't exist. I'm joking, AB.
Peter, it's a debate. It's not something that's true or untrue. It hasn't been validated. So I'm arguing, put it this way, I'm arguing from a stance of ignorance. If I say that we have 14 pounds per square inch against something like 10 to the negative 6 at where they said the Kármán line is, that's an argument that I'm making that I can't back up. Why? Because one of the components of that argument is something that I'm already taking for granted, which is the pressure reading at the Kármán line. I'm making an invalid argument that can be pointed out as invalid because I don't know that one of the components of my argument is true. So how can I make that as an argument if it doesn't exist as one? And did I point out the fact that the measurement was taken for the 10 to the negative 6? No.
It's reasonable to operate.
I'm just giving it as a foregone conclusion that it has been done. I know the pressure readings on the surface have been done with the barometer, of course, but that anybody can verify. The other component to the argument is that there's a low pressure reading where they say spaces. I'm giving that to the other side. But now I'm not. I'm like, no, I'm not even going to go there because I don't have to. If it's never been substantiated, I don't have to build my argument around something that's unsubstantiated. I can do this very same thing that they did with the I use that as an analogy. As the same way they came up with the 93 million mile away sun to a close and local sun. Do you guys remember that argument? Flat earthers were saying, no, the sun is close and local. Yeah, Close and local to what? 93 million miles away doesn't exist. You don't have to build your argument for a close and local sun if the 93 million mile away sun hasn't been even shown to be true. So that renders the argument invalid. There's no linear distance to the sun. You know what I mean? So then the whole thing for the sun to be close and local to what? That's ambiguous. I can't say it's close and local anymore because I didn't put it against anything. It's just where it is in the sky, and no one can tell me linear distance to it. You can't tell me it's close and local. Yeah, really? How close is it? That's going to be my next question. Because close is ambiguous. It could mean far away to somebody else. You get where I'm going with this? That's the reason why these claims need to be substantiated in either case. Yeah, but this is the problem, though. Linear distance to say that it wasn't that, Viking. The close and local wasn't based on just the ground position and to your location. It was based on where it actually is in accordance to the distance away from the sun. Because when the argument arose, it wasn't just based on ground position. That the argument could be made for the globe earther as well. They could say the same thing. Yeah. I know, but this is the problem, though. The argument was actually had as if we were arguing against the 93 million mile away sun a long time ago. I'm not talking about currently. We bypassed this a long time ago. But that's the reason why people had these arguments, because there were unsubstantiated factors within the argument. Which now that we're looking at these things, the components of the argument have to be something that we could say are the reasons why we would have an argument for it. But now that we can't substantiate the low pressure readings at the regions that they say that they're supposed to be read at, then we don't have to we can just say, let's not even have the argument because they haven't substantiated it. Why would we indulge it? Yes, of course we understand gas pressure requires containment. That's just a given. We know that. But to have the argument that we want to about space being a vacuum or not hasn't been substantiated because there's no pressure readings to say that it's at that low pressure. And I don't know where Mage went, but he must have felt the same kind of pressure, pun intended, that everybody else feels when they get into this argument. They don't have a way to produce the information that's necessary for them to have the argument.
NASA itself wrote a paper in 1973 saying they extrapolated. But wait, didn't they send things out there? So why would they need to extrapolate?
Yep.
Can't we do the same with Eratosthenes?
Yeah, well, that's the whole. I think that's where it came up with the idea. Eratosthenes didn't propose that, however. He said the sun was, infinite amount of distance away, according to the way he proposed it. So, and
no, I mean, there's no primary documentation.
Yeah,
no primary documentation. You can't prove the story.
Yeah, Hell's Angles. It's flawed in many ways. Yeah, it's flawed in many ways. You could go at that angle, but what gets pulled up whenever they look to see how they measured the surface of the Earth is that's what the first. It's weird how that's the first thing that comes up. Why not something else they could have pointed to anybody else like Al-Biruni or somebody else in the ancient times. They point to this guy. This is kind of like the first Google search that comes up. I'm telling you, academia doesn't have their act together. It doesn't have their act together, man. When it concerns to like the origins of, where did we know that the Earth has been a globe, been known for as long as it has? They don't know either. It's like we're coming from a place, but we're looking into these things where none of these arguments have the components being verified. Like you're pointing out, Hell's Angles. It has none of the, like, do we even know he even existed as the way history proclaims he does? There's a lot of things to be desired when it concerns the arguments that we have. However, we're not dealing with minds that can fathom these these contemplations that we do. It's the reason why critical thinking is so important for individuals. I mean, if you don't have critical thinking, bro, like none of this stuff that we're talking about will sink in. because you're not going to think about it. You're going to be like, yeah, but they tell us that this is what's been measured, so I'm going with that. Yeah, well, fine. You can run with whatever you want. At the end of the day, you didn't substantiate it. So I don't have to indulge your crazy notions of them measuring gas pressure in those regions. I don't have to. You can think of it like that. Good for you. Yeah, this is the way I want to end these arguments, with silence and with them running away. That's exactly what I want. That shows the ultimate form of like people just not being able to retort back to the truth. This is what truth does. It silences people because you can't fight against it. There's nothing you can do. If it's not true that they've measured it, you can't be here spinning everybody's wheels to oblivion to show that they've measured it, because they haven't done it. They themselves proclaim it. They themselves, who I'm talking about, is anybody who says they are sending rockets or whatever else technology above our heads to those regions. Yeah, exactly, Olas. Yeah. Yeah, there's not they can't recover from this, man. Nobody can. So the argument would stand to reason that if we are going to even talk about gas pressure requiring containment, that's just the obvious truth. That's the obvious truth. But as far as the argument goes, from the regions that we're proclaiming that they say that they're measuring the pressure, that we don't have to have that. We can do away with that argument. It cannot be there, because then all we can point to is like, how do you know it's been substantiated? Go there first. Show me how it's been measured. In situ. I want you to point to what device and what altitude they can measure. We had Robert, that crazy guy. You know, he speaks kind of Jamaican. He came in here and he was also, brother, you could take a barometer, brother. You're not listening to me, brother. A barometer. And like he was just going off the hook, you know, telling me you can take a barometer. When even they claim that's not possible. Barometers wouldn't work in those regions, according to the mainstream narrative. So you can't do the thing that you think can happen with the barometer. So like a lot of people might be thinking, oh, duh, why don't you just take a barometer over there? Because apparently it doesn't work. Over fences. Yeah, no, it's true, right? But you got to think about it, man. Taking stock of all the foregone conclusions we think have occurred over the years, like this has been one of them. It's a big one, I think, because the cosmology is kind of it's all enveloped in the idea that we already have things figured out up in the sky, according to what the organizations or the people that take in weather, like what they say. Like it's already, they've done that already. Let's just talk about how knowing this information is going to cause the understanding for flat Earth to make an argument. But that now, if we don't have that, why would we go into an argument about it? It's like, okay. I'll give you that they have, the gas pressure is like said to be whatever you claim it is. But that's just us trying to progress the conversation further. Because if we wanted to, we could stifle each and every conversation to a point where, like, okay, prove that Eratosthenes existed as a primary source. Go ahead and show me primary source that Eratosthenes existed as a real person doing the things that he did, and the methodology that ensued, like from what he said he proposed that he did. Show me any of that primary documentation. Won't be able to do it. That conversation would be stifled right there. But for conversational purposes, sometimes we let the mind of the person we're talking to kind of run through these steps. Yeah, we could end every argument with like, go ahead and show me how they measured the pressure at those regions. And of course, they're not going to have a way to measure it. So we'd be like, okay, well, there you go. Big question mark in the sky. Until you figure that out, then we can have the discussion. If not, then space is fake. It's not a vacuum. Prove it. Prove the vacuum to me. Anyway, you get what I mean? Like, if now that we're shoring up all these like arguments that are just like everywhere that people want to have. I don't know, guys. I think this is really important. What's your guys' take? I mean, what's the chat saying here? I see Sporadic in the chat, so over fences, old Haas. Anybody else? Yes, Sporadic says, and how little anyone else actually knows. But we can apply Gauss law to gravitation of the Earth, like this in quotations, like what they would say. Oh, really? So that R R squared value needs a measurement? I don't know. What do you guys think here? Yeah, Subdued is saying in the chat, they all point to the experts. Even the experts refer to the experts, realizing when you get to the top, there are no experts. Yeah, that's true. Well, it's true because I've seen it happen live. There was a guy who came in here, his name was Itier, and he was an astrophysicist in training, so he says, right? He was still in school. And right now, I think he's still working at the observatory in Hawaii. But he was having a conversation with us. But yeah, he said his expertise is in the protoplanetary systems. And I was asking him questions specific to astronomy and, astrophysics. But he says, like, well, that's not my specialty. You need to ask somebody in a specific specialty field for that question to be answered. I'm like, dude, so you're what guy do I need to talk to about this? Like, you're telling me you're not the guy, but you're basically in the same field, and now within this field, it's broken up departmentalization, right? In certain departments. Okay, I'm not in the right department. What department would handle this? So it's all departmentalized. So I'm dealing with what department you're dealing with is just protoplanetary systems. Okay, so you're not the guy. So let me speak to the guy. Who is it? Like, what department do I need to look to that would answer these questions? That's how they do it. So I'm just replying to how Subdued says the experts know, and they point to other experts, and then all of a sudden you get to the expert that you think is the one that's going to have the answer to the question, and he's like, well, sorry, but your princess is in another castle. So you're like, well, right then, that's not you. That's not. Then you're pointing to that other guy. The other guy says, well, yeah. And then once you get to the one main guy, the department, the right one, you talk, okay, I'm talking to the right guy, the right department. And he's like, okay, so here's how it goes. Well, this is our best guess, right? So he usually preface giving the answer with that. This is our best guess. Holy smokes, dude. Like, all of this has been, like, once you get to the right department and the person who's specializes in this particular field, and then there's just saying, this is one of our best guesses. Welcome everybody who's joining us. If you want to say hello, go ahead. Hello and howdy to everybody. We got DJ just joining us. Hell's Angles chimed in. I haven't heard you in a while, bro. Hugh Drew has joined us, 561. John Luna's here. Old Haas. Subdued is in here. Cyrus joined us back again. The Political Viking has been chiming in. Yeah, Sporadic is putting in there. The surveyors have the measurement. No, the astrophysicists have the measurement. Nah, it's the geologists that have the measurement. Wait a minute. No, it's the engineers that have the measurement. Hold on, man. It's the surveyors that have the measurement. So it's just, nobody knows. You ask each and every one of these departments, they're like, well, I'm not a surveyor. I'm not an astrophysicist. I'm not a geologist. You need to talk to those guys. So crazy.
Got to get 3 of them in the room, one of each.
Yeah. They'll just be blaming the other guy. No, talk to him. He's like, shut up, dude. He needs to talk to you. Wait a minute. I thought you had the answer. I thought you did. Oh my God. The satanic C3POs have the measurement. Yeah. Don't give that to the esoteric boys. They'll take that and run with it. Oh, guys, it was all constructed by the satanic C3POs. I'm telling you. Down in the bottom of the Vatican, that's where all the information's stored. Guys got to look into it. Just telling you. Research C3PO Vatican documents. Everything's at the bottom of the Vatican, right? That's where all that's like the mecca of all the the holy grail of all information. That's where it is. It's at the bottom of the Vatican. It's like the key to know all of what life is and reality is found there.
Yeah, I heard they have a Medusa statue down there, so they probably have quite the collection.
Yeah. You're like, oh, what's in this one? Zzz. Stone. They put you in a room where all the other people are like looking like they're opening up a treasure chest, you know? We'll add this one to our collection. The basement of the Alamo? No, I think they looted that one. I don't think the Alamo has it. Does it have a basement? Drace. What's up, Drace? Uh-oh. Yep. Hey, how many mods do I got in here? Just me and you, Drace? And Elbow?
Thanks for getting me.
All right, go to mod chat real quick. I'm gonna type something in there. I'm getting this live right now. He's typing that to me. I'll post it. Hold on, Batman. I'll post it. Well, it's the message that everybody got. That's what he wanted to respond to. Anyway. That's all I'll say about that. But anyways, look in mod chat. Anyway, back to what we're saying. So yeah, any of the claims that the globe Earth has to propose, we can't back it up because it's not able to be substantiated. That's why.
So it looks like there was some measurements taken on the lunar surface. During surface operations by astronauts, the pressure was near to 10 to the minus 8th torr, which is very, very low. And then it dropped about 12 days later, and then it used to rise, I think, in the morning, but I'll post it now. So it looks like there were some measurements. No, I can't post it for whatever reason. Hold on. There you go. It's in the chat. Have you had a chance to look at that, AV?
Not yet, but I'm still trying to figure out why you haven't gotten to the question of how you could measure pressure all the way up to that place. So even if you think that's being measured there, and that what device is being utilized, you haven't talked about how you can measure to there. How do we know that it's gradiating out all the way to that low vacuum pressure? That's important. That's what you haven't answered yet. You're going to a different argument, and that's important.
Well, I think was the question not how do we know that space is a vacuum?
Yeah, based on the fact that it hasn't been measured going farther than just the stratosphere. Yeah.
But the thing I've just posted is lunar readings.
Yeah, I know that, but everybody says you can measure in Narnia. I'm not concerned with that. I'm talking about how do we get to Narnia? How do we get to the place that everybody says that it is what it is, based on any pressure readings? That's the important thing.
So I think what you're proposing is, there are things that can stay in situ in certain places, towards the top of the Earth's atmosphere, and take in situ readings. Once you get into outer space, I think remaining still is relatively difficult, at least to my knowledge. So we're going to run into in situ problems. So I went to something that, while I'm aware it's moving, but it is technically in situ. I went to somewhere in space that could be measured, the moon, and provided them there. I think we'd struggle to meet the criteria for the in situ measurements between the atmosphere and something else that we can remain still on. Would you agree with that or not?
Well, show us the device that's been utilized here.
It just says cold cathode.
Yeah, but did you look into it to see if it can actually do what they're proclaiming it does? Or you're just making a statement just because you think it's possible?
I don't know that a cold cathode can or can't do that. It seems to have provided some.
Peter Rabbit, that's what you got to look into. And this is the part. If you don't want to, that's fine. It still will remain that it can't be measured by any device because you don't know if it can or not. You're just proclaiming that it can. The issue is, can it, yes or no? We want some meat on the bone, sir. If you need to give us that information to know that it can, and this is the methodology by which it was able to. And if you can't do that, then it's your inability to provide the evidence to substantiate the claim that it can. That's not ours. It's yours. The claim is on you right now. If you can't produce the evidence to substantiate it, then we can just hand wave dismiss anything you provide.
I think that's a little bit like never-ending layers of evidence. So you asked for something, I've provided something like it. I agree that I can't provide exactly what you've asked for. And then I have to know exactly as a cold cathode works in the vacuum of space where I haven't been. And demonstrate that to you as well. As far as I'm aware, cold cathodes can measure vacuums in space. I don't think that the fact that I don't know how they do that to a very high level of expertise is necessarily resulting in the hand waving of that away. My claim is that they measured pressure using a cold cathode on the lunar surface in 1976, and it returned these results. That's evidenced by the results that I've shared. That's a reasonably well-established claim. If there's a problem with it, then I would say, tell me the problem.
Not evidence, it's a story.
I didn't hear that. If you could go again.
not evidence. It's a story until you can prove it.
Well, okay, so they went to the lunar surface and they took readings from a cold cathode, and here's the results from that. There you go.
Yeah,
This
you're
last story.
asking us to disprove your claim. That's a reversal of burden of proof.
No,
We
I'm
get
not
it. You're
asking you.
starting the story with the rocket on moon. We get it. Was this after they played golf? I mean, this is towards the end. It's funny they get down to the business then, huh? Yeah, these are claims. You're asking us to go to La La Land with you. Open to chapter whatever of the hymn book. Sing along. That's the position we're in.
That's absolutely insane. I have to demonstrate every component.
No, you can just acknowledge that you're lost in a belief system, bro. That's all. That's not insane.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, I'm lost in a belief system.
Yes. Moon travel stories. Grow up, bro.
How do you know that I'm real? Can you prove that I'm real?
Oh, Peter Rabbit.
Oh no, it's just all part of your story that I'm real. Can I prove that you're real? Do I have to prove that you're real to demonstrate?
I don't know. Can you? I doubt that you could, Peter.
No, solipsism is tricky. I can't demonstrate other minds particularly well. But it would be an irrational burden of proof to demonstrate that you're real in order to have a conversation with you. Would you not agree?
Well, what's insane, Rabbit, is we're starting the story with the TV moon travel story.
Not answering the question. Do you think that it's ridiculous to ask me to demonstrate that you're real in order to have a conversation with you?
Well, if you remember, this all started because you said, I have a story of these guys on the moon, and I want you to demonstrate that it's not real. That's the trick you tried to pull.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
Sure you did. In as many words, you did say that.
No, I didn't. What I said is I'm relatively comfortable with my claim. If there's a problem with it, I'd like to hear it, is what I said.
Okay, well,
back your claim up,
you
brother,
remain relatively comfortable.
I think my claim is relatively well backed up. We have a gold cathode on the lunar surface, taking readings, and we have a list.
Another claim. That's not an evidence. That's another claim. You are stuck in claims.
What are you talking about? The evidence is the reading.
You are stuck in claims. That's not an evidence. You are claiming that you have a cold cathode on the surface of the moon. That's another story.
I'm not claiming that I had a cold cathode on the surface of the moon.
Just listen. So listen. So the proof that Narnia exists is that my car is parked in the parking in Narnia next to the talking line. So that's what you are saying.
No, that's not.
Yeah, that's what you are saying. That your proof for Narnia is you have a cold cathode in Narnia.
First of all, we can see the moon, so we can't see Narnia. So you're at least one stage removed in this little arc.
You got a picture of your car parked up there, dude?
Yeah. So let me just take it back to.
Thank you.
So no evidence can be demonstrated to still give the substance behind the claim that you could measure pressure at any region above the mesosphere. This has been demonstrated by people
we have
produced the evidence.
Sorry, that was rude. Carry on, AV. Sorry, I was I was in a different mindset. You carry on. Sorry, let me hear your point in full.
I'm just saying, man, like we've had this discussion before with others about the idea that this is possible, but when pointed out that you can't do this in any practical means, that there's no way to get the measurements in situ, the problem is people still think it's possible, and there's also these documents that they read from that they are taking measurements on like the lunar surface or any other location, but we point out the fact that it's never happened in a way that shows a device that we can look up and test and verify. There's nothing in the way of that. So we're right now we're at like the place where we're wanting that to be the case. Necros, you got background noise, dude. You need to
sorry.
So yeah, we're wanting for that to be the case for both sides to look and investigate. If you guys think that the low pressure has been measured, and let's say the idea that the altitude where the troposphere, or excuse me, the thermosphere is, or mesosphere or exosphere, if you think that has been measured, or the lunar surface, what device was being utilized, and what is the pressure reading ongoing to that location? So we have to have these localized measurements to understand there is a way that can be done to measure the pressure. That needs to be done in a real practical way. If that can't be done, then we're going to sit here and wait for anybody that can produce the information that can substantiate that. Otherwise, there's a big question mark in the sky, and we could say space is fake all day long. Until you guys provide that is true, it will be a...
Well, you can see space.
Yeah, I know. You can look up and see space, but, the word itself, right? We all know what
the concept. Yeah,
we all know what it means. So I want to bypass the fact that we're going to get into semantics and get to the point where we know what we're talking about. We know what we mean when we say space. We're talking about the region where everybody thinks low Earth orbit begins, beyond the Kármán line. And so just to get everybody on track, that's what we mean when we say space. We can see the vacuum of space if it makes you feel comfortable. But that's what
no, it was being a little bit glib, perhaps. But that wasn't. Yeah, tongue in cheek.
But that's fine. Like, can you now just identify that if we're being honest with each other, right? Because it's been already proposed on both sides. We both took it as a foregone conclusion. Globe earthers and flat earthers have been arguing this point as if it were already something to say that we're not going to discuss that. The fact that they're talking about pressure readings, we're just going to go bypass that and talk about a container. You get what I mean?
No, I understand. I think I've shared two things. I've tried to stay on track. I have said during this conversation that it's not a particular area of interest or knowledge of mine. I've been quite open.
You don't.
On that.
I mean, not that I'm not putting it on you or any other person who thinks the Earth's a globe. I'm asking for people who want to investigate this farther to say, I want to know if it's possible that I think the Earth's a globe, right? And if you say that, and if somebody says that, and they say, okay, well, I know that they measured, the pressure readings or whatever have been taken, and we're like, okay, show us how it's been done. Show the device, show the altitude.
Check on. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what we're asking. The question still remains, and it won't change until somebody comes up with that information. Space is like a question mark right now.
So I've provided measurements for one of the spheres, Mesosphere, I think, from Voyager 1 or 2. And I've provided readings from the lunar surface. You can do with those as you please. I'm quite comfortable with the idea that space is a vacuum. If it can be presented to me that it's not, great. We'll build a theme park or something. We'll have a great time. So that's that. But I think we're at a bit of an impasse because I think what you're asking for isn't strictly unreasonable.
At least you find it that it's not unreasonable, right? I want to hear from the Globe Earth perspective. Like it's not like it's just some crazy wild information that I'm asking for. It's something that's reasonable. I'm not asking for people to go out on a limb here. Do you guys know what I'm asking for? Like as Globe
You're
Earth?
asking for in situ measurements through the layers of the atmosphere and into interstellar space.
It's reasonable, dude. Like I'm not. Anybody would want to know that if they're saying, well, the pressure gradiates out to wherever you say your spaces or moon or whatever. It doesn't. I don't care. If that's true, then it could be followed by substantiation of evidence that you're going to produce that will show everybody how it's been done by the device that's taken this measurement, the reading and or the altitude at which it occurred. Now, I would even throw in the mix that it's not just the pressure that we're talking about, but also temperature.
Well, we're going to have to start with. I think listening to the conversation between yourself and Mage, I know I chimed in occasionally.
Yeah.
I do think that it's not a practical request. I don't think that we can have in situ measurements in interstellar space, as far as I know. I'm not claiming to be a space expert. But as far as I know, I don't think it's practical. But that's not strictly your problem,
right?
If that's your burden or what you require to change your mind or to view things differently, whichever you feel, then you can wait for that, I guess. But I don't. To my knowledge,
that's what I'm saying, Peter Rabbit. You don't have to. You can take whatever explanation has been given to you and run with that. The thing that I'm looking for is the thing that can be tested and verified by people who can produce some sort of device or some sort of way that we can know that this in situ measurements can take place. And that's
so. I think we have to do
right. But I mean, you can take whatever information you read and you can go with that. And I'm speaking.
Well, yeah, of course. We both have different levels for the burdens of information that we accept. That's not uncommon. Right. That's fine too. If you're saying this is yours, that's fine. That's not for me to say. Certainly. Well, I think we have the devices to do what you're asking, but I don't think we can throw the brakes on and take in situ measurements for you.
There you go. Yeah. Or at least that you probably are the first Glober that could realize Mage had a real hard time trying to figure out what we're asking for. That's exactly what we're asking for right there. What you just said. You clarified it. That's fine. And if it can't be done, well, at least you know now.
No, I don't know, Avi. I've never claimed to be an expert. I don't know that it can be done. Some time on Google suggests that there are no results around the area that you're discussing. Yeah. It may well be that I haven't found them. That's fine too. But if that's what you're saying would convince you, that's what would convince you. And that's for you to decide. I think it's very difficult because the repeatability of such an experiment would be nearly zero in the world that we live in right now. That doesn't mean that in 20 years that's not different.
Well, but I want the audience also to be fully aware of the conversation, so they can decide for themselves whether or not they want to hold to your worldview, like as you put it. It's a conscious choice that someone makes, right? You can make the conscious choice to say, I want to do exactly what Peter Rabbit's saying and go with what he's saying. Or look at AV. He's proposing something here that no one's looked into, and I want to look into it this way. So the audience can judge for themselves. They have a conscious choice to make, whether or not they're going to accept whatever's been given and then just have the argument for the container and say, yeah, let's just talk about the container. You guys are saying the low pressure values you're saying at the Kármán line, and we can argue from there. But as I pointed out before, if you're going to make an argument on some points that are not validated, then what type of argument is that? Like if I say, well, okay, well, you guys are saying that this 10 to the negative, and flat earthers have been saying it with the number values being very different every time. 10 to the negative 17, right? At the Kármán line. It's like, dude, even in the globe lore, that's not the pressure reading, not the pressure value that it should be, where in that region it would be that. Because 10 to the negative 17 was something akin to being in the outer space, like out of the solar system, way out there. So that's what they're claiming in the idea that Earth's a globe. Not right at the Kármán line. You get what I mean? So it's just like getting the information down to where it's supposed to be put out exactly how either mainstream's putting out, or for us to give it a logically consistent argument against it. And I can't put an argument against something that doesn't exist. It needs to exist in order for me to say, okay, let's talk about 10 to the negative 6 at the Kármán line, and then put it against the pressure value reading at what we're saying on the surface. 14 pounds per square inch using barometer or whatever. Like, if I'm doing it that way, then I have something solid to substantiate my claim of the argument that I'm putting forward. So the components of my argument are made up of things that I can validate. If the components of my argument aren't made of things that I can validate, then what type of argument am I putting out?
Well, it depends what you mean by validate. I think this is perhaps.
Well,
hold on.
Right?
Let me
repeat it.
Yeah. So I think this is maybe where we segment in terms of how we think about it. I don't necessarily need to repeat the experiment myself. I just need to know that someone else can or could or has. So I think that's maybe the difference. It being repeatable in general is probably sufficient for me. Where from our conversation just now and hearing you today, perhaps yours is you want to personally be able to repeat it, which.
Well, it could be that, or rather, the information can be substantiated by way of a device that could do such a thing as they're proclaiming that it can in the regions that they're proclaiming that it can do that measurement. So
yeah, but what we're talking about,
I'm looking for the cowbell, right? I'm looking for the thing that's going to make the difference as to the reason why I would even justify something like that existing. Like if it, let's just say, for example, right? We have a device. And then, you know, somebody who's an engineer like Radwin, he's like, I'm going to take a look at this device. I'm going to test it. And if it can produce the results that I think it can, then I would say it's a viable option for this. Now, if he's not, or he's not able to get his hands on a device, or it's just like some idea that a device can do something that you think that it can do, but yet can't be tested to do the thing, then how is it possible that that device or thing that they're proposing is the thing you think is taking the measurement? So you get what I mean?
Well, cold cathodes do. They measure pressure. Like I know that much. Whether they can measure pressure on the lunar surface, I don't know for sure.
Point. That's the point.
So you sound like you're making up shit.
Go ahead, Radwin.
It sounds like he's making up everything.
Yeah. What's important, I think, in the worldview that they exist in, it's almost like something has to exist. Otherwise, if they can't produce some type of technology, then what do they got? A belief system. That's all it results.
Well, in fairness, AV, you were asking for readings from certain places around the atmosphere and in space. So we're going to need a device and a way of measuring it, and we're going to have to go and find that stuff. To be honest, I'd never Googled any of this before today, so I don't know what the algorithm's going to do to me.
That's no information.
Can a cold cathode measure pressure? Yeah, it can. That's verifiable. Can it do it on the surface of the moon? But we have results from the surface of the moon.
No, you don't. No, you're a liar.
What do you mean? I shared the document.
You are a liar. There's no results from the moon.
I shared it ages ago. Everyone's been taking the piss out of it in the chat. You can say that you don't believe them, or that
because space is fake. Oh, you can't.
Or that they're fake. But fake, you can't say that I didn't. You can't say I didn't.
I can prove it.
You can prove that I didn't post something, or you can prove they didn't go to the moon.
Space is fake, and I can prove you didn't go to the moon because space is
I
fake.
didn't go to the moon.
Nobody did.
It's just I've never claimed I've been to the moon, so we can do that.
Nobody's been there, so you can stop talking about the moon.
Okay, it seems like you can prove that
logical conclusion. It seems like a very logical conclusion.
I'm not sure it seems like a logical conclusion, but if you'd like to go ahead, that's fine. I'll pop an earbud in, and you can relay us with all of the moon. No one went to the moon. Not the moon isn't real. You didn't say that. You said that no one's ever been to the moon ever.
Why would the moon be fake? Can't you see it, or is it just me hallucinating that it's up there?
I was about to misspeak. I was correcting myself, not you.
So if we didn't go there, to you, the moon is now fake. If the moon is real, we went there. That's the logic.
No. Dude, that's not what I said. I said I was relaying your point, and I was about to say that the moon isn't.
Yet.
Your point is that no one went to the moon. You've told us.
Space is fake.
Space is fake.
Yeah, you finally heard it.
Fantastic. Can we hear more about that? I'm going to put my earbud in, and I might do some other things. But if you want to,
never mind. I don't have your attention. I can't go over it.
Okay, well, I shall grant you my attention. Space is fake. Floor is yours.
Did you notice how, as soon as I wanted to talk about it, you're like, I better go do something else so I don't really focus on what he's saying. It might ruin my worldview.
Dude, I've been here for 3 hours in my defense.
Nobody's told you this in 3 hours?
No, hold on, Radwin. He said he was going to put another earbud in so he could listen to you. So he was just going to put another.
Because he does other stuff.
Yeah, he's going to do something else. Yeah, he said that.
Okay, you have my full attention, and probably the attention of the room. Space
is water pulled down to the ground by gravity?
I thought this was space is fake.
You want me to debunk you or not? You have to agree to some stuff.
You shouldn't need my answers to prove something. Why would you need that?
Yeah, because I'm going to ruin your worldview. Does gravity hold water to the ground?
Does gravity hold water to the ground? Sure.
That's a yes. Great. So now, since I own a vacuum chamber and I can simulate outer space, I'm going to go ahead and take a cup of water that's sitting on my desk right here. It's being held down by gravity. I'm going to put it in my vacuum chamber. I'm going to close the lid, and I'm going to suck all the air out of it, and the water turns to gas. So if the water was in outer space, it would just turn into gas. So Earthball floating in outer space surrounded by water and air doesn't exist. It would just turn into gas and go everywhere. It doesn't. What happened?
Yeah, the fact that we're not vaporized does mean that space isn't real. You're right. My worldview is confused.
Yep, gravity does not pull water down.
Yeah, no, it doesn't pull anything down.
It was air pressure the whole time. Remove the air pressure, the water goes away.
What causes the air pressure?
What do you think? Look it up.
You're convincing me.
No, I'm not trying to convince you of anything.
You said you were going to decimate my worldview. What causes the air pressure?
What causes air pressure?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what causes air pressure? You tell me.
No, you tell me. You're convincing me. You're decimating my worldview.
Does invisible gravity create air pressure, or does a container create the air pressure?
I don't know. You're telling me. Remember, this is
container. You need a container for air pressure.
You don't need it.
I do.
You just need a force.
What's the force?
So we're set on we don't need a container now, or you're still convinced that we do? You just need force to create pressure.
A force. What force?
What do you mean, what force? You don't need a container for air pressure. You just need force. A force.
Okay, so you're just talking in a circle. So I pretty much ruined you. You're saying a force.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't tell me what force. You're saying a force. So like a force.
No, it's very simple.
I can put a force field around something.
Your claim was you require a container for air pressure.
Correct. That's physics. Yep, that's physics.
And you don't. Physics
gas laws 101. There you go.
Can you demonstrate
you disagree with physics and gas laws?
Physics disagrees with you. It's okay, though.
Demonstrate that claim, please. Can you demonstrate a steady gas pressure created by some force? Because what I understand from the definition of gas pressure, it's not created by a force. It's the force. The gas pressure is the force that gases exerts upon the walls of its container. So it's not created by a force. It is a force. Gas pressure is a force, not made by a force. You don't make a force by a force.
Yeah, created by the walls of the containment. Yep. If you didn't have the walls of the containment, gas would disperse. And furthermore, if you introduced it into a vacuum, then the water would sublimate, turn into a gas. So that you wouldn't have, as Radwin was describing, you wouldn't have the water on the surface of the earth. Because that's what happens in a vacuum with water. You do know this, right? Did we lose him?
Oh, me? I thought you were talking to someone else.
No, I mean, water sublimates in a vacuum, turns into gas. It's a different state, but it does turn into gas. Which holds to what Radwin was saying. That's why space is fake. Because if it was this vacuum, and furthermore, like I said, there is no demonstration of it being one, but if it was that, it would be turning water into gas. You wouldn't have water.
You don't. I don't. Maybe I wasn't listening. Maybe I drifted off. But there's loads of. You don't need a container to create pressure, gas pressure.
Yeah, you do. It's demonstrated in physics, dude. Like, you're just right now, I don't know, it's just coming about to say that you're just saying nuh-uh. Nuh-uh is not going to help, man. What we need is like the demonstration of the case of that's not true. So you can't just say no. You have to demonstrate why that's not the case. We have not only the consistent definition of gas pressure requiring containment, but also the demonstration of it being that.
Okay, hold on then. Let me.
Very important.
All right, 1 second.
Yeah, Sporadic E is putting something in the text channel for you to read, so hopefully you can read what Sporadic put it, because it's exactly the definition of what.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was just heading over there.
The link to Purdue also, EDU. This isn't just us saying it; it's demonstrated this way. Like, we have to agree that demonstrations trump any explanation, right? Because you're showing the practicality of this in the world. Oh, then. But yeah. Radwin made his point. We got Helioskeptic chiming in, putting a link there. You guys can look at that. Going to be leaving here in just a moment, but hopefully somebody can take over if anybody's in here. Or Elbow if you're here, or let's see who else is in here. That's a mod.
I think Radwin's still here.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, Doc.
Yeah, he can't talk. He's busy. He's at work. But the little moments that we get are probably him in between doing something, so. Sometimes when I'm at work, it sounds like a jet engine's behind me, so it's not often I get to talk to you on my good mic. And by the way, just to let everybody know, Cyrus, the homie, he came back through, so he's with us as well. If you guys remember Cyrus from back in the day, he knows a little bit about math, so some of your math questions directed to him. He can do it in long form.
I'm rusty. I'm rusty, but I'm sure. Go for it. Yeah, I just paper and I'll take a picture and I'll post it. Just classic, you know.
Well, they can't slip through with mathematics in this room when you're in here, so that's good.
Yeah, you can't be like, well, the math shows. Like, show me your work, sir.
Yeah, show me the work.
Let me see that math that shows. Well, gravity pulls hydrogen down. It's like, have you ran the math on that?
Yeah, that was a good one back in the day. Yeah, he is.
I did remember. Right? Some dude rage quit because I told him to attain the radius of the atom. So he went Newtonian. I was like, okay, fine, cool. I'll run the math. I'll run the math for you if you can give me the radius of hydrogen or of the atom. It's like I know you can't answer that question. So it's like, yeah, you rage quit. So that's that.
Yeah, we can excel in like putting people like in just showing how different people in here have the capabilities to carry the conversation forward, and it doesn't have to always be reduced to like absurdity. Like we can, if they want to be challenged, they can be challenged. There's people in here who have capabilities to challenge them on different levels. You know, logic, math. You know, even science. Like people want to question like the capabilities of people in this group that we have here, but it's proven. We can show you that the Earth is a horizontal plane, and it's not going anywhere. It's not moving. So. Yeah, but thanks for everyone who's joining us and being a part of the show. We got people on the 24/7 live listening to us on YouTube. I appreciate your guys' support. Don't forget to check out Helio Skeptic on YouTube. Throw him a sub or a follow. That's where you'll always get the content of where if you're not able to come into the Discord, then you'll always have the YouTube live stream. There's 2 live stream that are going on at all times, so you can be a part of those. Yeah, they usually do that. I know Mage did that, so we won't say anything. That way, the exit stage left will happen, unbeknownst to us. That's all right. This is where it usually goes. Then we await the next person, but hey, that's my gift. I actually have to be doing that too because I got some stuff I got. Oh, we got Says Who in here. Someone else who could take over. Yeah, I got a dip, Says Who. So if you're gonna stick around for a little bit.
Yeah, all right.
So
peace out, homie.
Yeah, later, dudes.
All right, peace out, man. We'll chat later, bro. Peace.
See ya.
What's going on? What are we talking about?
He's going to show us gas pressure without a container here.
Oh, okay.
He said there is many demonstrations that shows that you can create gas pressure with a force, he said.
Okay. I'm excited.
I mean, sure.
Oh yeah, it's just atmospheric
when an airplane
pressure
moves
and gravity. It's not. I mean, the way that you're breathing is pressure from the air above you pushing everything down. It's not. I thought I'd let everyone enjoy themselves, but yeah, it's just a downward force condensing gas molecules at a denser level closer to the Earth and less of them higher up, as evidenced by oxygen getting less frequent.
So great.
The higher you go on Earth.
Because
That's not demonstration. We were thinking that you were trying to find a demonstration of gas pressure.
What do you mean? But you can demonstrate it.
Just listen. Try to listen. So you're begging the question by pointing to the air that we breathe and claiming that it is not being contained, so it is held by gravity. That's begging.
If you want to call the atmosphere a container, that's fine. I have no issue with that. But you don't need.
Nobody is doing that, brother. Hey, hold on. No one's doing that.
Okay.
I mean, you might be doing that. Are you saying that the gas above is holding the gas down below? Is that you doing that?
Like, for example, we can demonstrate gas pressure being created by gas inside the container with different demonstrations in a lab. We can show you gas pressure gradient inside the container. The thing that we can't show in a lab, so in demonstrating is gas
air
pressure without a
air
container.
is more pressurized.
So he's not going to let you finish, Necros. He's going to just start talking through you.
Mate,
He's
I've
an
been spoken
asshole.
for about 15 minutes. You've been talking about me. You've been talking about me for 10 of them.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
He will interrupt me to just repeat the same claim. So air is being held down by gravity. That's a claim. That's not a demonstration that you can have gas pressure without a container. You can create gas pressure with a force. You're not demonstrating that. You're just claiming and making the claim again and again and repeating the same claim.
Yeah, but he's been pretty civil, guys. He's pretty civil.
Yeah,
Well, the few moments that I've been here, not so much.
No, he's not been pretty civil. He's been pretty imaginative.
Civil to interrupt someone to repeat the same exact claim that you just said? No. Demonstration. Like I said, I can demonstrate to you gas pressure within a container. And I can show you also the demonstration of gas pressure, the impossibility of having gas pressure without a container. So no force of gravity can hold the gas down or nothing. Can put a container of gas inside a vacuum chamber, expecting that gravity will hold that gas down like you're claiming. And if I open the lid of the container, gravity doesn't hold the gas down. It was only the lid of the container that held that gas down. And when I open container, the gas rush out to expand and fill the entire volume of that vacuum chamber. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so around about the time we asked for the demonstration of the thing that you guys are claiming, and then you can't find it, we hear you come back and go, oh, well, you know, I'm just going to make the claim again, give my explanation without any evidence, and then that's kind of where we always stop at, because no one's demonstrating gravity doing anything, ever, and we're just supposed to accept the stories? No.
No, you are not supposed to accept the story. A claim, what we are supposed to do is to just dismiss those claims that are been told to us without any evidence, because a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. No, we are not supposed to accept. That will be just blind belief. When you accept something without any evidence, that's a belief.
So I guess we can safely conclude that the idea of outer space and the vacuum is fake and doesn't exist, and there's no evidence of gravity, whatever it would be anyways, in so yeah, that part of the story totally debunked. Cool. Unless somebody is actually still on the hunt for that gravity holding air down, then I'll let you keep looking. You wouldn't think that would be very hard to find, right? Just an experiment where they took some gravity off the gravity tree, or in the gravity garden.
You're asking me to do something. I've been having a great chat in the chat. Me and Necros and Over Fences are having a lovely time together, telling jokes and everything.
Great. That's fantastic. No, I'm not asking. Did you think I was talking to you?
I was the last person who was being spoken to about gravity.
Did I address you correctly? Did I address you directly?
Well, I'm in the room. I guess that's a full form of direct address. No. If you weren't talking to me, that's fine. You don't have to.
Right. Yeah. Just let me bring you up to speed on something. We have a YouTube bot in here, so that we also have an audience on YouTube. And whoever might pop in the room at certain points, I'm just asking them if they have any evidence of gravity or gravity holding air down or gas pressure without a container. It's an open question. So I don't want you to think that I'm addressing you.
Specifically. Yeah, that's fine. No worries.
Terrific,
I'll get back to the chat. It's great.
Alrighty. So yeah, anybody, even especially those of you listening on YouTube that might be of the Globe persuasion, feel free to come in and let us know, because it would be interesting if you had any evidence of any kind where they pulled the gravity off the gravity tree and used it as an independent variable in an experiment for anything ever. Not even gas pressure, but just use that gravity and said, gravity does this, and this is how I know because it's my independent variable. That's what I want to see.
That is a tall order, friends.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked myself, right? I've scoured every place I know to look, and I haven't really come up with it, which is peculiar. Longer, since you're crunching chips, I'm glad you're here. Do you have any experiments you could show me where gravity is the independent variable? Any kind of experiment? You got one of those? Or are you just crunching chips today with your mic wide open? Is it Takis? Are you eating Takis? Could anyone tell me where gravity is produced? If it doesn't come from gravity trees, where can I find it at? Got to dig it up? Is it buried in the soil? Interesting.
Yo, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So how can the Earth be flat if my dick's curved?
3,959 points for you today.
Sorry, what's that?
You got 3,959 points for today.
For what? For doing what?
For your sentence. 3,959 points.
So you agree with it? Thank you.
That's your score, moron.
So the Earth is not flat, is what you're saying?
I would say that if Earth, why would Earth lie?
So why do we have earthquakes? If the Earth is flat.
I'm asking you, why would Earth? One question for you. Why would Earth lie?
Earth?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Why would ocean
You're speaking
lie?
to a baboon, Sasha. Yeah, you have to.
Okay. Why would water, what is flat in reality, curved?
It got too real for him. He bounced.
He thinks that if he swear, that will somehow do something with something.
No, he believes that he live on a dick. Yeah, he live on a.
Why they never ask like this? Like, if Earth is flat, how the surface would look like? Zigzag, triangle, or flat? I thought that some political opinion, some idea, some ideology can make people angry, but I never thought that geometry could make people so angry.
Dweller, I heard you come off mute and crunch more chips. Did you have something to say? Do you need help with the mute button? I can help you with that. Yeah, it looks like you're having trouble. I'll just help you out. There you go.
Fucking scam.
That was it? Say scam and then run? What's going on today?
That was concise.
It was very concise.
Hello. Is anyone present?
What can we do for you?
Just want to talk.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know, man. How's life in America?
Oh, you got the wrong room, Chief. This is 24/7 Flat Earth.
We can't talk about anything else.
No.
That's okay.
There's a ton of other channels in here for that.
Okay.
Got a live stream on YouTube. People are expecting to come in and hear conversations about the Earth and the nature of the surface.
Do you believe in a subterranean compartment of the Earth?
Well, there's obviously chambers in the Earth that hold all manner of things. Apparently molten rock, water, gas, oil, various minerals. So there's tons of things below the surface.
Do you guys
Can I interrupt you for a second? Just for a second. For example, you came here, now you want to ask the questions, but for example, if I ask you questions, is that will be related with something what you know, or something what you heard, or can you ask people directly a question, or you know what? Do you know what these people think? Do you know on which their position that you can ask that some kind of question what would be connected with them? Because you ask that question. Are you people? I don't know. Are you people religious? Let's say this question. That's not the question. It doesn't matter. You need to find out what is the position of these people, and then to build the question on that position. To ask, you are saying this. Okay, can I ask a question about that? Because you're now asking a random question because maybe you read something on the internet and you think that all people and all flat earthers think like that. I'm sorry if I interrupt you, but I only wanted to say this. If you can, find out what these people, what is the point, and then ask the question about that point.
So I should ask what is the point instead of asking about the nature of the Earth?
Yeah, you can ask about the nature of the Earth, of course.
So the subterranean. Sorry?
I was just going to say, that's what you were doing. You're fine. Go ahead.
So are you guys, are you pretty orthodox when it comes to the subterranean aspects of the Earth?
What do you mean orthodox?
Like, do you agree with the globetards?
Well, what is their cosmology? I mean, you're obviously aware that they think that there's a crust that's sphere-shaped, right? So as soon as we go ahead and measure that old crustiness and it's not sphere-shaped, I think everything else is pretty much toast, right? Now, there could be, I suppose, if you knew the actual entirety and shape and what actually is going on underneath the surface, you could say, oh yeah, well there's this layer and then there's that layer. But the idea of a giant jawbreaker or gobstopper where there's bubble gum or molten iron and nickel in the middle of it, I'm going to say no. We don't hold to that because nobody's actually even proven any of that. We haven't dug more than 8 miles, so whatever's beyond 8 miles, who the hell knows?
Okay. I'll just let you guys lead the convo because I'm not really a science guy.
Well, that's the fun part about this. You don't have to be a science guy. You just have to know geometry, right? So if something is not curving in any way, shape, or form, what would it be? It's real simple.
Linear?
Yeah, like a line, like flat, like straight. So if the Earth is not curving, then it would be a line, flat, horizontal, level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of solves it, huh? Right? There's nothing else to talk about.
Yeah, there's nothing more it's not too complicated. You know, you just check and see if it's curving, especially over water, because the idea is that the water is curving at the same rate uniformly around a ball. Well, then you measure the water. It's not doing that. It's nice and flat and horizontal and straight, as measured by everybody, by the way. And yeah, flat Earth. No degrees required.
Okay. I'm on board.
Sweet. Now all we need is a blood sample, mother's maiden name, and your credit card number. Kidding.
No, I know, dude. I just a little bit hungover. So, do you guys have disagreements within your sphere? No pun intended. Your sphere of thought. Do you guys have?
Yeah, we have disagreements.
Okay.
I got to jump off real quick. Somebody else can take this combo, please.
What are some of the eating beliefs that you guys are still hypothesizing?
Oh shit, it's Flat Earth 24/7, baby. You know, what I love about this room is how quickly I get banned. Oh, I've been unmuted. How lovely. Literally.
Somebody banned you because of geometry.
I don't know what you just said. Why is literally everyone in this room self-muted? Other than...
Because when they don't want to speak, they put themselves on mute.
Interesting.
Do you find that strange? When people doesn't want to speak, they put themselves on mute. Is that strange?
I mostly just like raw dog the experience by just keeping my microphone on, and if you hear me like saying retarded shit in the background, that's just also doing business.
Okay. And what do you think about sea level?
Sea level?
Yeah.
Well, I personally think that if you stand on a dock and you look out into the horizon, that you can watch a boat disappear from the bottom up,
what distance?
and that this
what distance that's What distance is that happening?
I've looked this up. Maybe you have different sources, but from what I looked up was about 3 miles is when the average person will start to see a boat going away from them, like disappear from the bottom up.
And that's happening every time when you're watching or disappear or 3 miles.
Well, I don't actually do this in real life. I've Googled what it would look like because I don't go outside.
Do you know what? I did that in real life.
And what were your results? Did you observe direct evidence that the Earth is flat?
I observed this, I will tell you. I was in Edinburgh last week. It's Scotland.
I'm American. I don't... Oh, Scotland. Okay, I do
and that is near to beach, and it's called Beach Portobello. And I was watching I was only watching the beach, with my phone. And I was zooming in, and I saw some house, That lighthouse is something like about 20 kilometers. And I saw also other islands and shores around, from the left to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's like, to cut to the chase, I like to get right at the point, like, what do people believe? So, like, do you believe the Earth is like a cube? Is like a plate?
It's not about beliefs, you idiot.
Wait, hold on. I'm asking a genuine question.
I don't know what is the shape of the entire Earth. I can tell you how it can look like a big lake,
Do you believe in like the solar system as it is taught traditionally?
Okay, why should I believe in that?
I'm not even like arguing or advocating. I'm
asking you. You're asking me questions. You're asking me questions. Do you believe? Should I believe in that, or should I know that there is solar system and that it's factual, real, and that's not?
Okay.
I'm asking you this question. Should I believe that? So, do you believe, or that there we have a solar system?
You're countering my question with the question, and I will answer.
Yeah, I want to know about you because you asked me. I don't believe in stuff. I want to know. That means I cannot believe in solar system. but I don't know anything about the solar system. But if you do, you believe now asking question, or you know about the solar system?
I believe I know about the solar system.
Okay, you know about the solar system.
Yes, I believe so.
You believe or you know?
I believe.
That means you don't know. You only believe.
Well, to be honest, I would normally say I know, but I also know in the context of this conversation that you'd probably prefer it if I say believe, which is still accurate, because you can believe something.
I will put you like simple. You want to boil the water. Do you believe that you can boil the water if you put the on the oven to heat the water, or you know that if you heat the water that it will boil the water?
To be fair, I don't think those are mutually exclusive. I can believe it and know it. No.
Yeah, but you cannot believe and know it.
Why not? That makes no sense.
Okay, I believe that the dragon. I believe the dragon exists. That means I know the dragon exists.
Okay.
Okay. Is that okay or that's fallacious? Is that fallacious or okay?
I think we're getting a bit derailed here. Do you believe, like, what shape of the Earth is reality? Like, you don't want to
reality.
You don't want to seem to
what's the shape of the frame of okay, I will ask you this. What's the shape of the surface of the Earth? Of the surface of the water, sorry.
Surface.
Of the water.
Oh, at like surface level? Like how far out? Oh, I mean, like
what
if
is
you're
the shape?
I mean, obviously, if you're standing at a shoreline and you're just looking out onto a flat environment, it can appear flat. I don't think anyone's ever tried to seriously deny that there is no angle at which the Earth may appear flat.
Appear flat, but let's say if it's flat, how should it be?
If it is flat,
you said it could appears. That means it is not. Only could appears. But let's say if it really is flat, how then will be?
Well, I would imagine you've heard this said before, but I will repeat in the sense that other people probably have said this before, so this is a repetition. So, it looks flat here down on the ground on the surface, but
it is not.
But yeah, it's not really flat because we are just tiny.
Okay. Now I'm asking you, how would it look like if it was flat?
How would it look like if it was flat? Well, well, for starters, that boat off into the distance that disappears from the bottom up.
Forget the boat now. Well, we are speaking now only about the surface. I ask you, you said if I am on the beach and I'm looking the surface, it only looks flat, but it's curved. And I ask you, how would it look like if it's flat?
I would imagine there would be some subtle difference in how it looks, perhaps curved that's difficult to spot by the untrained eye would not actually be there if it was if it truly was flat.
Let's repeat again. We have a surface and it looks flat. But you're saying that what is looking flat only looks flat, but it's curved. Now, I want to know how that would look like if was flat with the same observation. Because you said that only looks like flat. But let's imagine if it is flat, how that observation will look like. Can you tell me that?
How would it look like if it looks flat? It would look flat.
The same?
I wouldn't say the same. I think if it was really flat versus not flat at all.
Let's say 10 miles. If you see the 10 miles of water flat, is it that flat surface or is it that curved surface?
It seems to me like you're trying to set up a frame from which to like begin the real conversation from. Like what
I will come to that.
you...
Yeah, I will come to that. We are speaking now only about 10 miles of surface, which looks flat, but what is measures flat, but it is not flat.
Mm-hmm.
How would it look like if it's flat?
I would imagine flat.
That's what we have. We have an observation of 10 miles, the flatness. But you said that is not flatness.
Yes, looks can be deceiving. More than meets the eye. The phrase "more than meets the eye" can come into play, which is why I repeat again.
We have observation 10 miles of the sea doesn't change elevation. 10 miles doesn't change elevation. You understand? Doesn't go up and down. It's a smooth, quiet sea, sea level. And how that would look like if that's not flat? You're saying that's not flat. How does it look like if it was flat? Yeah.
We're getting kind of lost, like this circular questioning.
Okay, let's ask me like
beginning. You're losing me here.
Let's ask you simple. If I show you the 10 miles distance surface flat, can you call that surface flat?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that on this Earth sphere, you cannot have 10 miles of the flatness?
Says who?
Your model.
Oh, that's what I was agreeing to, that you can't have 10 miles of flatness, and that is like...
Are you disagreeing that you cannot have 10 miles of flatness on the globe?
I believe you can have 10 miles of stuff that appears flat. Are we going to seriously say that on a spherical world that a patch of flat 10 miles is...
Okay, what will happen on the 10 miles on the spherical world?
I mean, under this hypothetical, nothing. You would just have
not hypothetical. Let's put everything in reality.
Sasha, I'm going to be honest with you. I've mentioned that this is getting circular, and you keep going through the same line of questioning. You're trying to build up to a point, so why don't we just move along to the next one?
Because you're speaking about distances, and that's the air. Do you know the size of the air?
Do I know the size of the air?
The earth, not air. Earth. Excuse me, because my accent, maybe it's not...
Okay, I forgive you. I don't know the size of the Earth.
That's very important, what you don't know.
What is the size of the Earth? Enlighten me.
It's 3,959 miles in radius.
3,959.
That's not true.
That's not true?
No.
Okay.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, considering I am in the 24/7 flat Earth room.
Okay, if that's not true, can you post me the real radius of the Earth?
0.
Yeah.
If you want to play game with the kilometers, it's 6,000 something. Is it that the real radius 3,959 or 3,958 point blah 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 blah? It's 0.59, or I'm wrong. Well, doctor, my friend, I talked to him. And the vision in my brain still remains, and the sound of silence
Tell man, so flatness will look different if Earth is flat. Okay. It will look curved to have flat. Because if it's curved, then it's observably flat. For having flat, you need to have observably curved. Interesting logic. Like I said, geometry always hurting people, making people blind, making people angry. What else? Not ideology, geometry, man. Geometry can ruin your life.
Come on, guys, talk about something while I do the dishes.
Just waiting for somebody to provide that evidence of curvature. Nobody can seem to do it.
Isn't curvature necessary antecedent for a sphere?
That would depend, unless the sphere has an infinite radius.
Do you know any sphere sporadic which has no curvature?
A sphere with an infinite radius.
That doesn't mean anything. Infinite does not exist. Do you know that?
I know.
Because some people believe that infinite exists. There is no end because I was not there. And it's everything the same. That's infinity. Can you measure the drop over distance on any sphere? Yes, you can.
Ti moraš skočiti da prodam.
Hello, governors.
There's a lot of carrying on going on in the text chat without regards to any measured curvature. There's a lot of debate and discussion regarding gravity, but hey, I mean, if you're going to suggest that gravity has a radius, I'm going to need a curvature measurement to go with that R value. So we could even give these folks gravity. We could give them the kind of gravity that reverses the trajectory of gas molecules. The kind of gravity that would condense gas, forcing it together, increasing heat that's given off. We could give that to them. We could also give them the gravity that causes gas molecules to go in parabolic arcs instead of straight directions, as is commonly understood. We can give all that to them. Now show us that the gravity vector is pointing inward to a common center. So we can give you the kind of gravity that contradicts gas laws, and you still can't use it to prove that Earth is a globe. Yep, and we know some folks come in here and don't want to define gas pressure for us. Why? Because it precludes the whole mass attracting mass claim that they need to say that gravity is creating an atmosphere around Earth and holding gas molecules back from the immense vacuum of space. They also claim to know what an experiment is, only if they get to redefine what the meaning of an experiment is and what it does. Because they know that if they stick to the actual definition of an experiment, that they don't actually have any experiments that demonstrate, let alone prove any of their claims for a globe. So you have to redefine what gravity is, redefine what mass is, redefine everything. The laws of physics redefine what's observed and measured in reality in order to support a belief of globe curvature that none of you have ever actually seen.
Come on, haven't you flown in an aircraft? I got a joke for you. What does Earth's curvature and talk like a pirate have in common?
Oh, that's a good one. Go for it. Say it.
You're gonna need an R for that.
R.
Sorry I had to take off, everybody, but I was gone for a couple hours. And in that time, at no point did the Earth move. So I think we're still good. Keep rocking it.
We got Isaac Paul that just joined the chat. Looks like he's got the crucifix or something as his avatar.
Hello.
How you doing, Isaac?
Good, man. How are y'all doing?
Excellent. So, the forum you just entered is Flat Earth Forum, right?
Yeah.
All right, so are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, Isaac?
I used to entertain Flat Earth. I don't anymore.
Why is that, sir?
You have the shadows of in Egypt that are cast at different angles depending on the time of day.
Okay, so in order to have an angle, you need two straight lines, right?
What is it? Sorry?
In order to have an angle, you need two straight lines, right?
I don't know what you're saying.
So in order to have shadow angles, for an angle, you need two straight lines.
Okay.
One of them being the bottom, the floor.
Okay.
And the other one angled at the light source.
I'm not really following you. I'm more of a visual person, not an audible.
Well, just think about it, right? So you have a light source, and you have an object. So however far away the object is from the light source, there's going to be an angle of shadow cast from that, right? Depending on how close you are to the light source. That makes sense?
I think I can't remember the name of the Greek. I think it was a Greek, but basically he did studies in Egypt a very long time ago when he was alive, and he made a conclusion because of the shadows cast at different angles depending on the type of time of day, and he theorized that the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, we understand it. People like that's kind of the usual argument people come in with Eratosthenes. But I want you to think about, in order for you to have an angle, you need two straight lines. So when you're measuring angles on the surface of the Earth, the bottom line is going to be the one that's on the Earth. The other line for the shadow is going to be the one that's from the ground to the object.
Yeah, I'm not totally opposed that the Earth could be like a plane. I'm not opposed to that. I just I think it's not really pertinent to my belief. So overall, it doesn't really it doesn't talk about eternal life, salvation.
Well, think about this. Yeah, think about this. What it does, you look like a religious man because of your avatar. I'm just guessing here. I don't know if you are.
Yeah.
But if that is the case, Isaac, then what you're saying about what God created is not what He created, but what man has put in your mind about what to think about what He created. So, in other words, man's telling you a story about God's creation, and you're believing man over what God says. That's one way to think about it if you're going that way.
No, I can address your argument. That's
Go for
not
it.
where I'm coming from, though. A long period of time. I do believe in the literal creation as defined in Genesis. But like when you look at this passage, in one of I think it's in the book of Job. I'd have to search it because I don't have a computer brain.
38 and 14. I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Yeah, but that word that
Job 38, 14.
as that word that's been translated as sphere is actually orbus in Latin.
Oh, that's not it. I'm sorry. That wasn't it. I gave you that. That's not the scripture that you're thinking of. It's a different one. It's in Isaiah. I have to look that one up, but it's not the one that I just gave you. But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So orbus is a sphere in Latin. It's not used to show circle or sphere. Or excuse me. What is the word?
Ball.
No, No. Orbis is to show that it is a sphere. It's not used to ever denote anything 2D or flat.
Yeah, but you're using the what translation are you using? What Bible translation?
So Saint Jerome in the 4th century, he looked at the Hebrew, the Greek, and the Syriac, and where they all agreed, he translated that into the Latin equivalent. So the Greek manuscripts he had available to him in the 4th century, in combination with the Syriac Peshitta and the Hebrew in Jerusalem, because he studied with the rabbis and he learned Hebrew for 8 years while he was in Jerusalem. He wrote Orbis, which is orb, where we get orb from, which is a ball.
Yeah, that's great. Now, if you're going to take the word contextually, then in Genesis, do you think it describes a solar system?
Wait a minute, what verse is that?
Wait, what?
He's talking about the one in Isaiah that describes ball, which is translated from the word shug. Or I say shug, but it's probably shug.
Right, so the Bible, the original manuscripts doesn't have Orbis anywhere in it, right?
Yeah, it does.
Because it wasn't written in that language.
It does in the Latin Vulgate.
Originally, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the originals were written in Latin. So the Hebrew wrote in Latin.
It's in the Greek Septuagint.
What's the verse?
Anyway, man, I'm not trying to get into a dispute about this. You can believe what you want to believe. I'm just trying to say one way to conclude that.
Okay, what's the verse? What's the question, dude?
Huh? It's not a question. It's more of a declaration.
Can I have the verse, please? Yeah, what's the verse? That's the question, dude. What's the verse?
Okay, hold on. Calm down. It's Isaiah 40:22. Says,
I think that's
it is he that sitteth upon the globe of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as locusts. He that stretcheth out the heavens as nothing, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell on. This word globe is orbos in Latin.
Yeah. Well, hold on a second. I was asking him for the translation that he was using. He still hasn't gave that to me, so I don't know. He might tell you. AI.
Yeah, Dewey Rhymes. The Dewey Rhymes.
There we go. Dewey Rhymes. There it is.
Of course, it's the Dewey
Yeah.
Rhymes. So
come up with your own conclusion. You can believe it's a flat planet
you understand
or it's a globe. It really doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
that not all translations are divinely inspired.
It doesn't have
Inspired,
anything to do with. It is divinely inspired because I'm Catholic. I used to be Protestant.
Oh yeah. Well, hold on, dude.
Mm-hmm. So my argument, and
why are you just steamrolling like?
No. Let me tell you.
Oh, you're AI. Yeah, hold on, dude.
Can't even address what you just said.
Hey, hold on. Yeah, AI, you're roboting really bad. So
dude, it's painful. It's painful, right? It's painful. I get it, dude. It's painful. I understand.
What?
Dude, you gonna be okay? No, your argument is you're muted. That's your argument, dude. There you go.
I think. Yeah. I'll try again, AI.
Yeah, so in the Latin Vulgate, did they differentiate the term "tug" from the other term, which gets translated as a ball in the different verse in the same book? That's what I want to know. Yeah, the Septuagint's Greek, right? Actually,
Isaac, you still there?
He put me on mute.
No, you're back. I'm listening to you. You were just lagging out really bad, and he was trying to like answer you, but you were like hopping in and out with like your call.
Look.
So yeah,
it comes down to a matter of faith. Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong, because faith is something that you have to form your own convictions about. I personally put more trust and faith in St. Jerome because he lived, 1,600 years ago. And it is a matter of faith and trust, truly trust, just that he is making the best judgment call to write Orbis there. Because he read and cross-referenced the Hebrew that was available to him at the time in Jerusalem, the Greek Septuagint, which is available to him from the church, and the Syriac Peshitta, and also a fourth one, the Italica, or the Latin that was available to him, and he wrote Orbis.
Right, so there's another word that appears in Isaiah that actually means Paul directly. Right, and it's a different word than the word used in this verse. So how do you translate that word?
You have synonyms, and there's synonyms in languages, not just sure. You can someone can use a synonym.
Right, that's fair. So then, secondly, the syntax is, or the grammar isn't even correct. The circle of the earth, or the globe of the earth. Like, how does the globe of the earth even make sense?
Hold on, I'll try to read if I can find a commentary here. I'm pulling it up in my Bible here.
So, for example, it says he inscribed a circle on the face of the deep, right? So did he describe the globe on the face of the deep?
Hold on. Isaiah 40:22. Okay, which passage are you reading so I can pull to it? Hello?
Hold on, I'll look it up.
But yeah, in Knox's translation of the Latin Vulgate, in that 40:22, it reads, "There is one sits so high above its orb, those who live on it seem tiny as locusts. One who has spread out the heavens like gossamer, as he were pitching a tent to dwell in."
It's Proverbs 8:27.
Okay, Proverbs 8:27.
He drew a circle on the face of the deep. He drew a horizon on the face of the deep. He set a compass upon the face of the deep.
I'm pulling to there now. You said 8:27.
Open the Hebrew. There we go. The heavens. He inscribed the horizon, the vault of the horizon, the chug, on the face of the deep, dude. It's clearly not intended to mean a ball.
Yeah, on my translation here, it says I'll just read 24 through 27. You said. Says here, already I lay in the womb when the depths were not yet in being, when no spring of water had yet broken. When I was born, the mountains had not yet sunk on their firm foundations. There were no hills, yet not had he made the earth, or the rivers, or the solid framework of the world. And then in the footnote here it says, in the Hebrew text, the open spaces, or the beginnings of the world's dust.
Dude, what is that? How is that relevant?
Where is it? How is it translated in your Bible?
8:27, dude. Did you even read 8:27?
King James? Yeah, I did.
Here, I'll do it from the Hebrew, dude. I was there when he established the heavens, when he inscribed the chug, the horizon, or the circle, upon the face of the deep.
You're reading English. Where's Hebrew?
Dude, I'm reading the direct translation of the Hebrew, dude. Good grief.
Yeah.
You want me to pronounce? You want me to read it in actual Hebrew dialect? No, you're not.
Hebrew doesn't always translate.
Dude, read 827. Read 827 out. Just 827. Read it. So whatever translation, and say what translation you're reading from.
Yet had he made the earth or the rivers or the solid framework of the world.
Dewey Rames is not usually. It's not. I don't think it's sufficient for context.
Dude, what the heck?
No, it's not the dot.
Dude, what the heck is that, dude?
Yep.
I'm reading it straight out of the Hebrew, dude.
No, you're not. You're reading a translation of Hebrew.
Oh my goodness, dude.
No.
He wants you to read it in the dialect. AI is.
No, he doesn't understand how this stuff works.
Out of the Latin.
He's a very menial level.
So the Latin translation, I'm reading the Knox here.
So you're reading some guy's translation of the Latin, dude. You're not reading the Hebrew.
All we have is translations. Do you know Hebrew? You and me are native.
Holy
English,
crap, dude.
right? So all we have is the English to go by. Even in our records, we have. Even in our dictionaries.
Yeah, dude, nobody cares that you're laughing in the background, so we're just going to kick you, okay? Or put yourself on mute. Hey, your mom might be impressed with your giggles when she visits you late at night, but we're not. All right, go to the Hebrew. Which word does it say that is in your translation?
So I'll use the King James.
Which word? Which English word? Oh my God, dude! Which English word? Dude, why is it so painful to talk to you? Which English word are they putting in the place of chug in that translation that you read?
This is not a Hebrew translation. This is a Latin translation.
Oh, really? No freaking duh, which is exactly what I said at the beginning, dude. So find out which word is being replaced.
Hebrew, though, that's why.
Yeah, dude. So if it's cross-referenced, this isn't a hard question. Someone who you are trying to pretend to be, like you know what you're talking about these translations, tell me which word they translated from tube.
Like you are?
Here, watch this question, dude, and let's see if it's possible for you to answer it. Which word in the translation did you just read that they translated from tube? Which one?
I don't have an interlinear Bible with all those there.
All right, get muted till you provide it. Go get it. Go get it, dude. Until then, you got nothing to talk about. You can play your games. So.
He's just going to appeal to Saint Jerome at the end of the day because that's who he said he puts his faith into. So, however Saint Jerome transliterated that word over is what he's going to say. Yeah, we'll run with that. Whatever he said. So he's appealing to Saint Jerome as the highest order of his translation. So that's why he's going with the Latin because that's where Saint Jerome would come in and say, like, that's where
but like as far as I know, all appearances of that word have nothing contextually to do with orbs. So, for example, look at the context of the verse. His translation was absolute garbage, dude. You could tell the difference between what I read and what he read. It said, "I was there." Let me go back to it. Hold on. Let me open it again. All right. 827. So here, I'll read the King James. Go to the King James. 27. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depth. Okay, the other translations say when he set a compass upon the face of the deep, when he set the horizon upon the face of the deep, when he set a circle upon the face of the sea. Okay, they're talking about a circle in relation to the oceans, known as the horizon, the circle. That's not talking about a globe in any way, shape, or form. There's nowhere else where you can get this tube to mean globe from the Bible. It's like you have to put it in there, man. Not only that, but there's an explicit word in the same Isaiah that means ball. It means ball in itself. And there's nowhere that chug means ball in itself. So the idea that you could just say, oh, chug means Earth's a globe, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't add up. And I asked this dude, which word in this verse was translated from chug? I don't know. Okay, well, that's what you need to know to prove your case that chug should be translated globe. Because from what I see here, okay, he sits above the circle of the earth. What circle? Here. When he prepared the circle on the face of the depths. So the circle of the earth is on the face of the depths, right? The extent of the horizon or the encompassment, right? That sounds to me like he's sitting above a circle which is flat. How do you get ball? How do you get ball out of circle? Makes no sense.
Yeah, that other translation he was reading says when he prepared his throne on the winds. That very line that you reads in that version, he prepared his throne on the winds. So it's not even close to what it means in the translation.
What version is he? What version was he doing? Dewey Reams.
Dewey Reams. Yep. I'm telling you that it's so.
No. This verse. No, 8:27. Check this out, brother. In 8:27, the Dewey Reams says, "When he prepared the heavens, I was present. When with a certain law and compass he enclosed the depth." So with a certain law and a compass, he enclosed the depth. So it's talking about encircling the seas, enclosing the depths. There's no globe here. Also following the Dewey Reams, because it's considered a Catholic translation. The next one in the Catholic public domain, it says, "When he prepared the heavens, within a certain law and a circuit, he fortified the abyss." Next one. "When he established the heavens, there I was, when he marked out the vault on the face of the deep." Next one. "He established the heavens, I was there when he drew a circle on the face of the deep." Next one. "I was there when he set a circle upon the face of the deep." Next one. "I was with him when he made a circle over the face of the depths." "When he set a circle upon the face of the deep." "When he prepared his throne upon the winds." That's the Brenton Septuagint. There's no globe anywhere in any of this.
In any case, shug is translated from the word in Hebrew to circle. So it's not orbis. Orbis came from like another transliteration. So he's trying to say orbis is what they meant by saying globe in the version that he was reading from Dewey Reams. And I think that was in context with
8:27. LATINBLUGATE. Okay, 8:27. "Quanto terbat kelos adorum quando contra lege gyro velapata bistos." There you go. That's what it says.
He's probably going to get you on a technicality that you didn't say it correctly.
I'm going to look at the...
I was really taking him to the context of Genesis, because I think that was where we started with the foundation. And it doesn't matter what version you're using, the context is there. There is no heliocentric system that was designed.
Yeah, let me read this for you. Let me read this. So in the Latin Vulgate, cum fotibum calum eramet cum fotibum circulum super fader abyssae. In English, "When I was founding the heaven, I was there. When I was setting the circle upon the face of the deep." Interesting.
Yeah, that guy did.
So Saint Jerome wrote circle there. Why do you write orbis in the other one?
Let me unmute him. He's back.
So, first and foremost, your Bibles have different number markers on the verses.
Your Bibles?
I gave you. Look, You guys are very,
Proverbs 8:27. Proverbs 8:27. The question on the table is what word
continue to read verse 28, because in the Britain Septuagint, the English Septuagint, the verse markers are not the same as the one in the King James. Same thing in the Knox translation. The verse markers were not the same. So I had to leave.
I don't care, dude. Further. Okay, who cares? Who cares? Where does Coog appear? Where does Coog appear?
All right, I'll try to show that to you. If you'll please, I'll let you talk. Just why do you have to mute me? I don't understand that.
Because he wanted you to go and search out.
We give people 3 chances to present their evidence, and then they go on mute till they present it. That's how it works around here.
So it's literally been 30 seconds. You muted me within 30 seconds. How am I able to even form a concise thought?
Yeah. 3 chances where you're not directly addressing that you're about to present the question about your evidence when asked. You get muted, and then you get told you can come back when you're ready to present that evidence. Because we don't dither around and play games. We want the facts. We want the points. We want the evidence. We ain't got all day. We have finite lifespans. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're all going to die. You know, I'd like to know the answer to the question before I'm dead, you know?
So in the... Okay, you said it was chapter 7, verse what again? Or chapter 8, right?
Okay, I'll read it out to you, and then you can find it parallel. When I was founding the heaven, I was there. I set a circle upon the face of the deep. There you go. Find that in your translation. That's those sentences, and then you'll know.
My Latin translation of the Knox of the 20th century, it says, I was there when he enclosed the sea within its confines, forbidding the waters to transgress and their assigned limits. When he poised the foundations of the world.
So
he translated as he.
Perfect. So now which?
In its confines.
Yeah, so now which words? Yep. Which words are chug? Which of those words you read were translated from chug?
I don't know Latin, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Well, go find out. But that's what you need to know, bro.
And then the Greek. All we have is English.
That's your argument right there, bro.
Holy crap, dude. This is why you get muted, dude, because we tell you go find out, and then I got to hear you blabbity blab. Why don't you just agree that you're going to go find out?
Oh, yeah, you also blabbity blab about the fact that the earth isn't flat. Yeah, you blabbity blab about that. Okay, calm down. You blabbity blab.
So now I'll read the Proverbs in the Britain Greek Septuagint. Proverbs, it's a different verse.
He's not finding the word AI. He's still going to read another verse, yet still hasn't demonstrated.
When he secured the fountains of the earth.
Isaac, you still haven't demonstrated what word is shug. We're trying to figure out from the Hebrew into like what version you're reading that word is translated over to what you think is globe. Or what word is it? What does shug translate over?
Circle. We're talking about the circle that encompasses.
No, we're talking about chug, dude. We're talking about which words are translated from chug. I've only asked it about 17 times at this point.
That's one passage. Isaiah 40:22.
No, bro. Which words were translated from chug? That's the question.
Globe. And the Dewey rhymes, which is orbis in the Latin. It's chug in Hebrew. It's orbis in the Latin.
Yeah, dude. Give me the Latin. Give me the Latin source that says orbis. Post it.
Sure.
I didn't find one. In fact, what I read out while you were on mute was circle.
So it's Isaiah.
So I want what word is chug in the Isaiah passage, and I want what word is chug in the Psalms. Or Proverbs, whichever one I read out.
40:22.
And then I want you to justify contextually why it's clearly not a ball in any sense, but it's some dude decided it's a ball. Because the sources don't say ball in any way, shape, or form. And all the other appearances of chug don't say ball anywhere. They're all talking about circles, encompassments, limits, etc. which aren't balls, by the way. Circles aren't balls, in case you didn't know.
I understand that.
You know, Isaiah actually knew that. Isaiah was intelligent enough to use two different words when he was talking about a ball in his own chapters. You know, the book of Isaiah, where it says ball, and it's a completely different word that literally means ball. So why is it the case that all the other Hebrews understood when they were writing different chapters and they were different authors that tube didn't mean ball? And that's why they didn't use ball in the place of tube when they were talking about the circle of the earth, the circle of the bounds, the circle of the horizon, the circle that was set on the face of the deep. There's no way a ball fits any of that.
Well, it's the circle around the face of the deep is translated sea within its confines, the phrase confines. So you can translate it as circle if you want. You can translate it as confines. You can translate it as there's multiple ways to translate that.
No, there's multiple ways people did translate it. That doesn't mean there's multiple ways that they should have translated it. Those are two different things.
All right. Well, I don't really read. I don't understand Latin. I don't read Latin. So.
Yeah. Who cares, dude? The originals were Hebrew, bro. So you can go to the source Hebrew. You don't have to go to the Latin. Let's not forget. Hold on, dudes. Alpha. Hold on, brother. No, let's point this out for the audience so the audience understands. Let's not forget our history lessons, because we all learned from our history class that the Catholic Church intentionally put the Bible into Latin so that people wouldn't understand it.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. That's interesting, brother. It's interesting that we know from history class that the Catholic Church intentionally withheld the free access to the scriptures by putting it in a language nobody could read at the time. Oh, it's almost like they were trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. Interesting.
Let's not jump into a tangent. We're talking about 4th century St. Jerome, okay? All right, so in the Brenton Septuagint English, it says Isaiah 40:22. He does use the word circle. He says, "It is he that comprehends the circle of the earth."
Oh, so not ball then.
As far as grasshoppers. So we don't have any extant Hebrew from the time of Jerome. We only have the Masoretic text, which is 8th century, 9th century extant. That's why my argument is...
Yeah, what's in the Masoretic text? Is it ball? No.
The Hebrew he had available to him was in Jerusalem in the 4th century.
Alpha, does that sound like he answered the question? It sounded like he completely dodged it to me. He noticed that it said circle. You're supposed to be showing me where it's globe, dude, not circle. So you showed me evidence. You showed me evidence it's circle. No, it can't be translated ball, dude. It can only be translated ball by a retard because there's no source document that it means ball. So yeah, St. Jerome was a little retarded when he put orbis, which you still even haven't demonstrated that any text says that, which I asked for.
Well,
hey, go get the text where it says orbis. Go get that so I can see it. How about that? Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
And then you need a preceding text where it justifies the use, right, from the original language that he's using globe, which so far, when we've looked at the other context, it doesn't mean ball. It means circle or bounds or the on the face of the deep. And it's on the face of the deep, right? So a ball isn't going to be the bounds of the waters on the face of the deep. That literally makes zero sense. Complete nonsense.
You know you're closed-minded, right?
Yeah, I'm closed-minded, dude, because I'm putting you to actual scrutiny. Yeah, closed-minded, dude. Get real.
Yeah, no, you're closed-minded, and it's okay.
Whatever, dude. Here, I'm going to close your mind, dude. Here, guess what you are? You're closed-minded. So I'm closed-minded, so you're closed-minded. There you go.
Hey, but are you orbis-minded, or is that does that mean confined in Latin, or? Got him.
Dude,
But I was just thinking
you're
that's so
closed
crazy,
minded
bro.
because you're met with actual scrutiny, and you can't answer the questions, dude. You can't get the source and provide it when asked. And then when you looked it up, you actually found the cross reference had the word circle. So you got no justification for why it should be a globe there. No, none at all. No justification at all. Now, like I said before, Isaiah, who wrote the book of Isaiah, was intelligent enough to know the difference between a ball and a circle, which is why he used two different words to describe those things when he was talking about the two different things. And that's also why the guy who wrote Psalms also agreed with Isaiah that it wasn't a ball, because when he was talking, he didn't use tug as a ball at all. Right? And he didn't use the word that he knew, that Isaiah knew, for ball. So clearly they're not talking about a ball. Makes zero sense to conclude that he sitteth upon the globe of the earth. That makes zero sense.
So what about gravity? Is gravity a real thing? Does gravity draw things into a tight fist?
I don't know. Who cares?
Nobody cares.
Well, Globers care because they always come in here telling us that gravity forms a ball.
Nobody cares. I said, who cares? You said nobody cares.
No, so I said who cares. You said nobody cares.
No, wait. So I don't care versus nobody cares, right?
What?
So how does gravity work out in space? Oh, is there such a thing as space? Well, there's no such thing as space, right?
I don't know, dude. I think
space can be quantified. Okay, so is there such thing as outside of the flat Earth, right? Is that
nobody knows, homie.
Nobody knows. Well, nobody cares and nobody knows.
Man, I didn't say nobody cares.
Well, let me ask you this. Who cares enough to create a fake planet? A fake flat planet, right? Who cares?
Maybe Satan. How about him?
Satan. Okay. So this planet is run by Satan.
Well, the Bible describes Satan as the god of this world. So if you're adherent to
there you go.
The Abrahamic religions, then you'd have to conclude that that's the case.
Correct. Okay. So you're living in a satanic planet, correct?
I mean, no. Because if the Earth's not a planet, then you're not living in any kind of planet.
Okay, you're living in a satanic realm?
No, God created this realm, and it's technically his.
God created the realm, and now you're living on a disc?
Who said anybody's living on a disc, dude? That's weird.
Or a flat platform.
Who said anything about a platform? That's kind of weird.
A non-round globular projectile in an epistelial revulsion around a star.
Dude, that's where you screwed up. If you think the Earth is rotating around a star, then you got problems.
Oh, I have a lot of problems.
The flat Earth isn't orbiting any stars, dude, or it's certainly not orbiting the sun. The sun moves around in the sky, dude.
Oh.
There's no evidence that the Earth is rotating around the sun, dude.
Okay.
Why would you think that's the case? Why would you think that's the case? That it would mean that if someone thinks the Earth is flat, that they think a flat Earth is rotating
Well, I
around
thought
the sun.
that there was Venus and Mercury. I thought there was those.
Yeah. So let's say Venus. Yeah, let's say Venus and Mercury are not the Earth. Okay, let's agree.
Okay.
Venus and Mercury aren't the Earth, right? So whatever they're doing,
correct. They're not the Earth.
Is doing.
Okay.
So I don't need to worry about what they're doing because they're not the Earth. So if they want to be rotating around the sun, they can do that all they want. But that's not what the Earth is doing.
Right. They're a willing, wanting entity. Correct.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah. Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah. So we got ancient documents that.
I want to be 6 foot tall.
Hey, bro.
6 foot tall. I'm not 6 foot tall.
I want to finish my sentence.
Oh, you want to finish your sentence? Okay. Well, that makes more sense. Yeah, a wanting, willing, wanting entity. Okay. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. So I was about to tell you that the ancient documents from which we were just scrutinizing, some of their texts say that the wandering stars are disobedient, and we refer to the wandering stars as the alleged, other quote unquote other planets like Venus, Mercury, etc. It describes them in these ancient texts as deliberately disobeying the courses that they were intended to do, and they are doing something they're not supposed to be doing.
Okay. Okay. Stars are planets. Okay. I get it.
No, they're just called the wandering stars, dude.
Oh, that's
like
okay.
The title.
Oh no worries. Yeah. Mars, stars, stars, Mars. I get it.
Cool. Yeah, so now that we've established that they're whatever they want to do or whatever they don't want to do or how naughty they are doesn't affect what the Earth is doing. Let's at least agree to that.
Oh, like a kind of like a fluidity, right? Like a fluid.
No, I just mean
right?
No, not like a fluid. Like if Sheila,
like a living
plant. Your best friend's sister. If your best friend's sister is going to the mall and you're staying at home, and you're not the sister, right? So you can't say Sheila's going to the mall. I'm at home. Yeah. Therefore, I'm going to the mall. Likewise, you can't say
Mars,
Venus.
I'm Venus. You're and then the friend.
No, men are men are from Mars. Women are from Venus, and you are from Uranus.
Correct. Yeah, I'm definitely from your anus. I'm from your specific anus. Correct.
All right, bro. All right, bro. This isn't therapy session, so we're gonna have to cut you off, and we're no longer.
I wish you would
come back when you're sober. Yeah, come back when you're sober mind. All right, let's see if Isaac figured it out.
Okay, did you read what I wrote in the thing?
Can't unmute him. Dang it. Oh, there we go. Oh, here we go. There we go.
Did you read what I wrote
Isaac,
in the
what's
thing?
up? Did you tag me?
Did you read what I wrote in the chat? Sub chat?
Holy crap, dude. Did you tag me in it?
The most recent one.
Oh my goodness, dude. Painful. Literally can't get a question answered.
Okay, I don't know where I heard Orbis, but I stand corrected. It is not in the Latin Vulgate. I heard it somewhere, but I was wrong.
Yeah, fair. I knew you were wrong from the beginning.
All I'm trying to say is that there is most scholars would translate it circle, but there are some scholars would translate it sphere or globe.
Right. Yes, I do agree that they do translate it that way, but they have no grounding for why they're doing that. Except predisposition that they're no, they ain't got none, dude. You haven't provided a single shred of evidence that there's any grounding, dude.
That's not my job.
Zero. Okay, dude. You're making the claim that they have grounding. So where's the grounding? You haven't presented any evidence that you have any knowledge of any grounding that they supposedly have.
I'm going to put my hands up and say, hey, you believe what you want to believe. It's okay.
Nah, dude. No, dude. No. I'm not going to tolerate that from you. You need to make your claim. You don't just get to say, I don't have to back my claims, because when I'm pressed to a corner to actually provide evidence, I can just say you believe whatever you want.
I have.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, you can do that, bro. And be a completely genuine.
It doesn't make much sense to think that.
Dude, why do you think they have grounding to translate that word as a ball? Why?
What, in 4022?
I said to you, why do you believe that they have grounding to translate that word in that verse as ball? Why?
Because the minority interpretation of that word is ball or sphere. The majority interpretation.
Holy crap! So you have no evidence, dude. Zero, none.
Well, this is why computers come in handy.
So go get the backing for your claim, dude, or just how about we just shelf that claim for now?
Let me ask you something. Do you believe in the blood of Jesus Christ?
Dude, how is that relevant?
Because it's really the only thing that matters to me. I mean, to argue over the shape of the earth doesn't really. I still believe in a creator. I believe God created all things.
No, dude, you're arguing. You just no. Think about it this way. No, check this out, bro. You just made a tragic error. You just argued that a minority translation is grounding. So there are minority translations that don't actually have the gospel in them. Did you know that? So, whoa, are they correct? Do they have grounding?
What is the gospel?
Oh my goodness, dude.
The gospel is in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, and Paul declares the gospel. It is the life, death, and resurrection.
And there are translations that don't include those terms, dude.
But
dude, you're
have anything to do with the blood?
Right, hold on a second, dude. Hold on, I'll tell you how, but I have to mute you since you can't compose yourself. All right, so listen, dude, I'll teach you. You argued that they translated this ball and they had grounding. You gave us this whole story about Jerome and yada, yada, yada. You went to the actual sources, you found out that wasn't correct. I then said, well, what grounding do they have to translate it ball? You said, well, they have the grounding because they're the minority translation. I then told you that there's plenty of minority translations out there that have errors which are even deleterious to the gospel. And so by your logic, that makes them have grounding to translate it the way they did. That makes zero sense, dude. So by your own logic, you're impugning the translation of the gospel, dude. You, not me, you. You're saying that if somebody comes along and minority translate the Bible to say things that it doesn't say, that's grounding for some reason. And rather than address that fact, you're completely dithering on another point, which, by the way, is an important point to anyone who's an adherent to the Christian faith, which is the core tenets of the gospel. That's true. But that's a red herring to this argument. You're not recognizing that by your logic, the minority opinions of weird translations are justified. You just justified them. That's a problem, dude, for your worldview. So let's unmute you, see what you have to say. Go ahead.
You're jumping all over the place. You change the subject. How does the shape of the earth translation have anything to do with 1 Corinthians 15?
Because by your logic, son, if they can change the word to ball there, then they can do a minority translation elsewhere. And there are translations that have core doctrinal problems, dude. So by you saying I can say ball for specious reasons, then you're justifying the other people who have translations that are deleterious to the gospel for the same reason. What don't you understand about that? So yes, it does have relevance. Go ahead.
No, it doesn't. It has absolutely nothing to do with the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus. None.
Yep. Yeah, let me tell you again one more time, dude. If people just get to translate the Bible with a minority translation, however they see fit to fit their predispositional biases, such as the earth is a globe, or such as Socinian sentimentality, where Jesus didn't even die for your sins, et cetera, and they translate the Bible to that end, and then they justify it with the same specious reasoning that you justified translating to the ball in Isaiah, dude. If you can't grasp that, then I don't know how to help you, dude. What do you have to say about that?
I think you and I think on different terms.
No, I think on rational, evidentiary-based terms, and you think in la la land.
No, you think that I'm promoting that the entire Bible was translated by a minority translation. No,
I never said that, dude. I never said that. I said by your logic, you can justify other minority translations with no grounding in specious reasoning.
I just asked you, what does the word globe or sphere or circle have anything to do with the incarnation of the God-man and dying for our sins? Nothing. Zero.
Dude, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the ineffective translation, dude. That's what we're talking about. And in the sense of he's ineffectively translating it falsely, then if he can do it in that verse, he can do it in another verse. And if people can convince morons, if people can convince morons like you to think that that should say globe, then they can convince morons like you that the gospel isn't correct. Okay?
The church.
And if you can't see that, then yeah, they do that, bro. That's the problem that you don't seem to understand.
The core of our tenet is everything relies on the blood of Jesus.
Whatever, dude.
We're not going to church.
I mean, that's great, dude. That's great. But the problem with you is that you're not considering the whole body politic of people who are coming to faith, in faith, thinking about faith, reading the things. There's all kinds of people using spurious translations to deceive people. And the problem is that you have put a stamp of approval on it by your logic.
How is it a spurious translation?
Globe doesn't belong in that verse, dude.
In any rate, it's showing that we believe in the creation. The description is showing that God created it.
Yeah, yada yada yada, dude. So the description of something that doesn't belong in that verse, which makes it an error. You endorse. I get it now. So you endorse falsehoods. Good job.
No.
Yes, you just did.
Language is live, bro. To do. No, there's no one on the earth.
Dude. Appeal to difficulty is a logical fallacy, dude.
Koine Greek has changed. There's nobody on the earth that even understands Koine Greek as it was spoken.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool story. So if listen to you, dude. There's nobody that understands Koine Greek. Therefore, we can't accurately translate the terms, the words, and we need Saint Jerome to tell us whether Jesus died for our sins or not, dude. See how you're shooting yourself in the foot every time you open your mouth.
You're jumping all over the place.
Dude.
You're so hyper.
Hey, dude, I'm gonna ask you one more time. I'm gonna put you on mute so I can ask you a question. You're gonna answer this question specifically, and then we're gonna have to cut this short. Here's the question: what grounding did the guys who put the word globe have to put it in that verse? That is the only question you have permission to answer. It's the only question of any relevance, because we're not going down the religious angle any further, because we're talking about the earth. Okay? So, what grounding do they have? Go ahead.
All right.
No answer?
Beautiful. I'll listen. I'll read this. Thank you, ChatGPT. Because I don't have a computer brain. Some translators interpret the Hebrew word chug in Isaiah 40 as globe rather than circle because the term can imply a three-dimensional shape. The word chug.
Okay, from the source text, where is anywhere that it's implied that it's a three-dimensional shape? Not from ChatGPT, dude. We already went to the source text. We already went to Psalms. That's one place that the word appears. It's clear contextually that it doesn't mean ball or three-dimensional shape. It's talking about a compass or an area, dude, or a circle upon something, a face of the deep, dude. That can't be a ball. Can't be a three-dimensional shape, dude. I don't know what you don't get about it. Okay, so I'm going to unmute you so you can read the rest of your Chat GPT garbage. Go ahead.
For example, in Job 22, the same root word is translated as vault, which suggests a three-dimensional shape. Historically, many scholars have preferred translations like sphere or globe over circle because these translations...
What verse? Hold on. Let's stop, and let's go examine Job. What verse is in Job? What verse?
You understand, like, talking to you is like talking to a toddler?
No, when you make a claim, we stop and we go and we get the primary source evidence.
You that you can argue intelligently both ways. You can say it is a...
Okay, making a claim that it can be translated this way, it's not the same as making a claim for the grounding of that it should be translated that way. Anyone can translate the Bible, dude. They can just wake up one day and decide, I'm going to translate the Bible, make their own translation, and then somebody else say, hey, this guy translated it that way. That means it can be translated that way. Okay, who cares? I can also walk across the street and not be in a crosswalk. That's called jaywalking, and you get a ticket in some places. But I can do it.
There are other three-dimensional
So what verse in Job?
Circular too.
Yeah.
Of a definition.
So what verse in Job? What verse in Job, dude?
Let's see here.
I'm going to track it down right now, live.
Let me click on it and see where it's at. Job 22:14, the word vault.
Right, hold on, let me look it up. Job 22:14.
Yeah, that word chug is translated as vault instead of circle.
Hold on, man. Okay, so King James puts it as circuit, New King James circle, American Standard vault of heaven, vault of heaven, vault of heaven, vault, circle of the sky, the heavens dome. This one, contemporary English, says it's a dome. Here it says he's covered by the clouds, walketh on the circuit. Okay, he walks on the dome of the sky. Okay, so here at best you said, oh, now true can mean dome. So he sitteth upon the dome of the earth. Again, okay, vault, dome, circle. Okay, a vault is a shape that is essentially a dome, dude. You didn't know that?
A dome is three-dimensional.
You didn't know that?
I'm trying to show you that there's 3 dimensions to these words. 3D. 2D is circle. 3D is sphere. Dome is 3D.
No, dude, wrong. 3D
Absolutely.
isn't sphere. Sphere is 3D. Doesn't work both ways.
A dome is a 3D.
So we've established your grounding for globe in that instance is that a vault is three-dimensional, a globe is three-dimensional. Therefore, he sits upon the globe of the earth. Wow, dude.
This word chug is translated as vault, not circle. It's right there. Look in Job 22:14.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's see here. It's actually a compound word. Let me look this word up here.
See, this is the problem with you guys with strong exhaustive concordances in English, King James. You think everything is restricted only to what's in the damn dictionary, as if Dr. Strong's is the perfect infallibility source of all meaning.
No, nobody. Who said that, dude? Dude, why don't you knock it off, dude? Nobody said that.
What's going on in your brain? That's going on in your brain.
All right, dude. No, it isn't. So stop telling me what's going on.
You stop telling me what's going on in mine.
An exhaustive concordance. Do you know what the purpose of that is? It's to track down all appearances of that word in a body of text and see the context, and then compare the contexts. So far, what we've arrived at is the context always has it as a circle or a vault or a dome. A circle, a vault, or a dome, dude. No globes. Not one time. Not one time is it a globe, dude. Nowhere in any of these. Nowhere in any of these does the context support a globe. Okay, so your logic for the grounding of ball is if 3D, therefore ball. You got a problem, dude.
No, the thing is, the word is used saying circle of the earth in Isaiah 40:22, and it's used as vault, not circle.
Yeah, circle of the earth, dude. And from the other context, right, of the earth, dude.
It's translated here, and he walks on the vault of heaven.
Yep. And it's translated in the same translation, circuit and circle.
Clearly vault.
So show me where they translated it. Yeah, show me where they translated it ball, dude. Show me where they translated it ball. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, dude.
So
show me anywhere before some schmuck decided to say globe that it was translated as a ball anywhere it appears.
Because you won't let me. Great.
No, I'll let you go get it and then come back, and when you're ready to present it, you'll present it.
I got it right here. It's on creation.com, Creation Ministries. He has a whole study on this.
Okay, where?
Here, I put the article in here. I'll give you the article.
I don't want the article, dude. I want the citation, dude. It's not my responsibility to read articles and find your evidence. You read the article, you snip out the evidence that's relevant, and you present it as a citation.
Hey.
Didn't you go to college, dude? Didn't you, do a paper at any time in your life?
You know you're insulting and you're belittling and
I am insulting you, dude, because I'm asking you for evidence and citations, and you're not giving it.
This is you love this.
Cool story. So here's what's gonna happen. You go on mute, and when you're ready to present the citation, present it, and then we'll continue. Okay, it's your time to present the citation for your evidence, dude. You say it exists, present it. Yeah, hold on, dude. Hold on. I got to take a break and up some power. Oh, man. Chop it up with my razor blade, get my little straw, put it in my nose, and snort that power. Could care less, dude. Get the citation and quit dithering. Quit distracting from the fact you're not presenting a citation. So is anyone else convinced that he has a grounding for why it should say ball in Isaiah, and therefore the earth is a globe? Because the Holy Scripture validates that the earth is a globe because some schmuck decided to translate a word that was never a globe in the history of the word. All of a sudden it's globe because homeboy said so, and he's going to pick that isolated translation and say, look, one translation of the Bible says globe, therefore the earth is a globe, by faith. Anyone convinced?
Not even from a non-religious stance, just like viewing the, just purely from an academic or, from a linguistic stance. No, there's the grounds that it's because it invokes a 3D shape. That's just stupid. There's cylinders, there's cones, there's ovals. There's all sorts of different shapes.
Or vaults or domes, which usually are on a flat surface. They're a curved arch above a flat surface. Wow. So what we have is we have circle, horizon, encompasses, vault, dome. All these connotations are of a circle on top of a flat surface. On or of, not it itself. There's no justification for globe anywhere in any of this. Now, I'll tell you what would be a justification for globe. You know what that would be, homie? If Isaiah used the word for ball that he uses in the other chapter, right there. He sitteth upon the ball of the earth. That would have been definitive, wouldn't it? But it doesn't say that. Oh, I'm a cocaine head now, dude. I admitted I'm a cocaine head? Wow, dude, you're literally dumb. Isaac, I'm going to have to unmute you so that I can chastise you for being retarded. Give you a chance to defend yourself instead of being huge.
Yeah, you admitted to had to cut up all the stuff and snort it up your nose. So what is
you're a retard, dude. You're retarded.
100%.
Hey, Isaac.
I'm not
hey,
retarded.
Isaac, you're an idiot.
Everybody
you're
agrees
moron.
with you. You're the
no,
kind
you're
of guy
retarded, dude. You're an idiot.
Everybody regurgitate every little damn thing.
No, you're stupid. Do you know why? I'll tell you why. Let me explain. Hey, let me explain why you're stupid, dude. No, you just called me a cocaine head. You just called me a cocaine head, so now I'm going to call you. You're a retard.
Yeah, you're a cocaine head because you just literally admitted to trying.
Oh yeah, let's mute you. Hey, Timbo, do I got your balls in my vice? And if you don't say what I want you to say, I squeeze. Is that how it works? Timbo?
Absolutely not.
You're not your own man? You're not your own man? Like your wife took her balls out of her purse and sent them to me or something? Is that what he's trying to tell me? Sorry about that. I had to get that joke in there. Dang it. I apologize. How dare I?
That's fine.
But you get my point. Like, he just said that not only am I a cocaine head, but you aren't even a man. What? And we're the ones insulting him somehow. Get real. Okay, let's put it this way for the audience. Me calling him a retard because he doesn't understand that I was making a joke about the drug I was snorting was power, because he told me I'm high on power. But instead of getting that, he wants to literally say I'm admitting to being a cocaine user. That makes zero sense. Just as much sense as his logic of why there should be ball in that verse. Right, guys? Oh, no, I said right, guys. You guys better do lockstep or I'm going to electrocute you all with my little press button. Oh, zap. Be good boys now. Man, this kid is out to lunch.
One could see that this is an ad hominem instead of attacking the argument. It's an attempt to attack the person who's making the argument instead of the argument itself.
You have a cold?
No, well, it is cold here, but I don't have an illness. But
I was just gonna think, like, maybe I was gonna say, like, sometimes I could tell you guys apart easily, and other times I can't. I don't know why. But look, it goes both ways, guys. So, like, for example, somebody thought that I was Indio one day, and I'm like, dude, we don't sound anything alike. What are you talking about? And then I listened to it, right? And it was when he's on his bad, because he has a little bit of a lisp, and I do sometimes too. And when we're on our bad mics, that lisp comes through the mic sometimes, and it sounds almost identical. It's like, okay, now I see why you thought that.
You're right. Yeah, it's like new perspective. If he's on a bad mic, I could sometimes think, oh, is that an AI overlord? And it's like, then I listen for a minute and I'm like, no, it's not.
Man, dude, that dude's evidence was like, I don't know. His evidence is you're a cocaine head, therefore the earth is a dead. Did anyone hear him present his grounding for why it should be translated ball? Anyone? Anyone remember hearing it? he had some at the beginning. He said St. Jerome, this, that, and the other. And then when he found the primary source, it was like, no, that actually isn't the case. So he had to abandon that. When I asked him, okay, so what's the grounding? He then said, oh, the minority translation hasn't translated that way, as if that was claiming that that's somehow a justification for grounding. A bunch of people doing something isn't a justification that they should be doing it. That's the is-ought fallacy. It is this way, therefore it ought to be this way. I translated it this way, therefore I should have done that. That doesn't follow logically. So does anyone remember, taking a poll here, Globers can answer as well, does anyone remember him presenting any grounding from the language of why that should be translated globe in that verse? Anyone? But keep in mind, friends, he doesn't have to convince me. I mean, I could be the biggest jerk in the world and completely telling him he's not presenting evidence, but then one of you actually heard the evidence. And so I'm just being a jerk about it, but you guys clearly heard his argument and were convinced.
No, he said something about implying that a 3D object and a sphere is a 3D object which matches a circular shape.
Oh, so composition fallacy, right? Two things share one property, therefore it's okay to conclude the transposition of all properties? Oh, that's a fallacy.
Right. And I think anthropologists and historians would disagree with him because reflected throughout their, that culture's, their word of mouth, so their, what do they call that? Their stories told by word of mouth, their art, and other relics found that would imply that this culture did not believe they were on a sphere, but rather that they believed they were on a motionless and enclosed plane, right? And that they literally took the things that they wrote in the scriptures themselves. They took it literally, like that the earth was on pillars, and it had four corners, all that.
Yeah, it was so well known that meant ball that they all drew the earth so it was flat. But however, there are depictions of that culture's cosmology as the overall structure of the realm being a ball, but the earth itself is within the ball. And so the top, the hemispheres, the top hemisphere is the sky and the bottom hemisphere is the ground. And the flat earth is between the two. And the vault of the dome of the heavens is the top portion. And so even there, you end up with not that the earth is a ball, but that the realm in which the earth is within is a ball. So you can't argue that this means the earth is a globe. Unless he's saying that the globe is like a snow globe and the earth is inside it. So no matter how he slices and dices it, this doesn't end up with the earth as a ball floating in space. Doesn't happen, bro. Sorry. So we cross-referenced other verses. We cross-referenced the cultural, historical practices of the people themselves, right? And we found no evidence that this means there should be globe in that verse. That it means the earth is a globe, specifically. And we actually opened up the meaning to include something that could be globe-shaped, but it would be the entire realm in which the earth exists itself, validated by the circle of the deep, which is a circle, and the vault above it, which would be a hemispheric vault or dome. So all the evidence that I can see points to the earth being flat within a vaulted ceiling rather than being a standalone globe itself floating in nothing. It makes no sense.
Right.
So I think the evidence is clearly on our side, and our conclusion is most likely, if not certainly, correct. And he had specious reasoning and the translation of some schmuck at best.
Oral tradition, that's the terminology I was trying to think of. Oh, by the way, something else that's interesting, right? So Brian Mullen, you remember him?
Yeah.
So, and one of his episodes of Balls Out Physics, he just like as a sideline note, he picks up this Bible and he says, "Oh, I found this Bible. I've had this for years, right?" And I remember when I was in college, I was looking through this and I saw this picture in there, and it depicts the ancient Hebrew cosmology, right, of being, what you described, right? The dome on the top and Sheol underneath, and the flat surface we live on in the middle, right? And he remembered laughing about it with his roommate, and that was in a Catholic Bible. And it was in, I guess it was paying lip service to the people that they were, it was in honor of their cosmological view, even though, modern times doesn't necessarily agree with that cosmological view.
Yeah, so like maybe they put a footnote in their Bible like, hey, now we know that Isaiah understood the word for ball, and that this word clearly means something that's not a ball. But, Isaiah was a retard, and we're clearly more intelligent because we have NASA and we have scientists. So we're just going to completely disregard the cultural historical context of the language and the people who wrote the book, and we're just going to force globe in there because we like globe. Was that in the footnotes? Probably not.
No, probably not.
Even though we all know that's what happened, right? All right, I'm gonna have to bow out because I got to get back up on the roof, and it's probably unwise to try to argue with Globers while I'm experiencing vertigo.
That might be safer.
Fuck you, cunt.
Completely acceptable insult within the rules of the server. Granted.
If you were on a globe and if you were on a globe and you fell off the roof, you wouldn't know if you were moving or not.
That's right, dude. Listen, dude, real quick, when I'm on the north side of the roof, I have to spin my drill counterclockwise, and when I'm on the south side, I have to spin it clockwise.
Holy crap. That must mean the peak of the roof is the equator. Wow, they moved it.
Yeah. All right, I'm out. Peace.
Be careful.
wow, it's like 3 people at once. Ba-ding, ba-ding, ba-ding. You just get raided or what?
Yes, Fats Farms Autonomous Beef. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey. You good?
Yeah, what's going on? T-Dub says, hey.
Hey.
See what
why are all these people here? Wait, why are all these people here and no one's talking?
Yeah, we heard you guys come in. We were waiting for you guys to say something.
Waiting for you, yeah.
Oh. There's just like a lot of people. That's what I was thinking. Like, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see how many people there are here. You telling me all these people are just staying silent, waiting for people to join? Seems kind of crazy.
Yeah,
There's like 25 people here.
Well, we're waiting to ask the question of how you think you believe you're on a ball right now.
Because it's like...
Or, yeah, like, how do you know you're on a globe?
I mean, I didn't really say I was like... I never said it was a ball. It's not really a ball. It's more like a kind of oblate spheroid, so it's like thicker in the middle.
Okay. So you've heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, I like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's cool.
Yeah, he says the Earth is pear-shaped or like an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, he said something like that. But it's not really like pear-shaped. I don't know if that's like a great... It's kind of like thicker on the middle, you know what I mean? Equator.
Yeah, a bit of a stretch, right? No pun intended.
No, why is that a bit of a stretch? Because it's just thicker in the middle.
Because it's, according to him, stretched out a little bit more in the middle, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So when did you verify that in reality?
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson said it, bro. Like, what else do you need to verify?
Well, I mean, he says all kinds of things. In fact, I mean, he says you can't even see the Earth curvature from like where Felix Baumgartner jumped from, like the Red Bull jump. Are you familiar?
Is that the guy who jumped like really far? Or like really high?
That thing is flat.
Right.
I think I've seen the video. But like the thing is, right, you know, like if that video was like with a round Earth, you guys would just say it's fake. So like you can't win really. You know what I'm saying? If it was a flat Earth that was shown, then you just say that's proof. And if it was a round Earth that was shown, you would say it's false and you'd say it was fake and made up by the government. So like
not necessarily. Which one is it? I'm just saying.
I mean,
like,
you kind of would.
You have to be able to verify for yourself, right? And in this case, you can
watching a Red Bull video is not verifying.
You're talking over him. You're talking over him.
It's okay. Just a second. Let him get it out. Like, I mean, you think that we're being like dishonest or something? Like, I mean, for real, if I went up there, I just
think you're dumb,
right?
I don't think you're being dishonest.
I can assure you, I'm not dumb.
Okay. I mean, like,
because I was taught the globe just like you did.
Yeah, I think they call it the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Right. You might be projecting now, though. So be careful.
I might be projecting.
Right, because you're trying to defend the globe, and you don't even know how you know that it's a globe. You're actually presenting the Dunning-Kruger effect as we speak, because you think you have something that you don't.
Well, you just said that we had to watch a Red Bull video to prove that the Earth is flat.
No, I just used a hostile witness.
Not what he said.
That even the person that you listen to literally said that it's flat.
Bro, someone made a whole wait,
that it appears flat from that height.
What?
The
Well,
hostile
sorry, what were we
witness,
talking
Neil
about?
deGrasse
Sorry, I
Tyson.
was looking at some shit in the. What?
I'm trying to figure
What
out
are we
how
talking about?
or why or any way that you can prove your globe besides Neil deGrasse Tyson, because I mean we've already debunked
I mean, Neil
that.
deGrasse Tyson's some pretty good proof.
Like,
Well, he's a pretty nice guy. I don't know.
nice guy, therefore.
Yeah, when I see him talking to people, he seems like a nice guy, and he seems to know his shit.
what?
So like, I don't know. You watch like Eric Dubay, and he's like
That's the
some
worst logic
neo-Nazi.
I've
So it's
ever
like
heard, dude.
it's
Hey,
some pretty
this
easy
guy,
logic. You
this
know what
guy
I'm
over
saying?
here, he's nice. Therefore, it's a globe.
Yeah.
No way, dude.
Well, which one's nicer, Eric Dubay or Neil deGrasse Tyson? Let's be for real.
Who cares?
Well,
Why don't
it's
we
Neil deGrasse Tyson
measure
all the way,
reality
man.
for what it is? Who cares what
For
anyone
what it is,
saying?
Eric
Let's
Dubay
go
is not
measure
a nice.
reality.
Eric Dubay comes across like some uncle that you wouldn't want to meet. Well, it kind
Yeah,
of
do
just,
you want to
you
talk
know,
about the people or the claims? Are we discussing the people or the claims, Farms?
like, well, the claims, I guess, but like, I'm just, you know, I'm making this point. It's a new point, right? You know, you guys want new points.
Yeah, no, we can just stop talking about the people now because only one claim doesn't contort the reality. You have a measurement of flatness and you have a belief in a ball. Which one is which?
What? Both.
Which one's reality?
Well, if you measure the Earth, then maybe it comes flat, but it's a globe.
There you have it, Dunning-Kruger effect.
Does it make any sense to you?
No, it makes loads of sense.
Is that another brain dead Globey?
It looks and measures flat, but it's a ball.
Yeah, he said it
That's what they
himself.
told me.
It looks flat, but they told me it's a ball.
Yeah. I don't see what the issue with that is.
When it's bold, then only then it can be flat. But first must be bold to be flat.
Yes, first must be ball to be flat.
Yeah, you're correct.
Well, it can't be a ball because there's no curvature.
Oh
So
shit!
that kind of
I didn't think
shoots
of
the
that.
whole thing in the foot.
Fuck.
I know, you overlooked it. You overlooked the most fundamental assumption of your belief.
Yo, bro, you got me. I didn't think of that.
Well, I know. you
Okay,
didn't think
yeah,
of
I
anything.
mean, nah,
It's clear that your thinking so far has relied on who do I think's the nicest? Some stranger
Neil
online.
deGrasse
He
Tyson
seems nice.
seems nicer than you. That's for sure. Like,
So that must mean the Earth is a spinning ball. If some stranger on the internet looks nice to you.
hey, when did I say that?
That's exactly what you said.
That's
Like
all you've
5
said.
minutes ago, dude.
No, this is what you guys do. You
It's
project.
okay, bro. It's
You
okay.
project.
It's okay, bro. It's okay, bro. You're a fool, but that's okay. You can still be here.
What? It seems like you're sort of just putting me down. You know what I mean? This doesn't really seem like a debate right
I'm
now.
building
This seems
you
more
up.
like
I'm building you up. I'm building you
no.
up.
It seems more like
Yeah, it's not
hyping
a
you up,
debate,
bro.
Farms. It's not a debate. He's building you up. He's helping you right now.
You're the
I don't
glober
think
who's going to
this doesn't
realize
feel
that the
like building
globe
right now.
is just a religious belief.
Is this supposed to be
And then
like
you're going to be
when
stronger.
my
You're
dad
going to
beats
be
me? It's
stronger.
supposed to be like some
Yeah,
like
you'll stop being a
character building
pussy.
thing.
Yeah, you'll stop being a pussy
Yeah.
eventually. Maybe. I'm just joking, bro.
I
It's
mean-
okay. Don't take it seriously. It's just the internet. You'll be okay. It's just words on Discord. Can you handle it? Can you handle an actual conversation?
No, I can't handle it because it's like we need a
I didn't
proper
think you
debate
could.
right now.
It sounded like, well, what would? How could you have a debate when you don't have an argument? You've just got, I believe Neil.
I do believe Neil. Like,
Yeah, but that's not an
I
argument.
straight up do believe Neil. Yeah, well,
I know, but that's
what's
not
your
an
problem with
argument.
Neil?
What evidence did he give you?
What? Who? Neil?
Yeah.
I can like pull up some like I don't know.
So you don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know what he's done. You've got no idea. See? This is how we build you up. We make you realize how foolish you've been all these years.
I can pull up a little thing from him.
Just have this idea in your head. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a nice guy.
Did you watch that Terrence Howard video he made? That was crazy.
There was no globe proof in that, was there?
Yeah, but it was still crazy.
Yeah, no, it's like, well, I think you just helped him. I think you just helped him. I think you just gave him the tools he needs to actually look something up.
Yeah. Look, guys, I bet you haven't seen this before. Look,
now he's going to have to put his brain into first gear.
On God, bro. On God, look, there you go.
No, shut up, dude. Shut up, dude. We don't care. We don't care.
Simple.
So he didn't give you any evidence. So
well, I just gave you evidence. That's the evidence right there. That's evidence.
Describe how it's evidence of a ball Earth.
Well, I don't need to just watch the video. There's evidence.
You can't. You don't even know. You can't even talk. You can only post links from YouTube. This is what they've reduced you to.
Well, you're just posting Facebook memes in there.
I'm not posted anything. I've just listened to you make a fool of yourself.
Well, I'm just seeing the Facebook memes. No, I mean, I'm not saying it's just you. You know, I'm not saying you're the one who's like specifically posting the Facebook memes, but I'm seeing a lot of Facebook.
Yeah, well, stop being silly.
Memes,
stop being silly. Then start actually using your brain.
Well, I just showed you the Neil deGrasse Tyson video. I mean, I don't know what else you want from me.
We want some evidence that the Earth's a big spinning ball of water.
That's the evidence. That's your evidence right there. Your evidence right there.
What's the evidence? What is it?
The video. Look, it's right there.
What's the evidence in the video?
Just watch the video, bro. Like, it's not.
No, describe it. Tell us. If you don't know, why would we?
Well, he like demonstrates the absurdity. He demonstrates the absurdity. He talks to like this other guy, right? And
he talks
the other guy's got like a beard. But Neil obviously doesn't have a beard.
So there's two guys talking. Okay, at what point does he prove the Earth's a big spinning ball?
So you have introduction, which lasts for 48 seconds, and then after 48 seconds, you get how physics conspires to make things round. And that's for about up until 1 minute 30.
Tell me about that.
And then
tell me about
the history of the flat Earth, which lasts about up until like 2 minutes.
It conspires to make things round. So you're saying the globe is a conspiracy?
No, I'm saying that.
Well, you're saying it conspires to make.
No, it's
so you're saying
you guys.
Physics.
I'm reading on what the YouTube chapter says. I'm reading on what the YouTube chapter says.
Yeah, does it make snowflakes a sphere?
What are we talking about snowflakes now? It's not.
No, we're still waiting for you. We're still waiting for you to be able to actually state an argument or some evidence that's been presented. So far, you've got no idea.
I've presented my evidence and my argument. My argument is Neil deGrasse Tyson, and my evidence is Neil deGrasse Tyson. There you go. Simple as that.
Yeah. See, you're just too low-brained for this.
Yeah.
Hey, Farmzy, how about you prove the pitch shape of Neil deGrasse Tyson?
What?
Yeah, so he doesn't know. He just knows a name of a guy. He doesn't know what he did. Neil's never proven the globe. Neil's never seen the globe. What are you talking about?
I don't know what you guys are on about. I'm like just trying to show you guys some evidence.
We know.
That's my evidence right
totally
there.
Bricked.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I'm asking you to show his proof of pear-shaped Earth.
Pear-shaped hood.
You still didn't tell us, dude. You still didn't tell us what evidence was presented in your video.
What? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Video?
I don't watch it, bro. I can't lie. I didn't watch the video.
I didn't watch it. Yeah, we know. You're just a little clueless religious globe believer.
What?
You don't know why you even believe in it. Well, you believe in the globe with no evidence. That's your religion. The globe is your religion. It's your little make-believe fantasy that you've got no evidence for. You don't even know why you believe it.
Of course I know why I believe it.
Terrible.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is sponsored by Brilliant.com. Like, what else do you need?
Yeah, see, you've got nothing at all. And you think it's funny? You think it's funny to demonstrate that you have absolutely no reason to believe this fantasy? That's sad, bro.
Yeah. And my point was, okay.
You've got
Neil
no
deGrasse
point.
Tyson. No, I have got my point. I'm sending it to you.
Stop licking Neil deGrasse Tyson's balls. Nobody cares. You don't know what he did.
That is so gay, bro. That is so gay. What? That is so weird.
What you're doing is gay.
Why are you saying that for? That is weird. That is very weird. All right, honestly,
dude.
I'm
Dude,
not
just put yourself on mute. You don't know why you believe in the globe. That's fine. Just put yourself on mute.
What? Okay. I'll put myself on mute. I've been humbled.
Okay, good.
See, you can prove it. Oh, you just left.
Well, he's humble now. There we go. So I just jumped in the middle of that. I assume he wasn't having any kind of quality conversation before that.
He was talking, I think 1 week ago. I did post it. I made that. I did post the sound. So Jedi was talking to him, and he was asking to him, what is an hypothesis? And the guy said, it's a thing.
Sounds
so
about right.
that's him. He's ignorant.
Oh well. On to the next. Anyone else new in here?
Why do you need them to be new Cyclone? That's a bit weird.
Oh, look at this. An old fan. A diehard. A 24/7 head. So what happened? Did you walk away? Did you walk away because you think you'd satisfactorily proven the globe, or did you just get tired of arguing?
A bit of both. I think I satisfactorily ended my well. I never really debated whether it was ever going to be flat, right? But
you didn't debate it for a whole year.
Yeah, and then it was around the 24/7 Antarctica thing when I stopped debating.
Yeah, I think a lot of Globers gave up around then too. But didn't you get reinvigorated by Katy Perry?
What about Katy Perry?
Didn't you get reinvigorated to crusade for the globe?
What did Katy Perry?
She went to space, didn't she?
Did she?
That's what the TV said.
Well, I don't know. I've not heard anything about that.
You didn't watch the TV? You've just given up on the globe entirely. Wow.
Well, I mean,
you're sick of it. You never want to see it again. You've taken down all your posters.
Oh, my posters are still up.
You've thrown out your Cosmos DVDs. You've put your little what Brian Cox cardboard cutout in the bin.
Yep.
That's a shame. So what have you moved on to? Who are you aggravating now?
I've actually generally not been debating anyone at all on anything.
Oh man, we just made you quit the whole scene. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it was you personally.
Welcome back. Welcome back. It's good to hear you. Don't try any of your funny business.
I'm just here to listen today.
Have you not introduced any Globy friends to the subject and say, hey guys, you should really try and argue with these guys. You should sacrifice some of your friends to us.
Yes, that's quite topical because I do have two people who've never debated Flat Earth before, who I'm trying to convince to come in here, but they're a bit nervous.
Oh, they don't need to be nervous. What's there to be nervous about? We're science deniers. It'll be easy. Just tell them to bring the science.
They've been in here and listened, like a couple of times, but they always ended in like me.
If I heard my fellow Globearthers fail too, I would be pretty nervous.
Yeah,
that's maybe what's made them nervous. I'll tell them not to be nervous. We don't even have to have a debate. It can be a exchange of ideas.
Does it ever end like that?
A negotiation. It can with me.
Okay.
Be quite civil. Because we're on the lookout for a new one, so you've got someone in.
Could possibly get them later.
Are you still hanging out with the other anti-flat earthers?
I hang out with Gamma and Mez. Not
Gamma and Mez. Oh my god, they're like that's two of the worst ones as well. I don't know how you do it. Imagine hanging out voluntarily with Mez. That's insane. Oh well. I suppose it's sort of like a in the trenches comradeship sort of thing. It's like you've been through near-death experiences.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, I took a break from. He never took a break from Flat Earth, as far as I can tell. He's been.
He never will. He can't. How could he? He's psychologically damaged. He thinks he's like a Batman of the globe. So yeah, he'll always be spiraling from one group to the next, I'm sure. Anyway, good times. So was that it? The Neil deGrasse Tyson guy? That's all we had?
There was one other person chimed in just before him, but I don't know if they're still here or not.
I don't know. That Neil deGrasse Tyson guy, he won me over.
Yeah, you agree Neil's nice, so should be a globe. Makes sense. Although if you were to ask some of his former female colleagues, from what I hear, they'd have a different story to tell. Allegedly.
Well, no, they were just exploring black holes together.
Oh, that's too far, T-Dub. You're getting suspended. I cannot believe my ears. This is a family show.
Actually, he may have been the one that discovered the hairy black holes.
Wow. This is what happens.
Hey, hairy black holes is a thing. You look it up. They proved it with simulations.
It is part of the lore. It's true.
Are the length of each hair 1,000 cosmic monkeys?
Could be. Or camels. I'm not sure. One of the two.
I'm gonna whip my magic and see if I can get my friend to come in. We'll be back in like 10, 20 minutes if he's coming.
Manipulate him. Guy's hanging out with Mez. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Migu Wigu was talking to Mez. Migu Wigu asked him, so acceleration and deceleration isn't movement? Is that what you're saying? Mez said, exactly.
Yeah, that doesn't even surprise me. They'll just, I mean, these types will just say literally whatever they think they have to say in that moment. And then they'll just reset the next day. But there's still differences amongst those types. Like Mez is like the type that's so salty about the whole thing, he can't even feign basic common courtesy long enough to have an actual good faith conversation. Like, at least Britnat can be chill and have some banter or whatever. It's like dogs are gods and Mez and stuff. They just have to be so passive aggressive all the time. It's like fucking shit it.
Yeah. 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 What did you call him? I call him Britnat.
So I called him there, wasn't it? Britnat.
Oh, was it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's he's a bit more social, right?
Yeah, at least he's got a sense of humor.
Yes.
These other guys just like, fucking hell. They're just too salty. Like, take it super personally. Like, have to just attack the person in any which way. Sad. What's up, Gore? No, everyone's shy today.
Hey, Cyclone, I heard you were talking shit.
I didn't.
What the fuck?
I didn't get the new person I wanted, but I got Mez. If that makes you feel.
Oh fucking hell! This is what you've come back. This is what you've brought in. Fucking Mez.
I do have someone who is new who's coming, potentially. His name's Kennedy. See if I can get him.
Kennedy. If you're just going to bring back the old gang, Britain that. A reunion.
Here he is.
A one year anniversary of not being able to provide any evidence for a globe. Party.
I'm still waiting on that flat Earth evidence.
Well, Kennedy's here, but I will say, just so you know, if he does say anything bad, I'm not co-signing this at all. I told him to debate flat Earth, and sometimes he gets a bit out of hand and crazy. So,
Kennedy.
So don't tie me in with him.
All right, what's up, Kennedy? What you got? Some globe evidence, I hope.
He needs the mic up, he said.
All right.
Oh, he's text only right now.
Text only?
Just for now.
You're bringing us some text only right now. Wow.
Well, I thought you could mic up. I didn't think he was going to be text only.
Well, I'll give you... It's something at least. Thanks for trying. I mean, it's Mez and a text guy, but at least you're trying. So is he texting his globe proof? Is that what he's going to do?
He's asking who is who.
Who is who?
Yeah.
Well, you can see people's names. That's who is who.
He wants to know who the flat earthers are. I'll do it for him.
Well, you've got Mez, T-Dub, whatever Britnat's calling himself today.
Well, we were told that we're not allowed to pretend we're flat earthers anymore, so it's
Who told you that?
T-Dub.
Yeah. T-Dub lays down the law. Just have to stop pretending, I guess. Embrace outside. Or humorous with the latest in globe proof.
Yeah, you can challenge other globers to prove the globe from the standpoint of being a glober, right? You can do that. You say, "Hey, I want you to prove you're on my side. What's your evidence of the globe?" They got to, they got to meet certain criteria to join the club, right?
I don't mind you role playing as a flat earther as long as you're not misrepresenting the arguments. As long as you're not trying to do some sneaky shit. We'll just get the same reactions that we get. Dumbfounded. Upset.
Yeah.
What are the arguments? Are there any new ones, or is it just we see too far and it looks flat?
There's just still no curve mess. Still don't have it.
Flat.
Sure does. Doesn't it?
It looks flat.
It looks flat. You're convinced of what it doesn't look like, right?
Yeah, I'm convinced it looks flat. You said so.
Well, you agreed. It does look flat. That wouldn't be a point for you, though, would it?
No, it wouldn't. So is there anything else, or is it just...
So we've at least got that. We've at least got that. That's a good starting point. What have you got?
I mean, measurements, predictions based on models.
Measurements?
It's practically used as flat. It's also practically used as curved.
It's practically used as flat and curved. How does that work?
Mez, did you say it's practically used as flat by accident? Or?
No, it's one of like the flat Earth arguments. It's practically used as flat.
I want to hear how it's practically used as curve.
What do you want? Citation from like an engineering textbook? Tells you to account for the curve.
That'd be a story. I need a demonstration.
Oh.
Yeah, kind of like account for it, but measure it flat.
Is it measured flat?
Well, you wouldn't be able to measure it as curved, I don't think. I don't think they've managed to do that yet. Mm-hmm. So it's observed and practically used as flat, measures flat, but must be a ball. Alright, well, someone pick it up for a bit and let me know if this other guy joins at any point.
Is Maticus a Glober? His name sounds familiar.
Nope.
Yes, you are.
Go
Has
on,
anyone
then.
figured out how CellNav works on flat Earth yet?
Put me through the standard questions. 93 million miles.
Like, what's
who the fuck? What?
Trevis flat proofs?
There must be a flat earther willing to talk to Mez. I know he's difficult to talk to and everything, but...
Come on. I'm
He
just
needs his
stuck in this
turkey
global lie. I need some evidence. Break me out of it.
When they don't know, they just sit in silence.
Good to hear a lover puddling with a shit mic in the background. You hear Flat Earth Ranger? Plenty?
They're all here, they just won't talk. Oh, fucking hell. If they know you can't fucking...
What's up?
Mez wants to know if you've proven Flat Earth can work... Sorry. Proven Cell Nav can work on a Flat Earth yet.
Mez, the guy that's here right now?
The very same, yeah.
What did you say, Mez?
How does Cell Nav work on flat Earth?
How many times has it been explained to you, man?
0.
I've witnessed multiple explanations being given to you.
To me, specifically? Oh, well, I don't know. I must have forgotten them. Can you remind me?
No.
Oh. So it's still 0. Well.
Nicely done, Mez. You got him. Matrix is here. Now we're cooking.
Yeah, what exactly is happening here? Are you guys looking for a flat earther to try and debate?
I just want some flat Earth proof, or some flat Earth explanations for how certain things work. You know.
Yeah, a guy who's received multiple explanations. It's like talking to a brick wall, so there's no reason to explain them.
Well, I must have forgot. So can you remind me?
No.
Oh, still 0.
Because he doesn't know.
No. We just identified that Mez is a brick wall, and there's no reason to talk to Mez. You see how he's muted?
I want to know how cell nav works on a flat Earth.
What's a flat Earth? What is that?
What?
What is a flat? You want to know how something works?
Is this the guy with the list? Oh my god.
Yeah, do you want to know how something works on a flat Earth? So define what you want to see and what you want to see it on.
Alright, you got to give me some pointers here, Mez.
No, this is for you to do. You said you wanted something. You don't have to like phone a friend.
Obviously. Oh my god. Obviously, I want to know. I don't have the information because I was the one who posed. You know what I'm talking about?
But you at least know what cell navigation is, though, Jackson. Jackson, you at least know what cell nav is, though, right? Jackson, you know what cell navigation is,
I don't.
right?
That's why I asked.
So you want it explained to you on a flat Earth, but you don't know what it is in general.
I literally want you to explain what it is.
Well, no. Step one, you'd have to identify what cell navigation is. Step two,
tell me.
Identify what flat Earth is. Then identify why you want to know these two things. Right now, you're just saying random words that you don't have any definitions for.
Alright, listen. I don't want the 10-minute dialogue. Just tell me what it is, and tell me how it works.
I mean, he laid it out for you. You won't get it. You don't know what it is.
What do you mean?
Sounds like he's just a GF6 sock puppet.
Tell me what it is.
If you got any sensible questions, ask him, mate. That's a no? Not a problem.
Why does the terrain on the moon change?
Don't care. This is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 stare at the moon. I think that's down further. It's another channel.
What, the moon channel?
Yeah.
So do you not talk about the moon? Is that out of the boundary?
Don't really care.
Don't care about the moon.
I'm yet to understand how staring at the moon will prove the shape of the ground. But anyways.
That's like saying, how do I stare at my keyboard and think it's a keyboard?
So your idea is look at keyboard and wonder why it's a keyboard, how it's a keyboard, the fact that it's a keyboard, but yet when it comes to outside the ground, you stare at the moon. That's a great analogy, mate, really.
You know what I'm trying to
the
say?
Stupidity of it. Excellent.
Sometimes, yeah. Obviously, it's a bit hard for me to process things at the moment, so can't you just lay it out why a cell nav works?
I'll lay it out for you. What's going on is you don't have your little GF6 tards backing you up, butting in and making life audio chaos. And now that you've been put on the spot and you've got the availability to ask sensible questions, you've got nothing.
They're not even my mates. I've just joined in curiosity.
Doesn't sound like it.
Do you really think I know them? If they ever knew them, they'd be fucking talking with me, wouldn't they?
Oh, no, they won't.
I literally don't know them.
So, right at the start of the conversation, when
You've
someone
got the
else
wrong
asked,
idea.
it was, oh, Mez, help me out, will ya?
Yeah, because I wanted to know the question that he asked, but no one would answer him.
and you don't know them, but yet you ask for him to help you out.
Yeah, because I wanted to hear the question.
Right, so you're a liar now.
I'm a liar. I'm a disgusting, filthy liar.
So, do you have any sensible questions about the Earth?
No sensible questions here.
None. Right.
I asked you, why is the terrain change on the moon?
Why is there terrain on the moon?
Why does the terrain on the moon change?
Why does it change?
Yeah.
I've made no claim to it changing.
Yeah, does it change or does it not change?
It does. It does.
What do you mean? What do you mean by the terrain changing?
Okay, yeah, let him elaborate. What does he mean exactly?
Well, I'm sure as it spins around, gradually the terrain changes.
What, like mountains move from one place to another on the moon?
No, like what we see of the moon changes.
You mean it like wobbles?
Obviously not.
Or he's just confusing. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Because
you sound like you're high as fuck or something, dude. Like you're sitting in an opium den, like drooling all over yourself right now.
I obviously am. That's why you need to stop frying me and laying things out. You've obviously got no one else in here wants to talk.
Yo, Britnat, this is your like buddy, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Who's Britnat?
I don't know. Some other limey was in here saying he was going to bring a friend. I thought that was you.
No, it's not me. I'm literally a solo party. I'm in here on a curiosity. And every time I come in, you just flame me for no reason.
Dude, you're asking like, why does the moon terrain move? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm sure as the moon spins around.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Any word he uses, he has no idea what they mean. It's just random word generator.
I think you're right.
You are definitely right. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Well, that's about it from me. I want to hear a debate. I want to become a flat earther. Thing is,
One Duck, is that you again? Are you hitting the bottle a bit too hard?
Every time I come into it and I ask you how, like, just a little bit of evidence for the flat earth, so maybe I could be swayed or something like that. I know you have no duty to sway me, but I would like to be swayed. But no one ever.
Can you sing me a song of your people, Fair Hobbit?
I don't know that.
The only person that's going to sway you or convince you is you. That's it. The only one. No one is going to convince you of something you don't want to be convinced of. What you're going to have to do is take your mishmash, garbled thinking process and adjudicate whatever you're trying to adjudicate. And then come back and then
Why don't you take that mismatched fucking voice of yours, you fat nerd?
Yeah, ditto.
You need to take your.
Come on, Hobbit, dance for me. Sing me a song.
Why don't you take your garble?
You're going to have to figure this out on your own and then be able to share that information with others. Right now, you can't
It's like you want to get muted right now.
The irony of this, you're literally focusing on flat earth studies, you fucking moron. And you think you're smart.
Yeah, so you're done with the conversation then? You're just insults, that's all you have left? You want to get muted.
He's a bad Hobbit.
Literally asked. I literally asked.
Yeah, you're talking about his voice and how he's talking right now. So you're done with the conversation then?
Because he sounds like one of the Goonies.
So you're done with the conversation then?
Yeah, I'm done with the conversation. I told you I want to hear a conversation because you won't explain nothing to me. Because you've got your own little niche theories where you don't believe in gravity or space, so it's hard for me to debate with you or ask any questions really.
Yeah, define it. What is gravity? What's space? What are you talking about?
Gravity is what I perceive as a force that's dragging me downwards and everything else. Like when I drop a ball, it drops. I know you can talk about pressure, but I don't believe it's pressure. I go with the mainstream and believe that it's gravity.
So he believes the counter argument to gravity is pressure, and he doesn't believe in pressure. So he's just confused.
Obviously, I believe in pressure, but I'm saying you substitute the idea of gravity with pressure.
It's hilarious.
You literally do,
a force that exerts no pressure. Gotcha, bro.
Do you believe in gravity?
Is that what it requires?
Like your Lord and Savior?
Is that what it requires? Belief?
Ask you, be more specific. Define it for us so we know what you're talking about.
You know what gravity is? Do you believe in it?
Well, there's a few different versions. So, yeah. Well, there's two main versions.
Okay,
so which one?
Tell me about them.
You don't know?
I don't know. No.
Because you just look.
I've never read into the theory of gravity. What I'm talking about is I observe a force that drags me down.
No, you don't. You observe when you. No, you don't. You don't observe that. What you actually observe, if you just put it into its pure, raw observation form, is liquids or solids having a propensity to move downwards when they're within a medium that they're more dense than. That's what you observe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to say that you observe a force acting on objects, right, is fallacious because you don't. You could posit the idea that there is a force acting on those objects, and that's the reason why they have that propensity to move downwards. Then you'd have to prove that because that's a cause and effect relationship that you're implying there.
But it is proven, isn't it?
Through scientific validation? No.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, the whole flat earth theory is complete guesswork and nothing to back it up.
Well, let's see if you can understand cause and effect. If you pick something up and then you let it go, what was the cause of it to fall? You or not you?
What was the cause of the default? What does that mean?
Yeah. You picked up an object. You lifted it up in the air. And then you let it go. Why did it fall?
Because of gravity.
What if you don't let it go? What happens?
What if I don't let it fall?
Yeah, so you. This is you.
Fall.
Yeah, so if you pick it up...
He thinks he's a Jedi master.
Yeah, if you pick it up and you let it go, or you don't let it go, it's you controlling if the object falls or not.
Oh, so he's gravity.
I'm gravity.
So when he's asking people, do you believe in gravity? He's saying, hey, do you believe in him? Not really, dude. You're kind of dumb. I doubt. I have doubts about your existence. Can't even
so when you let go of an object, do you use the force?
Like what?
Are you using the force?
What the fuck was that?
You call gravity a force, so when you drop something, are you using the force like a Jedi master?
I suppose to be some kind of force.
This is not the gravity you're looking for.
No.
You know, live cooks have been in here waiting all day, haven't you? Oh my god. Do you guys take shifts for
See, do you mean there's a different gravity?
Why do you care what we do? We're doing something that has nothing to do with you. Why do you care?
I don't care, but you were talking about me. What I do.
No, I was talking about you can't figure out if you do something, you did that. It just went through it with you. You picked up an object, then you let it go, and you blame something else for that. And then you didn't let it go, and still blame something else for that.
Why does it fall?
So meanwhile...
If we did it in a vacuum, it wouldn't fall, would it?
Meanwhile, other people are doing things that have nothing to do with you, and you care about that. You're a Karen.
I'm not debating with you. Okay,
dude, you're a Karen. You Karen that other people are doing something that has nothing to do with you whatsoever.
Listen to your voice, you fucking virgin. I am a Karen.
Why is Jackson a Karen? Jackson a Karen.
Yeah, completely triggered.
Ironic. How am I triggered in a slide? Do you think I could?
It's a trigger, Karen.
Yeah, as soon as something else causes you to do something that you weren't going to do otherwise, that's called a triggering. My voice triggered you. Thank God. Thank God my voice. I love it. Because if God said, hey, this will trigger one idiot online, thank you, God. That's all I needed to know.
Yes.
You haven't triggered me all.
Yeah, you're extremely triggered. You mentioned something that has nothing to do with you repeatedly. You're triggered by it. If it didn't bother you, you wouldn't even notice it at all. Most people don't. Most people don't have some sort of like autism spectrum disorder where like hearing a lisp causes you to like react like nails on a chalkboard.
There's no observation.
You're gone, dude.
You are.
You're gone.
He's just chatting through you. He's not listening anymore. He's not listening anymore. He's just talking through.
He hasn't been listening at all. He's unable to listen. But he still gets triggered by listening. It shows you that he's got a mishmashed, garbled worldview. He saw a channel called Flat Earth. It triggered him into joining it. Then triggered him again to ask some questions with words he can't define or even explain. And then tell people to convince him when he can't even convince himself of things he does. He'll do something and he's not sure what he did.
Or what's the cause of what he did? What he did.
Yeah. His own action. He grabbed something. He picked it up. He let it go. And he's not sure who did that. He doesn't know.
He held on to it and he's still not sure.
Still didn't know. And then tells you to convince him of something he did.
No, come on. Let's not straw man him. He's saying he doesn't know why when he lets go.
Well, if he doesn't, don't let go.
That's not what he said.
Are you sure that's not what he's... that's what he's getting at, right? Like,
that's not what he said, though.
Is he still here?
I don't know. Who cares? We can fuck off, and when he gets there, he can fuck off again. The world needs less Karens in the world. That's a basic, like dead ass. If you see somebody doing something that you don't like, get over it. It has nothing to do with you.
Yeah, but what if it's something that's wrong?
Why the fuck do you care if someone's doing something wrong?
Because I want my society to be a good society, and the problem with our society now is that nobody says anything and they let bad behavior go unchecked. So we're getting worse and worse behavior in our society.
Yeah, how about check your own shit?
Sure, but my own shit's not the problem. It's the other people's shit.
No, it is your shit.
Yeah, it's my shit because it's my society. I don't want my society worse.
Yeah,
so man, your shit stinks too.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just bootlicking slave.
Who, me?
Yeah, so we're not going to get into a debate about morality, ethics, societal problems. Shit.
Yeah, look, it depends on each situation, but I get both your points.
It's a victimhood. He's victimized for all of society. Someone's doing something that has nothing to do with him, so he's got to insert himself into that situation. He's a Karen. You see, like, he sees someone barbecuing in their front yard. The city passed a law saying, or ordinance, no barbecuing in the flat earth, or the Freudian slip, on the in the front yard, and he calls the cops. Hello, police, government, the most corrupt, immoral organization you can think of. Top-down federal bureaucracies with zero accountability oversight to bring guns. Because he thinks he just can't walk over to that neighborhood, and that neighbor, and be like, hey, good neighbor, I noticed you're barbecuing in the front yard. Would you mind taking it to the backyard?
To be fair, Crit, a barbecue in the front yard is also technically a barbecue on the flat earth.
Oh, yeah, I was saying on the flat earth, it explains why they act like this. Because it's a small, sad world with small, sad people doing small, sad things for small, sad reasons. On the globe, you should be able to look at the globe and be like, there's enough space for all people and all ideas. Someone barbecuing in their front yard really has no effect on you at all.
Yeah, front yard barbecuing is not the hill I'm dying on. That would not be something that you pipe up about. That would be a Karen move. But when you see somebody like deliberately doing something wrong, like say like cutting in line or something, and everyone stays quiet about it, it's like, hey, motherfucker, get to the back.
Yeah, unless it's harming your life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness, you are not a victim.
Barbecuing in your front yard is wrong. You shouldn't do that. All right. Especially if like your community committee has decided that's not right. So it's wrong. Shouldn't do that, right? So they're in their right to protest, right?
Unless you got enough to share with everyone.
Well, that's why you barbecue in the front yard.
You do it on purpose.
Everyone can come see you.
Yeah, as soon as they say, like, you can't do that. Yes, I can. Watch me.
Most barbecues don't even catch the grease anyway. They're flawed design, if you ask me.
What if somebody told you that you can't cut in line at the store? Would you do it?
Why would I cut in line?
Yeah, then I'll have to figure out a way to do it.
Told you not to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, but why would I do that?
Because someone told you not to do it.
Well, here, don't go to space. Don't even imagine. Don't even imagine going to space. Don't pretend you can see the Earth from space. Don't have any overview effect. Just walk around all day worried that there might be somebody cutting in line somewhere. That's your life now.
No, not somewhere. Just if I see it in front of me, I'll say something. Hey, buddy, we're all standing in a fucking line. We're all standing in line.
The government's been telling us for 20 years, if you see something, say something. Good.
No, not like that.
I see no curvature of the Earth. There's no curvature. There's no rotation.
What if I have a wristband? Can I cut in line?
If you're maybe at an amusement park or something, sure.
No, what if I have a wristband that says this person is allowed to cut in line?
Well, then I guess you get to cut in line because you probably paid for it or something. I don't know.
No, I just made a wristband that says I'm allowed to cut in line.
No, then fuck you, man. Get to the back.
But I have a wristband that says I'm allowed to.
Yeah, but you made the wristband. I don't give a fuck. Your actions are affecting everybody else negatively.
Yeah, they're getting me through the line quicker, so I don't have to aggravate everybody in line. They're getting me through it faster.
No, you're aggravating everyone. What if there's 10 people like you that's like, oh, well, I go out a bracelet?
Then I started a trend.
Okay, all right. Then you started a trend. There you go.
Is globe Earth a trend?
No, but you could maybe make the argument that it's trending. No, I don't think it's a trend.
Yeah, I think it's just going to fade away.
It's not like being emo or trans or anything.
It's going to fade away until like people have forgotten about that. They'll say, "Remember that? Wasn't there a time when people thought we lived on a spinning ball inside a vacuum chamber? The dumbest thing we've ever heard in our life." Say, yeah, people actually think you stick to a ball that's spinning around in a vacuum chamber. Crazy people.
Too bad, like 99% of the planet thinks that you're the ones who are crazy. Well.
How do you know you're on a planet?
Yeah, and why am I the crazy person? Explain how that works.
Because like 0.02% of the population believes that.
No, I'm not talking about your belief systems. Like you guys believe in Bigfoot and unicorns. I don't. Does that make me crazy? Because I don't believe in Bigfoot and unicorns like you?
It's not a belief system, it's statistics. You can look it up. You're the only person on Earth who thinks it's
not statistics.
Yes, it is.
62.1% of statistics are made up.
I know that flat earthers don't like numbers, statistics, and math. I'm sorry.
Well, if you want to get into statistics, the chances are we have how many types of horned creatures on this planet? Lots. We have
no unicorns, though.
Yeah, but we have how many horse-type creatures on this planet?
I don't know.
A lot. We have how many horned-type horse creatures do we have on this planet? A lot.
You're not on a planet. Just keep telling yourself that.
Yeah,
no, I don't mean planet away.
See, your issue you've got, guys, is you can talk about all this stuff and how the majority of the population believes in a Baltard. Well, they can believe in it all they like. There's still no measured curvature. Drop over distance. Has anyone got any?
I think to give this guy his proper chance, we got to ask him the most important question. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature? What was the method of how they did that? Come on, we're all ears.
I already talked to you guys about this subject.
99% of the world knows that it's a ball, so they must know how it was measured. 99% of the world.
Already had this discussion multiple times. It's getting boring.
What was the conclusion?
He didn't have an answer.
You guys are all crazy.
We're the crazy ones.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how that works.
Absolutely crazy.
So we're crazy because we can't measure any curvature when we're told we live on a ball.
So for example,
craziness is we being told we're on a ball, but yet we're not finding any measurable curvature, and we're the crazy ones.
Okay, so if I apply that same standard to you, watch how everything suddenly flips, and then you start backtracking what you're saying. So you're saying we can't see any measured curve, therefore there's no curvature, correct?
No, not that we can't see any measured curve. We don't measure any curve.
Okay, so your claim is that the Earth is all contained by a container, correct? Because we have gas.
We have gas pressure, and space is fake. So how do you like that?
So what's containing the gas pressure then?
A container.
Okay, where's the container? Please provide the.
I don't know. I don't know.
Measure it. Oh,
gas pressure is the evidence.
And now that you don't know, then suddenly when you don't have evidence, you'll believe something anyway, even though you don't provide any evidence for it.
No, I can go and do this in my lab. I can go and do this in my lab. I can prove you need a container.
I don't care what you can do in your lab. Show me the container. Show me the physical container containing the gas. You can't do that because you have no
gas
evidence.
Pressure.
Show me the curvature.
Okay, so you can't show me the container.
You can't show me curvature.
So check it out. If I give you a steak,
let's assume that I can't show you the curvature.
If I give you a beef steak, are you going to assume it came from a zebra?
It's not the same thing.
That is deductively, it's the same thing. Like, I haven't seen your mom. Does that mean you're not human?
Yeah, but we know that all humans come from moms, correct?
And we know that all gas pressure requires a container.
No, not all gas pressures can.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Okay, where's the container then?
Gotcha, bitch.
Show me the evidence then. Show me the container. You can't do that. Walk, walk, walk.
Don't need to.
Space is fake.
Your whole fucking religion falls apart. Your whole cult.
No, it's not a religion.
Show me the cow.
And
I don't
space
believe
is
that's a
fake.
steak. Like what?
Yeah. If I give you a steak, do you think it came from a zebra, or do you think it came from a cow?
Okay, so I can say the same thing about the curvature. If things disappear beyond the horizon, what is it? It's not flat. It's a curve. There you go.
No, we grab a zoom lens. We grab a zoom lens, and then the curve disappears.
Same logic, applying it for
You'd have to show.
No, we grab a zoom lens. Yeah, we grab a zoom lens, and then we zoom in.
No, he'd have to show that that is the only necessary condition to create that effect.
What? You're the ones that are saying that you need a physical container, not me. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah, so the burden of proof is on you. You have to show me the physical container.
No, we don't have to show you the physical container.
Oh, you don't have to, but you can't show it, so that means it doesn't exist.
We don't have to show it.
So
we can prove that you need containment. You can prove to yourself you need containment for gas pressure.
Nope.
If you're breathing, then yeah.
Nope.
You are contained. I don't have to show you the physical container. I just have to show you that there's pressure in it.
Of course you don't have to show me, but then you can't prove that it exists. So
so by your standards, you can't even prove that you exist because you can't show the material that was necessary for producing you.
That is so lame.
By his standards,
that's
can't
such a lame
prove
argument.
That steak you're eating came from a cow, even though it says cow steak. And
or the hive.
So you're just going to believe? So if I take chicken breast and I write cow beef on it and you eat it, that means it's a steak?
Or the hive that the honey came from, or the peel that the banana came out of, or the eggshell that the egg came from, right? These are all necessary conditions, right? The necessary conditionals. To have one thing, you need this other thing by necessity.
Okay, so where is it? By necessity,
I don't need to be able to show you in order to understand that it exists.
Okay, so the curvature exists too.
You can't have steaks anymore. You can't eat bananas because you don't. If you see a banana out of its peel, you're not sure if it's a banana anymore. So you have a mental problem. You're like the 99% of the mentally challenged people.
You mean you're part of the 0.02% of the mentally ill people that believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah. Why are you gay?
Luckily, last night with the cow thing. Hey, buddy, if I'm eating a steak dinner at a restaurant, do I need to know what color the fur is of the cow to know that I'm eating a cow?
If I give you a purple substance in your plate...
Oh, wait, answer the question. Come on, dude.
Yeah, I am answering your question, because the question...
No, it's a yes or no question. It's a closed-ended question, dude. You're not answering the question.
You're assuming it's a steak without even asserting it. It could be chicken breast. It could be anything. The fact that you're saying it's cow beef.
Right, so this might not be gas pressure that
we've already established it's a steak, buddy. In this thing I'm saying, I've already established it's a steak. I'm just talking about the color of the fur on the cow.
There's no point.
No, buddy. Hold on, chill, relax. We've already established in this scenario that I'm eating a steak. And that it came from a cow, that we already know that it is a steak and that it came from a cow. I'm just talking about the color of the fur. And I'm just asking you, do I need to know if it had do I need to know the color of the fur to know that it was a cow?
That's a very bad analogy. Let me give you a better analogy. What you're doing.
No, it's not a bad analogy because we don't need to know what color the cow was, whether it was brown, white,
you don't even know if it's cow.
Or fucking a combination of all. We already know that. We've established that. Please catch up.
That by
You're not listening. He told you.
No, you're not listening.
It's a steak. We know it came from a cow.
Okay, so I tell you
he
it's a curve.
He stated that clearly.
I established it's a curve.
So if you fucking shut up and listen. We don't need to know what color the cow is.
I established
in order.
I don't need to know.
So how have you done this?
Just like you established its steak. Same thing.
Wait, what about where the cow was raised? Do I need to know what pasture? But do I need to know what pasture the cow was raised in to know it was a cow?
Again, that's a stupid analogy, and I can explain why. You're not asking whether or not.
It's a stupid analogy. I'll show you where to fix this. It's a stupid analogy because he knows he's just had his ass handed to him, and all he's doing is just running you lot round and round in fucking circles.
I'm Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help.
That's just funny.
Yeah, he needs help. He needs help. Give him some help.
So out of all that, what we just listened to in the last 15 minutes, has he put forward any proofs of any way, shape, and or form?
Hell no.
Exactly.
You've just been erased.
So what other non-globe proofs have you got?
Don't forget to breathe, It's okay.
What?
Who?
Did you guys having a party or what?
Well,
without me?
Ham went. I don't know. He went ham.
He got cooked.
We're enjoying a peaceful steak dinner together.
What was his bestest evidence of the globe?
Bestest?
We're still waiting for it.
What does bestest mean?
Yeah, the bestest.
Bestest? Isn't it just
better
best?
than betterer?
Yeah, more gooder. How about that? What's your evidence of globe, dude?
I already provided it.
Yeah, really? So something I didn't hear? That's great.
Yeah. I didn't wait for you to be here to explain.
His proof of a globe is that 0.002% of the population are spastic because they believe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, 99%.
That's what he said?
Is spastic, but you're the smart ones, right?
Yeah, but what, dude? It's about understanding, what reality is by being able to investigate claims.
Not being part of a cult and listening to what you're being told because you have no idea what you're talking about.
Really? What makes us a cult?
Really? Well, the fact that you don't know anything what you're talking, you don't investigate it yourselves. You just listen to what your priests tell you.
Really? And what's the basis? What's the basis for that outrageous claim?
Well, I debated multiple people here on this channel, and they have no idea what they're talking about. They just
okay, let's hear the critique. Let's hear the critique. Let me hear the critique.
So
Go and give it to me.
They regurgitate talking points that they hear from their priests, and they keep repeating.
Like what? Like what? If that's a charge against somebody, tell me the exact charge. I want to hear it from you. Tell me the critique. What did they say that was so bad?
Well, I'm not saying that what they said is bad. I'm just saying that what they said is stupid. Like, for example...
Okay, like what?
For example, claiming that there's a physical container to the Earth and yet not providing any evidence whatsoever for that said container. That would be one of them.
Okay, well, that container argument exists only because there's a dichotomy between a high vast pressure differential at where there's said to be space it's supposed to begin, which is at the Kármán line. So that pressure argument only exists the way it does for the container to even be a factor because of the fact that people think that space is a super low pressure vacuum. So now, if that is the case, then I want you to provide evidence that they've measured pressure up in those regions where they said the Kármán line is, which is about 62 miles above the Earth's surface. Now I want you to be able to detail to me how that's possible that they measured air pressure up there to get the high vast pressure differential, which you would need to have in order for space to be a vacuum. Can you provide that, sir?
Are you asking for the evidence for what? For the existence of a vacuum?
The air pressure to be that low for the vacuum to exist the way they say it does for the Earth to be a globe. Now, if you think that's true, I want the evidence.
You don't think there's a gas containment? You don't?
No,
think
I don't. No. That container argument is secondary to this primary argument. So the foundation would be you have to provide the evidence that the air pressure is said to be what they claim that it is in those regions where the Kármán line is, where they said once you cross this boundary. Listen to me, dude. You have the idea that you think it's been measured. Now what I need is the sufficient evidence that it has been. Now that's your job to provide the sufficient evidence that it has been.
Your claim is that we don't know the air pressure in any given distance? Is that the claim?
No, the claim is beyond. No, listen to me carefully. The claim is where they said that the Kármán line is. So you can go anywhere. I'll give you this. Go anywhere above the. I'm going to speak to you colloquially so you understand what I'm talking about. So go anywhere from the mesosphere on up. In the altitude where the mesosphere is on up, I need you to present the air pressure argument measured from that mesosphere on all the way to the thermosphere, exosphere, and so on. So I need you to tell me how they measured in the air pressure where the Kármán line is, 62 miles above the Earth's surface, so that we can have the vast pressure differential that needs to be there for the container argument to be there. Because that's secondary. Primary is you have to demonstrate that the air pressure is measured. It is secondary.
We all established.
No, it's not established. No, it's not established, sir. It's not established. Show me the measurement that air pressure is measured in the thermosphere, where that's the Kármán line, where it's supposed to be. Go ahead.
You can literally look it up easily. There are.
No, I don't. It's not my job. It's not my. Your claim is there's a vacuum of space, right? A vacuum of space. Here's the thing: you can bow out of the argument. Yeah, you can bow out. It's fine for me because it's still what I'm going to do is declare victory because there's nobody that's going to demonstrate to me that air pressure is measured in the thermosphere where they say the Kármán line is supposed to be residing in. And so I have a victory easily when you bow out of it. So you can easily say, I'm not going to do it. That's fine. Don't do it. So I can demonstrate to everybody else that no one can. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
So essentially space is fake. And you can't prove its existence of it being a vacuum. So I don't have to talk about a container because you can't provide the air pressure measurement, which is foundational to the secondary conversation of there being a container. So go ahead and try to provide evidence that it's been measured. Try it.
There are literally barometers that show you the fucking gas pressure in every given distance. Show. And if you don't,
you're saying words, I want you to.
And if you don't think that there are, and if you don't think that there's a gas gradient and that the pressure is a gradient and that it changes the closer you get to the atmosphere, then you're also disputing the flat Earth claims that the gas.
Yeah, you're multiplying your words, sir. You're multiplying your words, but we have nothing to show that the air pressure is measured at the Kármán line where they say space begins. That's the low Earth orbit where they need to have the low pressure values that they claim exist there in order for there to be the vacuum of space. I need you to demonstrate that's the case, and then we can begin. If you demonstrate it to be true, then guess what? We start with the container argument. But if you don't demonstrate that to be true, I don't have to present any container argument because you didn't present any values that were measured with a super low pressure to be a vacuum. Therefore, space is fake.
Mm-hmm. So now you're just your own flat Earth priests.
No, I'm declaring victory over you until you provide evidence. I win. How about that?
A very well-known fact that the Earth is that the Earth has an atmosphere and that the gas pressure changes.
Yeah,
go up
lots of words. Lots of words are coming from you, but I want to see.
Common sense.
I want to see. Okay, so show me. Yeah, show me in the text. Show me in the text where anything cited by any academic sources or any meteorological sources.
Academic sources don't know the pressure in space and the pressure on Earth in the atmosphere. Is that your claim?
Yeah, I want you to show that where I said, listen to the words carefully, mesosphere and above. I want you to show air pressure values that have been measured in situ. That means localized, right? So localized right in those regions. I want air pressure values measured because if space is a vacuum, I want to see a demonstration of that. No demonstration, no space. You don't got space if you don't have the vacuum.
You literally see astronauts floating in space when they're showing.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for reifying an idea and not providing any evidence. So show the evidence. I need to see that evidence in text. Otherwise, it's victory for me.
No, not really. You're just saying very trivial things.
You goddamn right it's really. You goddamn right it's really. And I'm going to dance on this all day long until you provide in the text to show that there is a vacuum right at the thermosphere. Like I told you, where they said the Kármán line resides.
Yep.
If you don't have that, I don't even have to entertain the container argument because you can't provide the evidence that space is a vacuum.
Measured and shown. You can literally look it up. It's all measured and shown.
Post it for me so I can check your stuff out. Yeah, post it.
You say it's all measured and shit.
No, seriously, post it. If you have what it takes to show.
Okay, show me the container first, and then I'll show you.
No, we're not talking about a container. Dude, I already said it's secondary to this. The claim is it's a vacuum. Show me the fucking vacuum. I want to show, but any way possible, right? Any resource that you got, show it to me in the text. Otherwise, we don't even get to the container argument. It stays
the fact that you don't know that the
far away, packed away.
This is well established, like years.
Really? Really? Okay, genius. All right, then show it to me in the text. Let's see. You say you got a winning hand. I want you to put your cards on the table. Let me see that winning hand. Let me see that full house. Let me see it. What do you got? What you got, man?
Already. There's no need to go.
Yeah. No, I don't need you to tell me it's well established. I don't need you to say it's well established.
Provide you evidence that the oceans exist, that they're made out of water.
Dude, no, you can't provide this evidence, and that's why you're stalling. This is called filibuster. What you're doing right now is filibuster. You're only stalling for time because you don't have the evidence, do you? That's what I fucking thought. Woo! You ain't got it. No one does.
Do you have
Space is fucking fake, dude. It's fucking fake. No, I don't even have to talk about it because space is fake, and you can't provide evidence the air pressure is measured
space
to be a vacuum.
Fake. Then what are they showing? And what are they showing on the pictures of the satellites?
Dude, that isn't my argument. I don't have to explain shit to you.
Space is fake. So what are they showing?
Yeah. Hey, it's not up to me. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna tell you, dude. I don't need to tell you anything more. I don't need to tell you anything more except for you don't have evidence that there's a vacuum up there that you think exists.
Well,
no evidence of it.
I saw Julia Roberts floating in space.
Yeah, that's great, but we're still not talking about how he's demonstrating that there's a vacuum up there, and that's his job. And if somebody else wants to chime in and help him, go ahead. Anybody else want to pile in and help this guy? Maybe you can phone a friend. Because it ain't happening today, bud.
Vacuum of space is kind of retarded. I don't know.
Yeah, well, really. So then you're just going to toss away your whole cosmology then?
After all of these years of like research and space travel that we did.
Yada, 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 etc., etc. Now get to the evidence, bro.
You're still trying to dispute it as if no one's been there.
Okay.
Years of someone else's story. I think he doesn't get it.
Remember the word filibuster? That's what you're doing. Just give up the ghost already so everybody can see your spirit leave your body, and that way we know that you absolutely do not have the evidence to back up the claim that space is a vacuum. And we don't even have to talk about containers anymore. We can do away with that whole argument. We can pack it away and store it in the attic. Probably can collect dust. Isn't that fun? We don't even have to talk about containers because space is fucking fake.
Okay, then you're going to have to explain all the footage from space and how.
No, I don't have to explain shit. You don't bring any evidence. Nothing gets talked about.
Well,
all
if live
we
footage
need
is
from you, sir, is the evidence.
What you're looking for? If live.
Live footage. You're right. We're not. There, here's your fishing pole. Here's your and you're
so
fishing. Hopefully somebody's gonna bite. Hopefully somebody's gonna bite.
I'll give you the evidence. Here you go. This is live footage
go
from
for it.
space. Now you tell me why it's fake.
So showing me that video, does it show air pressure values, sir?
No. But you said it's fake.
No.
Where are satellites?
Yeah,
so
because they're telling.
It's currently located. What are they looking at?
Why do you want me to explain shit to you? Why do you want me to explain it to you?
Evidence. I'm providing you with evidence, and yet you're still.
Listen to me carefully. See, you have a hard time listening. I want evidence of the vacuum of space, which means that there needs to be measurements of the air pressure that's read at those regions. We're at the Kármán line. Now, if you don't have that, then you don't have your vacuum of space, which you think exists, where these guys are floating around in. Dude, it's a solid argument that you have no rebuttal to. That's at least something you can appreciate.
You know the gas pressure goes down. We know it's a gradient. It's been measured multiple times.
So show me how they measured it then. Come on.
Barometers.
What's taking you so many barometers? Yeah, really? Post it. Let's see in the mesosphere what they measured, and onto the thermosphere, and onto the exosphere. Let's see the air pressure measurements all the way up. Let's see it. Come on.
Where the instrument will melt, you mean?
Come on, dude. Like, I mean, you say you got a winning hand. You're still withholding that from me. Now you're not Mr. Big Shot anymore, are you? Got egg all over your face. Isn't this fun? ChatGPT won't help you. Phoning a friend won't help you. Trying to frantically search Google won't help you. It's not there, dude. I'm telling you. Took all of the wind out of his sails, for sure. Nothing left but the crying, man. Well, is that it? Wanted me to explain videos and wanted me to explain live footage. And dude, I mean, the desperate reach of these guys. Anyways, how's everybody doing? Sounded like Britnet was in here earlier.
All right, thanks, mate.
Did he bring an awesome Glober except for Mez? Mez is tired and busted, dude. Like, I mean...
He brought the guy Kennedy, but he never mic'd up.
I was gonna listen, but I didn't. I was busy at work. Like, did he? He didn't say anything.
No, he never mic'd up.
Oh, that guy's not talking anymore. He's got a mic, but it's not he's not muted or anything. Maybe he's at a loss for words. Maybe he wants to go and ask somebody what the live footage of what he's seeing means. He's gonna probably ask one of you guys, "Tell me what this means. What does this live footage mean?" You see all these astronauts flying around.
Yeah, and you can't explain it.
Yeah, because I don't need to.
Live footage.
I really
ridiculous.
Really, videos are reality now.
Yeah, if you can track the satellites down and see them for yourself.
How many people did they take to space to film the movie Gravity?
Hilarious, dude. Never heard that one before.
What's so funny about it? Isn't it cheaper to go there than to actually fake it?
You know that it's actually retarded to say something like that because you know that that you could see the satellites.
That's all you've got. Calling people retarded because he just hammered you.
Yeah, because you're saying something about a movie as if it has any relevance to the conversation.
What's the difference between what you see on the
showing
screen?
From space is a movie.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're talking over. That's not going to fucking help. Got to warn you. What's the difference between you staring at your computer screen and watching the movie Gravity and you staring at your computer screen and watching ISS? Both of them are on your screen. So what's the difference between the two of them? How do you differentiate between one or the other?
The fact that you can't differentiate between a video and live footage is kind of...
Excellent. So how do you know it's real?
A video? Yeah, you don't know what's real.
Your claim is it's real. Your claim is the ISS stuff is real.
And that's live footage.
How do you know?
Yes. Because we can literally see the satellites, and we know because we send them up to outer space.
So you can literally see the satellites.
Yes.
The same one that's underwater.
You can see Elon Musk, the satellite he builds for people to have.
Did you see the Tesla?
Literally track it. Yeah, you can literally. Yeah,
you're a fuckwit. Get off.
It's called Skylink. You're so fucking retarded. You don't even know. You can literally take your telescope, look up to the sky, and see it, and you know exactly.
You own a telescope?
Skylink. Oh, Starlink, not Skylink.
Yeah, that's true. It is Starlink. My bad. But still, you can literally look up to the sky and see it, and you know where it's traveling, what distance, what location. You can literally track it down.
Cool story, bro.
If it was a movie, you couldn't be able to do that. Understand the
so
difference.
far, you guys have been telling me this for like 10 years. I can watch things go across the sky, and I've not seen anything yet besides maybe a twinkle of something one time in, I don't know, last 8 years.
So you're saying satellites don't exist now? Is that the claim?
Prove it.
No, that's not the claim. That's your straw man.
He just literally said that. What do you mean straw man? He just said satellites don't exist.
Okay, I'm going to spell it out to you because you're fucking stupid and you don't like listening.
Well, you're fucking stupid and you're kangaroo and you're fucking Australian.
Shut your pile. Right. I don't disagree that there is mechanical devices flying above our heads. Okay? I don't know if you understand that or not. I do not disagree that there's mechanical devices flying above our heads. What I do disagree with is the claimant of you lot saying that they are in the vacuum environment of space. Now, if you want to claim satellites are up in this vacuous environment of space, you can go back with your conversation with Alpha and prove that it's been fucking tested.
It's actually worse than that. This is a reversal of the burden of proof. He's claiming the positive. So what we need is a ball Earth and a vacuum and a gravity all validated before any of the other stuff. That's what we need.
Yeah. I'll provide that when you can provide evidence for how the night and day.
So you don't have any evidence for the ball Earth that you think you
have a normal mic that you have to shout in your mic like a fucking freak.
You don't understand that you need evidence for the claims that you're...
Can you show me on your fucking model how?
These are your claims. What I need is you to prove your claims. You've made a bunch of claims. Now I need the evidence. Go ahead.
You need to fix your mic first. That's the first thing.
Friend, just go ahead and provide the evidence. Go ahead.
Provide evidence for what? This is what you do every single time when you have an argument.
For all the claims that you just made. You made the claims, and now you need to provide the evidence for the claims that you made. It's not that difficult.
Every single time you get caught in semantics on
Okay, so it's not semantics. Semantics, words and their meaning. Yeah, words have meanings. Congratulations. Welcome to the party. So what we need is the evidence for the claims that you made.
Then you get bogged down in stupid things like measuring.
So you still don't want to actually give the evidence for the claims that you made. You just Starlink, all right? So give me the measurements of the Earth and the curvature, how they got those, and then we'll go from there. And then we'll go to the gravity bit, all right? We got to do this in steps, right? So let's go with the measurements of Earth curve. Where are those at? And then we'll just go from there. Go for it.
You know what? I agree. Let's do this in steps. That's a very good idea. Before we get to gravity and stuff like that.
Anyways, like I said, curvature measurements of the Earth, that's all we need. Then we'll go from there.
Okay, so before curvature, let's talk about...
Before we do anything, you made a claim about Starlink, right? Curvature of the ball that you think you live on. Because otherwise, there's no orbital around something that doesn't exist, right? Whatever happens in the sky, we ain't got to worry about. Because this is a flat Earth server. You're a globe believer. You think somehow, if you affirm the consequent with a satellite, all of a sudden you live on a ball. When it turns out you need the ball first. So just give me the measurements of the ball, how they were acquired, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, let's go from there. So first, you have to provide evidence for why you think the Earth...
So you're not going to actually provide any evidence for the ball Earth that you think you live on. No measurements of curvature. You're going to always kind of reverse the burden, which I've already proved. You're going to talk about me and the claims that I made. Well, I didn't talk about satellites, friend. You did. So if we want to talk about satellites, we're going to have a ball first. So measurements of ball. Go ahead.
I don't even need to show you curvature to prove it's fucking...
Okay, so he's just going to not show us curvature, even though, you know, a ball would require measurements of curvature. So he doesn't even have to do that. Okay, let's see where he goes. Ball. Let's see if he affirms the consequent or begs the question. Let's see.
Are you practicing your narration skills? Like you're talking in front of a huge stadium or something? It's just me and you here. No one else is listening.
Actually, there's a bunch of people here that are waiting for your measurements.
Like 2 people on Discord.
2 YouTube streams, a Rumble and a Twitch and a Twitter, I think.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people. Like I'm addressing many people, pointing out that you don't have measurements of the ball you think you live on, pointing out that you are going to go ahead and affirm the consequent with satellites, right? So I'm orating. I'm practicing. I'm letting everybody know that you're a fucktard.
Mm-hmm. I don't even need curvature to prove you the Earth is round, but you're not going to listen.
Great. What are you going to use instead? What are you going to do instead?
So
isn't that like the one requirement for the Earth to be round?
So yes. It's not required. I can do it without even.
Right.
Okay, great. Night and day. So we have another logical fallacy. If the Earth is a ball, we'll have night and day. Oh, we have night and day, and therefore the Earth's a ball. So you've failed again. You've affirmed the consequent. You want to try again?
So show me how night and day works on your flat Earth. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't claim anything about how night and day works, but you're going to affirm the consequent with it and say that you live on a ball. So why are you asking me about claims that I didn't make?
Well, because you're going to have to explain how seasons and stuff.
No, see, you don't understand. I don't have to explain anything. I'm not making claims about things, so no explanation is required. See, this is another burden of proof reversal fallacy. If you think that night and day happens because the Earth is turning, well, then we would need evidence of motion. So what I would need is a measurement of the motion of the Earth. Do you have that?
So you said you're not saying any claims, but you're claiming...
No, sorry, no claims about what happens with night and day cycles. Yeah, that's right. So far, you've made a claim about satellites. Have it back to them. You know, you're going to affirm the consequent, say you live on a ball. No measurements of that. Now we're on to the next thing. Maybe you still think that this non-existent ball is rotating. So what I need is measurements of rotation. Do you have that?
So are you going to provide the evidence for night and day?
So there you go. So the last thing that he could possibly do, his escape hatch for this entire conversation is to reverse the burden of proof about something that I didn't make a claim about, like night and day cycles. So I think this is a big old fat L for you, Mike. You have lost today. You've been exposed. Everyone's laughing at you, even the folks online, and there's a few Globers. They're laughing their asses off too, going, oh man, rookie move. Don't reverse the burden. At least come up with some bullshit. But you haven't even found a way to come up with bullshit yet. What kind of stock of bullshit you got?
Mm-hmm. All the 10 people on YouTube are watching.
Okay, so the 10 people are laughing at you. I mean, that's 10 people. That's not nobody. 10 people are laughing at you. But you're okay with that, right?
No, I'm not okay with you not explaining your...
Okay, so nothing needs to be explained. I didn't make any claims yet, my friend. Now, you claimed Ball Earth, satellites, day and night. I need the explanations for those things, but I also need demonstrations with the explanations, because you could just make some shit up, but you have to back it up. So what we need is demonstration for the claims that you... Do you have any of those?
So you're claiming Earth is flat. I need demonstration.
No worries. Demonstration. You can do this yourself. Go out and measure it, right? I can't do this for you. You mentioned earlier that, oh, we just listen to priests and nobody does anything. Well, I've got my own long-distance observations. I've checked for the curve. So you were incorrect again. It's just a straw man. It's just poisoning the well, which is most of what you guys do anyways. So I've measured the Earth. You're going to need to go measure the Earth and see if it's flat, if everything is measured according to a horizontal plane called sea level, like, you know, the topographers do and the map makers do, right? You're going to need to do that yourself. The demonstration is the Earth itself. Don't ask me for a demonstration of flatness. The Earth will do that for you. Are you ready to do it?
I already did it, and I found that it's round.
Okay, so can you show me what you did?
I have an update for you. It's 41 people live just on the YouTube channels.
Oh no, 41 retards watching me. What am I going to do?
Yep. 41 people. It's even worse that retards are laughing. They even think that you are more retarded than them, right?
Yeah, the retards who think the Earth is flat. Yeah, that's real.
Exactly. The retards even think you're retarded. That's pretty bad, right?
Retards who think Earth is flat or left. Oh no, please don't.
Right. So this is what you've ended up doing. You've decided to not tell me about the thing that you did to check for the curvature. Can you just go ahead and give me the measurements that you took? Can you do that real quick?
Yeah, sure. So when you're looking at some object...
No. Friend, get me the data and what you did. Not when you are looking. This is not me, this is you. Tell me, when I went to wherever, I saw this, and then I affirmed the consequent with it. Go ahead and tell me about that, but I would like data. That's better.
Okay, so show me your data first. Go ahead.
What data would you like?
I want to see all your experiments, articles written with peer reviews. Go ahead.
Whoa, wait a second. Measurements don't need peer review.
You don't peer review a carpenter, you retard. He measures and cuts.
Yeah. So this is not science. There's no experiments. I said measurements. Certainly you know the difference between math and science, right?
Okay, so show me the measurements that you did. Tell me where you made them.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. So I'll get you a really good one here. You ready?
I want one that you did yourself. Mm-hmm.
Okay, no problem.
Why? Because you're out there doing them yourself.
It's a long distance observation. You want to see it?
No. I want to see that you did, and I want you to prove me that you did it with your.
I know.
Go ahead. You did.
No worries. It's from my cell phone. Is it okay? Can you relax?
How do I know it's from your cell phone?
Oh well, if you don't buy what I'm going to, then you must need to do it yourself.
You're not going to buy anything I.
No worries. That's why I said you go out and right. See, if you're not going to accept it from me, although you do accept the things that you see on TV, as seen on TV, right? Those are the things that you accept. But all of a sudden, because I want to show you a photograph, no good. That's why I insisted that you go measure the Earth yourself. That's why I started this out with that. Because, just some guy on the internet's not going to help you. So you need to do this yourself, right?
So you're not going to provide any evidence.
Okay, so you don't accept the evidence that thing. And then you're like, how do I know? How do I know? No worries. You go do it. So if we're done here, if this is all you're going to do, poison the well, right? Just go measure the Earth and tell us what you come up with, and come back. It'd be fine.
Yeah, that's what I did, and I found it is round.
Okay. So what did you find? How did you do it? Did you affirm the consequent? Let's see. What'd you do?
Yeah, we can see the different phenomena, all the observations, and we can conclude that it's round.
Give me one. Don't just be vague and ambiguous about it. Tell me what you did.
Night and day, seasons, the star constellations, everything.
Oh, so everything is just affirming the consequent. So you affirm the consequent with all of these things.
No, we look at different observations, we do measurements, and then we conclude. We don't.
What measurements? Where's the measurements? I asked you for those earlier. Where are they at?
See, this is where you're poisoning the well. You're asking for every measurement that is done in science.
No, we're asking for the one that you made the claim of. You made the claim. You back it.
I didn't conduct the experiment.
So he didn't conduct these, right? He just got done saying, I didn't conduct this. What I did is I let other people who I think measured things, and then I used their evidence to go ahead and affirm the consequent. Isn't that about right, Superhand?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, if you can.
Okay. So no worries. So Ham's evidence, Superham's evidence of the Earth being a ball is nothing more than an affirming the consequent formological fallacy. You heard it here first, folks. So, anyways, I'm going to jump on mute. Anybody else want to knock this doll around, they can.
All the dumb fucks fuck off, or what's up?
He's still here. I unmuted him.
We got Dazza in the chat.
It's funny this Mathicus guy thinks he's cloaked. Like, everyone knows he's a chimpanzee. He comes in here acting like, oh, I've never heard this topic before. What's going on? You know, like, you guys want to talk to me about Flat Earth?
Muted up now.
Yeah, I just want to see how long he's going to try to...
No, I'm not muted. What's your issue? What's your issue?
Dude, I get it. You're a chimpanzee.
A what?
Yeah, you're like one of the chimpanzees. You're from Gem Panda server.
I know. Yeah, I'm on that channel.
Yeah,
I'm not
chimpanzee, and then we'll leave you alone.
You're not allowed to be associated to any other Discord channel besides Flat Earth. That's what he's saying.
No, if that's what you heard. Yeah, if that's what you heard, you're retarded. You're absolutely retarded if that's what you heard.
Sorry, we're not part of your cult. We have other servers.
You're completely retarded if that's what you heard.
I would like you to articulate what your issue is.
He has an issue that's dumb as fuck.
You're not cloaked.
People here.
You're not cloaked.
Yeah,
you're not cloaked.
I'm not cloaked. I don't want to be cloaked. Yeah. I'm not cloaking.
Yeah, you thought you came in here, shields up, red alert, deflector shields and cloaking shields on. Dude, you're not cloaked.
He's not even trying to be cloaked, you fucking moron. What are you talking about? Fucking lunatic. Crazy.
We have Ham advocating for him now. Oh, he's got a friend.
No, that's Ragnar. Like, the same dude who's always spazzing out in text chat. He changes his username every so often because he thinks he's cloaked.
Oh,
what are you mad at me because I said I would want a better society than a shit one? Like, is that what you're mad about?
No, I'm not mad about it. I just think it's hilarious that you're a chimpanzee and then start talking about you're advocating for a well-balanced society with people doing moral things for moral reasons.
Yeah, so gross, huh?
Because that server is basically about the dumpster fires you can get. It's like all the people who invented the internet.
Yeah, I don't agree with them. I don't agree with all the people on Gempanda's server, man.
Well, go tell them then. Make that be your stomping grounds where you want to change things. Because it sounds like to me that you fit right in.
What is going? What I'm on a different server, so all of a sudden I'm fucking public enemy number one here.
No, I said you're not cloaked. Repeat back to me what you're not.
I'm not cloaked.
Not cloaked. There we go. Anything you add, if you add one more word past that, that is your fault. You did that.
I'm supposed to be hiding the fact that I'm in multiple servers?
No, you can't hide it. You can
I'm not trying to hide it.
You can try to hide it. You're not
What
cloaked.
the fuck is going on here? What is going on here?
What's going on is Crit's our in-house detective. He is a member of every server there is, and he knows when you guys are assholes outside of here too.
X to do.
They call me Conspiracy Santa. I got a list. I know who's been naughty and nice. I know who's been talking straight shite on other servers. I heard you. I've heard your words come out of your mouth. And you're full of shit. You're full
of shit. What were my words? I hope you wrote them down. What are my words?
You are not cloaked.
I don't even know why I'm fucking even giving into this. Like,
you know why you're getting into it? Because you're not close.
Thought you could front. Hey, I'm just a member here. What's going on, everybody? Or is everyone here like a flat earther? Like a?
Well, why don't you check how long I've been a member? Why don't you check how long I've been a member of the Flat Earth servers?
Yeah, why
do those not count? I've been on CB server for over a year. Does that count for nothing?
You said you've been on CD?
CB.
C.
B.
CD.
The letter right before C.
I don't really know who this guy is, Crit, but why are we roasting this guy? Give me something.
He's a chimpanzee. He's a chimpanzee.
Give me a little context, man. What has he said or done? I don't even know this guy from Adam.
Well, the first thing, he wanted to go in here and tell everyone how, like, basically flat earther or flat earthism is damaging society. And he
I didn't say that at all.
He's really pissed that, like, you can't have a society because there's people out there with free speech that he disagrees with. While he thought he was cloaked and he wasn't a chimpanzee.
Okay, first of all, I'm not trying to cloak. Second of all, to clarify, you were complaining about people being Karens, and I said, yeah, well, sometimes we need people to speak up because there's a bunch of people doing shit in our society, and you need that person to say, hey, like, you know, like if someone cuts in line, like, get the fuck to the back of the line. We need people to pipe up and say something.
I have a wristband.
Yeah. See, wristband shit. I didn't say anything about flat earthers are making the society worse. You're being disingenuous, my man.
Meanwhile, he's a chimpanzee. Some of the most dumpster fire, trash content. Just straight up TMZ, BuzzFeed, brain rot.
I don't know a single topic I even agree with Gem Panda on.
So are you a flat earther, Matic? I don't even know you, man. So are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
he's not. He's cloaked.
Yeah,
he's
sure.
Sure.
Anti-globe for sure, but yes.
I've only heard you chime in this chat like maybe once or twice. I don't really know you like Crit does.
Jeez, I take 1 month off coming here, and all of a sudden.
No, I'm just saying, man. Like people usually have like their voices established when they're in here, kind of throwing a few jabs. But I mean, I've only heard you like maybe once or twice.
Yeah, more than that. I'm just not one of the very vocals.
Okay. Well, I go by this channel, so if I hear anything out of line here, that's what I usually use my metrics. But also, I rely on people that are outside of this place too, like Crit. So if he says he smells a rat, dude, Spidey senses start tingling. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. Go ahead and repeat anything I said or show me something I've done. Just give me something. Instead of just making shit up. Multiple people in here heard you make that shit up.
Yeah, you're not cloaked.
Throwing out fallacies like crazy. Yeah, we know what you like, bro. You're one of the least respected globers that comes in here, to be honest. No one's falling for your bullshit.
Right, you guys, because I've been arguing.
Shut the fuck up. Anyone else can unmute him at will. Go for it. I'm sick of listening to his nonsense.
What was his premise this time, DJ?
It was just ridiculous. He's saying basically we should be able to see ridiculous distances on a flat Earth, and if we can't, the natural antecedent to not being able to see these ridiculous distances is that the Earth is a globe.
Based on what?
Shit.
Based on what observation?
What did he put in side chat? These dudes better fuck when they see me enter.
Oliver, what was your specific observation?
I mean, think how triggered Oliver is that he's like, I can't talk to you guys about flat Earth unless you're in a neutral platform. You take it to DMs and he just blocks you. I mean, this guy's worldview is so fractured, is so shattered, that even his own DMs is not a neutral platform for him to talk.
Hey, Crit, how about we just let AV talk to him? I'll put my boots up.
Let's do it. Yeah, just go. Yeah. We go one speaker to the next speaker to the next speaker until he finally realizes the constant variable is him.
I could in this room, but obviously I'm the anomaly because I'm in a flat Earth room.
Cosmos, just talk to AV. All right, just bring up the same argument. Go ahead.
Yeah, start from the beginning. What's your argument?
So right, if the antecedent, right, or the logical conclusion of a flat Earth is you should be able to see distances within the Rayleigh scattering limit.
Yeah, but what's the limit? Are you putting parameters around our distance, our view distance?
So, well, people have quoted different figures. Would we rest on?
Yeah, I know what people are saying, but what I'm asking is, you have to give a specific example. Like, are you viewing, let's say, over a specific distance on a beach? Like, you have to give me, what are you working with right now?
Okay. Say my inability to see island from where I am, which according to Google Maps is around 70 miles away.
70 miles to, like, what distance from what shore to what target distance?
It's the Solway coast to well, it'd be where the kind of coast where the peninsula next to Belfast.
Okay. Can anybody? I'm on the move. Can anybody pull that up? Is there possible? Or can you do that? You do me a favor. Support everything with maybe a map that you can show like where everything is. Can you do that?
Right. This tells this. Wait, I'll use because this tells you exactly where I am, so I'm not using it.
Well, we need some kind of like way that you're going to show people what you're talking about. So, put some.
Yeah. Just give me a. Right. So, I'm not gonna pick exactly where I live. I'm just gonna pick.
Just go from the beach. Is that too much?
No, I think I can get it in. So.
So from just near Groomsport, looking east-southeast towards Isle of Man, it's about 46 miles or 75 kilometres.
Okay. What's the setup for Cosmos or Oliver or whatever you go by?
I can't.
You got a distance.
You're roboting.
Sorry about that. I went through a dead zone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So I can't see island from the mountains when I'm higher up. I can't see island from a hill. I can't see island from the beach.
Are you using just your eyes or optics? Like other type of optics?
I mean, I have a camera with decent zoom, but I still can't see island. I have binoculars. I can't see island.
Okay. So what distance are you going from sea level to where you said you're on a mountain?
I'm usually about 500 meters up.
All right, I don't have the information in front of me, so I'm just taking your word for it.
Yeah, we've got documented in the chat. I put one up there from Rosso Beach, documented 63 miles, Isle of Man. That's it. 22 minutes after the hour. Then Old Dude documented another one at 24 minutes after the hour from Blackpool. So where is the place you're talking about in comparison to these two places where it's already been documented that Isle of Man can be seen at? The first one over 60 miles.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, is compare what we have already to see Isle of Man. And I think Isle of Man has been witnessed before. This is why I wanted him to put up what he's been doing. So if you can compare,
are you talking about a place south of there, in between those two places, north?
The Isle of Man, I could understand it on like a certain day. Like, okay, maybe I need to go and collect more pictures specifically to see if I can see the Isle of Man.
We're examining your claim right now. So the claim is what's being examined. So you said that you cannot see Isle of Man from 40 miles, but there's documented cases where it has been seen at further distances. So we're trying to figure out, what did you do? How are you seeing it? Because
and we're specifically talking about the coast of Ireland.
Okay, just so everyone knows, and we can put this into perspective, and I'll put it in imperial so most of our fellows understand. His eye height of 1,640.4 feet, the horizon should be at 49 miles. His distance claims are within that. So he's not even beyond his horizon. So there's some other effect causing him not to be able to see this isle.
Okay, so he's looking from the other side of the island. Thank you. I didn't understand that before.
In fact, I'll look at my gallery, the photos I've taken, to see if I actually have any which just look out to sea.
Yeah, the important thing right now is what we're trying to do is if a claim is being laid on the table, we have to examine all the components of that claim. If you're saying you cannot see based on observations that have been made on the sea, then we're going to compare it to other observations that other people have done. And so you're not the only one that's making these observations. It's not like a standalone where you say, I did this one thing, I cannot see Isle of Man, therefore the Earth is a globe. You can't do that. It has to be compared to other people making observations. That's the wonderful thing about what we do in here, is we examine each claim and then we parse it out whether or not observations can be made from that specific location that you're at. And then we compare it to other people that are making observations, and we get confirmation whether or not you can actually witness this or not. So it has to be tested. So it's not just the fact that you're making the claim, it's the fact that it can be tested out or not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but so you said, somebody said in here from Blackpool, have they ever seen like Dublin or Drogheda or Dundalk?
Well, we're not concerned with that right now. This was your specific claim, the Isle of Man being witnessed from that specific beach, and of course you gave us another elevation viewing distance. So we're comparing that to what other people have been able to see. So it's called moving the goalpost. You can't change it to other target distances. That would require us to examine each one of those distances specifically. So we're only working with one at the moment. And based upon what you've said, there's people looking into this currently, and they're showing, things in the text chat, I would assume. I'm not looking at it, but are you not witnessing what's in text chat? We have to move the needle one way or the other, Cosmos. Either you're going to provide evidence that your claim is substantiated, or we can hand wave dismiss after you've provided everything and then nothing is substantiated. So it's going to move one way or the other.
Yeah. So the source you posted, the highest point on the Isle of Man is Snaefell, 2,307 feet. Whatever that is in meters, because I don't typically work with feet, above the Irish Sea. The distance across the Irish Sea to Snaefell is also approximately 63 miles. Yeah, what's the issue?
Is this the observation in question, the one that you did?
No, I'm
right. So we're not going to another. Right. This is what we're working with. I'll say it again. With your claim, if it was seen from the distance that people can see observations of the Isle of Man, and you're saying that you didn't see it, well, that's a problem, right? Because we're comparing it to other people that have made observations to the Isle of Man.
No, because I could say fair enough. In photos I've taken, I wasn't specifically looking out for like where the Isle of Man would be or specific temple. If you want me to go,
yeah, hold on, Cosmos. Then we should close this argument down. What we're gonna do is dismiss it as not evidence of your claim of the Earth being a globe in any way, or showing that we can't witness the Isle of Man.
even then, shouldn't it be completely easy?
Yeah, we can go to another claim that you can try to substantiate, but this one is not going to work.
Well, just before that, I just wanted to read out, 1 second, Oliver. I just wanted to read out a little bit of information that I just looked up about it, right? So in Belfast, for example, the average visibility typically ranges between 6 to 12 miles, 10 to 20 kilometers on most normal dry days. And that's the average year round is 10 to 12 miles. Now, if we go look at the Isle of Man, 10 to 20 on clear days is the average visibility. And I didn't even ask it about being able to see Northern Ireland, Scotland and Wales, and even parts of England, but it says visibility can reach 50 to 60 miles on very rare conditions, where people have been able to view Northern Ireland and whatnot from this location. So, yeah.
Well, it sounds like we have confirmation right now. That's confirmation for you, Cosmos.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Okay.
I won't dispute that if you have like records of visibility.
Sounds good. All right. Well, that's that then. Good job, everyone.
Yeah, I don't have a solid case with that argument. I'll just admit that. Like, if it's affected by visibility.
Yeah, we'll accept the concession for sure.
Appreciate it, Oliver.
We'll move ahead. As you were, ladies and gentlemen. I got to do some stuff. So.
I got something to tell you real quick.
What did you say, Barrington?
Yeah. So real quickly, you remember yesterday we were talking about the sales conference I was going to.
Yeah.
And then you remember we were talking about the schools teaching people rote memory, et cetera, and one of the agents who was presenting said something I thought you would get a real kick out of. He said, "Don't ever remember something you can look up."
Yeah, tell that to the people that are teaching at schools.
Yeah. He meant it as his context was that he was joking, but his serious point behind it is remember the important stuff. Don't fill your head with stuff you can just look up in the manual. But anyway, I thought you'd get a kick out of that because it's so apropos to our conversation as I was on the way up there yesterday.
Yeah, there's a lot about that I would discuss with you, but yeah, just for content's sake,
we'll talk another time. Yeah, no doubt, we'll talk another time. But yeah, just thought I'd share that with you before I'd forget.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, definitely. I don't know if anybody else has another argument they want to bring forward. You think the Earth's a globe? Whoa, that's a face I haven't seen in a while. Crypto, what's up, bro? Haven't seen, dude.
Hey, man.
We're gonna have to send a search party after you.
Let me get some proper headphones on. Sorry, give me 2 seconds.
It's weird how people who are like a part of the group and like they've been out for a while and you haven't seen them. It's like, wow. Because I was just thinking the other day, I wonder where Crypto is, man. I haven't seen him in a minute, and he just shows up right now.
Oh, Crypto!
That's great.
Yeah, he's here.
All rise.
Really? I mean, seriously.
I guess that guy's gone, but just while Crypto's getting his headphones, just so the audience understands, these sightings of the Isle of Man, the two that were documented in the chat from Rossel Beach and Blackpool, it should not be seen at those instances. The peak of the tallest mountains should be hidden behind the curve. So the fact that this guy just, some guys claim that he never saw it from some other place takes nothing away from that evidence, because it should not be seen at all from those distances. So I like the way AV just kind of brought that out. Like, you got nothing, because you're just sitting here saying you haven't seen it. You know what I mean? It's, just like people who would say, all swans are white, because I've never seen a black one. Doesn't matter if you saw one. I haven't seen one, so it must not exist, And they claim that we're the ones who are like that, and they're totally like that all the time. Yeah, I didn't see it, or you can't see it on this day, But the point is that you shouldn't be seeing it at all if we were on a globe, which we aren't.
Facts. And in class act on the part of the Globey there for giving the concession, we don't see a lot of that. So, many props to him for doing the honorable thing.
Yeah, AV got him to concede. Yeah, good job.
Normally they break down and start, spiraling out of control and resulting to personal attacks and insults and other nonsense. But this guy here, I will give him some credit for, gracefully conceding the point.
Very rare for Oliver to concede anything. So, yeah, definitely. Maybe he's coming around.
Around? I see what you did there.
Now, guys, I've come across something today that I have not heard before. A word that I think is really interesting. You all have heard the word.
Are you roboting?
Jay, you're roboting, my friend.
What are we going to tell him?
The answer is they're not lying, they're posturing. Uh-oh. Hang on. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Samuel Robot.
Here, I'll try it one more time. When we're asked the question, why would they lie? The right answer, I think, is they are paltering. That's a word that's new to me that makes the exact sense of what's going on. So if you've not heard that, it might be interesting to look up.
Okay. There's some new vocab coming in. W vocab. Is that Crypto in the chat, bro? What the?
That is him.
Hell no.
He said, hell no.
There's no way. No way it would be me. What's going on,
Good
guys?
to hear your voice, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, easy, guys, yeah. You can all blame Mary Mum for me being here, actually, because she messaged me the other day and she was like, where have you been? And I was just like, I don't know. So,
Great. My recruiting efforts have worked. Yeah, who do you guys want me to bring back next? I don't know.
Get crack filling in here next. I'm going back to
because he wouldn't want to
2017.
talk to me. He wouldn't want to talk to me. Somebody else
W.
would have to do that.
W misogyny.
I was gonna say maybe somebody.
Did you cut out?
I think so.
What'd you say, Miggy?
I think he said
So
W
we probably need
misogyny.
to catch up Crypto in the back chats with all what's going on.
Oh, crit. All right. What's next?
Has anyone brought any globe Earth evidence? Because don't know. That's kind of what I'm here for.
You're funny.
That's got to be Jedi.
Yeah, not for a very long time.
Hey, of course.
What's going on, Jedi?
Good to hear you, buddy. Good to hear you.
Facts.
I think I'm going to change my profile name to Globe Earth Evidence Enthusiast.
Please don't do that.
Jedi was
been working hard, man.
Yeah, that's kind of why I've been away. So
yeah, I thought that's why. I had some people asking after you the other day, "You've been missed, buddy. You've been missed." But I told them you've been working or whatever. So it's good to see you around, man, for sure.
Working way too hard, man. Yeah, good to see you guys as well, man.
Come on, Crypto, don't lie. You just DM me and said you've been gaming this whole time, bro. At least be honest. Come on, man.
Just you're not meant to tell anyone that. Come on, that's between you and me.
You asked me to game with you, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah. What, have you completed Pornhub already?
Oh, whoa. Oh, dude.
It's one of those games though that it resets every day.
Vast open world, I get you.
Is it a flat open world or?
It depends on which. I'm not going to make that joke actually. So have we got many new faces around here, or is it kind of all the same old people?
Let's see.
I ditched the Amish. I left the cult.
Yeah, fair enough. That means we can't have beef anymore.
Yeah. Did you leave the Mennonite cult?
Don't know. Thought about it. Should I?
Made it
back to Mennonite. I have to go back to Amish.
Good point. I'm going to be like a. I'll be a Semonite, semi-Mennonite.
I have to go in a few minutes anyway. Good to see you, man.
Facts.
You too, man. You too. So yeah, what's new? I'm looking for this Globe Earth evidence. I mean, I'm the Globe Earth evidence enthusiast. So,
what about
Globe Earth,
Palace Cat?
Yeah, go ahead, Creation Bear. I don't know. Who is
Have you
it?
spoke to Palace Cat? Peterino.
Not since I've been here.
Yeah, I don't recognize this one. Guys, I have to lock and load for this one.
Oh shit, he's got pronouns, guys. He's got pronouns.
Globetard confirmed.
Oh shit.
Matrix is locked and loaded. Let's go, dude. Alice, what's up?
Oh my god.
Oh, it's flat. How do pronouns work?
They don't. We kick people out with those.
How do anti-nouns work?
Yeah, Crypto, I was just going to tell you because you asked if there's anybody new. I don't know if did you ever meet Salt Lake Stacy? Because she's here. We might do a ladies' night later if we get some more ladies. She's done a lot of field tests for flat Earth measurements, and she has a YouTube channel. Have you met her before?
Who?
No.
Hello.
Salt Lake Stacy, say hello.
Hi there. I'm just baking a waffle in the toaster because I've made too many batches of waffles.
Gotta hold back. Gonna hold back. But W.
Can I correct you there that there's no such thing as too many waffles?
Well, my problem is I don't even like waffles that much, but I bought a waffle maker, so now I feel obliged to keep making them.
I feel like waffles would be popular amongst the flat Earth community. So if you do need to use your waffle maker, then please feel free to make us all waffles.
Yeah, I
Plain
might
with
need
topography.
to. Yeah, I was going to say a custom waffle with topography. Stole my idea.
Do like a flat Earth waffle. I'll buy it off you.
Yeah, are your waffles flat?
The other day I stumbled across some video of some Christian lady doing a interview on why people still think the Earth is flat, and then the lady she was interviewing was someone she just told, "Hey, look into this for me," and the lady looked into it for a month, and then her information on it was very not a good representation, but a very superficial, basic globe take on what flat earthers think. So I actually sent her an email the other day and sent her my YouTube channel and told her, hey, if you want to chat, I'll give you a better perspective on what I think you sort of misrepresented. And she said she'll look into it. Hopefully I might be able to give her a better perspective of our worldview.
So I don't know if there's much you're going to be able to do with that one, because it sounds like makes sense to her. If she wants to find out what someone thinks, she goes and asks someone else.
Yeah, some people are like that.
I've offered the communication if she wants to hear it firsthand, rather than just investigating secondhand.
Yeah, often people don't want to hear it, though. I think that's what he's saying. But, it doesn't mean your effort's wasted. It's just some people are happy with the misinformation that they already believe. So, yeah, don't be too upset.
Yeah, it's similar to when someone is just grumpy and they just remain in their grumpiness just because it's easier to stay there. It's that same sort of negativity, but negativity put onto another group of people. It's just easy to catch yourself in it, and it's harder to dig yourself out of it.
Well, it could be some limitation that someone might be experiencing. I mean, I'm just trying to think of a way of offering the person charity. Like, say they know their assistant has a special way of communicating to them that they've practiced over maybe years or decades. And they say, hey, can you help me research this topic? I've tried to talk to them, and it kind of goes over my head. Can you filter it and present it to me in the way that I know we've had effective communication in the past?
You should do a class. Correct.
Or she's
The next-
she's making herself look busy and didn't actually research the topic at all. Just handed in a piece of paper saying, yeah, I researched it. I did 40 hours on this.
For 1 month, I was surprised. So superficial.
Yeah, it's like people in HR. They have to justify their jobs, right? So they just do things to make it look like they're doing things.
Yeah, exactly.
Playing chess on Excel.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say, hey, we turned that into HR, and they just dropped it in the shredder.
But yeah, no global Earth evidence then. Damn. I was thinking there'll be what's Soundly 2.0 or 3.0 or like 10.0.
Yeah, you missed the person that came in right before you that he was saying because he hasn't yet seen Isle of Man from Ireland, then it must be a globe, even though we showed him how it has been seen multiple times. from England. It's probably been seen from Ireland too. I don't know. We'd have to find some documentation on that. But I guess DJ was saying their visibility over there is not as good, so it's probably reasons.
Isle of Man from Ireland. Is that the question?
Yeah, I mean that's what he was saying. He hasn't seen it yet. Even though we showed him the one from. Well, I know one was from Blackpool and the other one was from like a little north of Blackpool, Rossall Beach. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, 63 miles. Yeah, it's about that, but he conceded. AV got him to concede, so that was exciting. Yeah, but before that, he was very hostile about the other stuff he was claiming. But yeah, there are a lot of claims in there.
Yeah, they do like their claims, don't they?
It looks like there's a bunch of that. Is that crypto?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
What is up, crypto? Yeah, it looks like that's going on today, man. Because earlier, I think it was in PR, and Heretic just got hit with somebody actually conceding, and pretty much the guy got slapped with because he made a claim about the canal being made with the curvature of the earth, yada yada yada. The guy was pretty hostile early on, and then after that, Heretic said, "Go look it up, bring me the details." And then when he went to go look, he's like, "Yeah, it wasn't taken with with any of the curvature of the earth into account." As a matter of fact, the Bedford level test pretty much measured that it was not curving. So he got pretty much slapped when he conceded, and he was like, "Yeah, he was working out." He's like, "Hold on, I gotta go sit down to take a breath."
Yeah.
It was pretty hilarious. And Heretic was completely astonished. He was like, "Hold on, I get trolled."
Hey, CB, can you play sound clips?
You want to what? You want to stop playing sound clips?
No, can you play a sound clip?
Yeah.
Yeah, I put one in the chat. I want you guys to hear this. The people I haven't heard.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second.
Yeah, this is a showstopper. So,
did you just ask if water's wet?
No.
Let me switch up some settings real quick. Hold on.
DJ CB in the house.
Good to see you, Crypto. Been a while.
Hey, that sounds like a Scottish accent, which must be Cyclone. Am I correct?
Indeed. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well, thanks. Yourself?
Yeah, doing good. I was just saying to the other night, not heard you in ages. Good to hear you on.
Yeah, it's Mary Mum's fault. Blame her.
Good.
Yep, I'm now responsible for everything he does from here on out. My fault.
I'm ready for the clip.
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah. Damn. That could work out really badly for you, you know that?
I know. Yeah, I'm used to it.
So you're saying it's Mary Mum's fault that we haven't seen you, so she returns and you leave. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. See you later, guys.
I got that clip ready, chat. It's only 1 minute long.
Get it?
I gave you an observation. Describe the observation to me. Now, it could be an optical illusion.
No. You want me to describe your argument for you, dude?
Oh, I want to have a conversation. If you don't want a conversation, then I'll leave.
So I ask you for evidence of a claim. You go, okay, I got this. And then you go, describe it for me.
No, motherfucker! You demanded. So I gave you a piece of data.
Hey, Bob,
Calm down, man.
You're going to have a heart attack, bro.
Fucking refused, because you're a dirty motherfucker.
That's your glove before your house.
No, I tell you, do you fucking understand? I want to beat your fucking head in an your brains.
What
You understand? Wow.
the fuck?
That one off the rails.
Fucking asshole.
Bro, what the fuck was that?
That's hilarious.
Or Carnage.
Who was that?
I think
Who was
that's
that, AV?
Huey's Glober cousin.
Holy, bro, just crashed out.
They're crackpots.
Yeah.
You're dealing with crackpots.
Yeah, exactly, great. Holy moly, dude. He sounded like he was Tyrone Biggums, or what is it? Not Tyrone, Clayton Bigsby on the porch.
What was that dude's name, AV?
I think it was like Raptor or something.
Boblin
Yeah, someone-
MD Semper Pederi.
Yeah, someone ping him. We're going to need to talk to him again.
Yeah, we got to at least do a
Golly,
welfare
bro.
check. Do a welfare check on that guy.
Can I go against him, please?
He was so angry he couldn't find swear words. So he said he was going to rip your head off and eat it.
That was
He's
weird.
gonna win the argument by telling you to make his argument.
Some zombie shit.
Weirdo, man. It's a
Yeah, he's like, here's my argument. Now describe it for me. What?
That's funny.
And then he was like, brains.
Yeah.
What do you mean you're not going to let me strawman you?
We also have Terrestrial that has a question. Are you able to speak, Terrestrial?
Refraction.
You want to answer Terrestrial's question, Crypto? Do you feel like warming up?
Straight back into the circus.
Sure. What question is that? I'm
Okay, I'll
actually.
read it to you.
Terrestrial says he's at work, so.
What doesn't work? Oh, at work. Oh, okay. The question is, what's everyone's running theory on why they would hide the flat Earth from us?
It's not hidden.
It's not hidden.
Yeah, I mean, my standard answer to that is basically we don't really know why, but if you believe them anyway, then they don't have any incentive to tell you the truth. So why wouldn't they lie to you? You know, for whatever reason.
Oh, that's a good answer. That's a kind of a different twist. Yeah. If they've gotten away with it, then they'll just keep pushing their luck if they're that type of person.
Maybe they just love hearing freakouts like that one we just heard. Who doesn't love a good globe freakout?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything will ever beat Pagus, but there's
There's Pagus, there's Donald, and now I'd say there's that guy, if we can get him back for a running series. I hear rumors of Pagus, like in the ether. Someone will be like, oh, I heard Pagus the other week. Where? On some other random server. So I think he's still floating around, but doesn't come back, doesn't come visit. Shame.
Why not?
He's busy with that.
No, that guy.
With that
I
robot.
think that guy. If that guy comes
Busy with
back,
the
I
robot.
think you have an aneurysm.
He's living in Japan now, testing
Who is he?
their latest cybernetic technologies. I don't know.
I'm sure he is. Sounds like the kind of thing he'd do.
Cybernetics.
Terrestrial has another question. What is at the edge? Stacey, do you feel like taking that one? What's at the edge?
Well, I would ask him why does he expect me to know what the edge is? I've never seen the edge. It's a interesting concept that the globe people have to know the entirety of the Earth, and like the globe people tend to just disregard limitations we have. So my honest answer is there even an edge? I don't know. So I couldn't answer that. And then that's going to disappoint people because they want explanations of every single thing we can't substantiate.
Exactly.
Is Terrestrial aware that we're not claiming the Earth is a disk floating through space?
Maybe you better explain that, Wolfgang.
Well, it's pretty simple. We're not claiming that the Earth is a disk floating in space. So all the cartoon images you see of a flat disk floating in space with an ice wall or with water falling off the edge, that's not what we're claiming. We're not actually claiming an edge. So we are saying that it's a contained system. It's a closed system, so presumably it's got its bounds, but where those are, we're not really claiming. But if you find them, let us know.
So Stacy makes an interesting point. I think we should lean into this. So what's at the edge? Yetis and unicorns. I mean, if you want a story, we'll give you a story. Yetis and unicorns are at the edge. It is as tenable as space-time warping and bending. So if that's what you want, unicorns and yetis at the edge. There you go.
Well, back in the day on the old maps, didn't they just put there be dragons around the edges?
Yeah.
So people wouldn't
all kinds of weird beasts, yeah,
get too confused. So yeah, let's just go with that. There's dragons and stuff. You don't want to mess with it.
Sounds pretty chill, to be honest.
Yeah, it'd be all right.
Well, I mean, there have to be dragons because the edge of the world is really cold. So how are you going to keep warm?
Mm-hmm. True.
You have to have the dragon breath to keep warm.
Yeah.
And how are you going to get there except for flying? So.
Exactly. And so you ride the dragon there, and then they keep you warm with the dragon breath. Makes sense.
Okay, thank you, Terrestrial. You just helped us figure it out. There's dragons there. Next question.
Yeah, so Terrestrial, yep, since you're still listening, Terrestrial said that would be interesting, an infinitely procedurally generated Earth that's completely flat. Then the next comment, I'm not here for a story, I'm here to hear people's ideas. Yeah, so, I mean, the reason why people are making that point, Terrestrial, is because there's definitely a temptation, when it's explained that geometrically the globe doesn't exist, and there's no evidence of curvature anywhere, because we've been given these stories that people think are neat and tidy because that's how they're portrayed. But then when you start looking around and poking around, you find out, oh no, there's all kinds of holes in this globe theory, so-called theory. It's just a globe model. It's a failed model, and you find out that that isn't where we live. There's no evidence that we live there. There's plenty of evidence that there is no globe, and so people want another story or another explanation or another model that explains everything. So it's like a training of your mind to get off of that idea, because that's actually a very limiting idea to think you could have one model of everything that would explain everything. So then you can ask questions like you've been doing, but, we, like Stacy alluded to, we can't really explore that outer realm, so we're not making claims about what's out there. We just know that we don't live on a globe because curvature is not measured.
Yeah, just to add to that, I guess I'd make the point to go through the mental exercise of not thinking of Earth from a conceptual third-party position, right? Because you're kind of taught about the Earth in this conceptual way where you'll be shown images of a ball Earth in space. But this is a perspective you can never get. And you're kind of encouraged to think of your perspective of Earth, like what you experience and observe, as something that you should just dismiss. Right? Well, I see it as flat and motionless, but that's just because blah, blah, blah. The authorities tell me that it's actually X, Y, and Z. I would say if you're looking into this, try and go get into the mental headspace of considering the Earth from your perspective. Right? So what you can observe, what you can experience, what you can measure, and not from this third party, oh look, we've got a picture of it from space, a place that no one can actually go. That's the trap, because that keeps you in fantasy land. Whereas if you pursue this from your perspective, from empiricism, you'll come to a different conclusion than what they're presenting on a screen in the textbooks. That's just a general pointer.
So feel free to keep listening and asking questions. Hopefully sometime when you're not at work, you can come and talk to us about it, 'cause it's probably easier that way. Does anybody else have a question? Hello?
I need it bad.
Who's that? Is that you, Creation Bear?
CB's hot micing. You don't need to hear that, CB?
Okay.
Well, the current thing I am studying is magnetics, and I'm not really going to go into it because I'm at the very start of the studying stuff, but I'm trying to learn more about how they do geophysical surveying using magnetic data to get like minerals and to predict what minerals and like rocks and stuff are underneath the Earth. And so if anyone knows a bit more about magnetic inclination and declination, I'm happy to learn about it. Let me know.
I know a few people who are obsessed with that kind of thing, so I can point you in the right direction.
Yeah, if you can just send me their names or something, I can contact them.
We've not got a channel on Twitter on the home server as well for magnetic fields or something. Might be some interesting resources in there. Otherwise, Indio and Sporadic Amish, I know they go on about it.
And so the one thing I've learned because there's like tutorial courses from a surveying company, which I've been watching through, and on the first one, it's funny because the guy's just explaining how magnetics work, and then he explains, oh yes, it works because at the center we have the core, and then we have the magma, and then we have the outer layer, blah blah blah. And then like a few minutes later, then he says, but we can just pretend that the Earth is a flat plane, and as a flat plane, blah blah blah. So that's coming from people who actually map countries. So just making the whole theory redundant.
What are you looking for as far as how to translate between a map, a model, and like a compass, or what?
Well, I think I'm just wanting to comprehend more on how they actually do their magnetic capturing, how they get all of the data, how it all works.
I'd make sure, I guess, that I'm talking about the right thing. You're talking about a handheld compass, and you take a magnetic reading from your compass.
Well, they use technology, but they've got some magnetic input thing. So it's like detecting the magnetic input or frequencies or whatnot. So they're just capturing data on like different spots of the Earth which have different magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, I get. Yeah, you're talking way beyond just like the kind of basic land navigation.
Yeah, a bit more technical. And I think even just with the idea of magnetics, I sort of get a bit stumped with positive and negative, or north and south. I think they're just like different names, but I feel like we have a concept that I don't know. I guess I think I just have pre-notions or assumptions just based on how distinct, or how we distinguish north from south, as if there's more to it than just having two different labels. Like they're just different names to distinguish between two things, but then like positive and negative implies like one's better than the other or whatnot. But I guess that's the English language. And I think my favorite experiment I've done with magnetism is my friend had a super powerful magnet, and then I had some styrofoam and a beaker with water in it, and then this beaker of water was on the styrofoam, and the styrofoam floated on a larger tub of water. And so the styrofoam was basically a sensitivity threshold, which so then the magnet we held to the water with north facing the water, and the water got repelled by the magnet, and you could see it move the way you moved the magnet to without actually touching the beaker. And then when we turned the magnet onto so that the south was facing the beaker, then the water was also repelled in the beaker and moving the beaker away from the magnet, which was to prove that water is diamagnetic, which means that water gets repelled whether it's the north or the south pole facing it.
Oh yeah, I see that on your channel there.
So that's a fun fact I'd like to tell people. I'm like, did you know that water's diamagnetic? And then occasionally I get the old men who are like, no, it's not diamagnetic. And then I prove it to them, and then they're like, I knew it was diamagnetic.
Yeah, Matrix put some diagrams in there. I'm not really sure what the last one's showing us. What's that last one, Matrix? It's all the different colors. Maybe he can't talk right now. Oh, I guess he's not even in here. He's just contributing in the chat.
That's the gay one.
I I was going to say the rainbow colored one, but yeah.
No homo.
I did kind of say that, didn't I, CB? But he was just here, so I don't know what he's doing. Anubis is here. Have we talked to you before, Anubis, about the flat Earth? Oh, if anybody's got a question or globe evidence, we have a globe Earth evidence enthusiast here. Would like to see your evidence of curvature or rotation. Please bring it forward.
Love a bit of rotation, me.
What?
I was just saying I love a bit of rotation.
Oh. We'll see if they've got that for you. They're even less sure about that one. They can kind of squint and pretend they see a curve, but yeah, they don't. Most of them just don't even know what we're talking about when we say it's not spinning either. They're just like, what?
Which is weird because it's like, like how when you go outside and you're not moving, stand still. Just
I think that's why I like the rotation discussion so much, just because with curve they're kind of confident in just bullshitting about it. Oh, I saw it from a plane, blah blah blah. But there's nothing they can do for any rotation, so they end up saying the sun isn't moving and shit.
Yeah, it leads to some really amazing backpedaling, and also that some of the logic is just completely fucked. Like they'll say that the evidence that it is moving is that you don't feel it and stuff like that, and you're just like, man, how have you convinced yourself? Yeah, how have you convinced yourself that the evidence, lack of evidence, is actually the evidence?
And then they'll inevitably throw you into some form of vehicle, whether it's a car, a plane, or a train. Right, but I've started thinking now, I'm going to start saying to them, all right, let's make it a motorcycle. And they'll be like,
that's pretty good.
We can't use a motorcycle. Why not? Oh, because you'd feel the air because you're not contained. Okay, exactly. So like the Earth then.
Yeah, you'd feel it, therefore it's not a good example.
I think lately I've been even more convinced that the Earth is not rotating because one of my friend's daughters dragged me onto a festival ride and it was just spinning so fast and I hated it so much. I was basically having a midlife crisis when I was on it. I was like, oh, I'm having so much fun, and just getting into a really crazy mental state of not enjoying flying through the air in a weird ride. So if the Earth's anything like a festival ride, I don't want to live on it.
Yeah, we should do that. We should sell an amusement ride called the Globe Simulator. We'll just strap them all to a big spinning ball that's flying around a giant room in 7 different vectors. So there you go.
Kind of like torture.
Yeah, the globe is a nightmare when you really consider it.
Yeah, that's how I found out I was pregnant with my second child, because I was with my daughter on one of those spinny rides, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like hell. I was all nauseous. I think pregnancy probably makes you even more sensitive to that stuff. I wanted to scream.
I thought the Globe Simulator would be lots of people queuing up.
My daughter.
About 15.
People are going to queue up for the simulator? Is that what he said?
I don't know, you're just talking at the same time there. Jedi, can you hear Mary Mum?
Yeah. I don't know.
You there, Jedi?
It's kind of flickering. Maybe it's having a connection issue.
Oh, yeah, no, I cut in and out there.
Yeah, you're chopping, Jedi. You're chopping.
Guys, if I
Samuel Roboton. That's a shame because I want to hear about this Globe Simulator idea workshop.
I'm just laughing at Crypto taking Sasha seriously. Okay, I better mute.
And some good news is my computer got fixed. And that's good news because I still have a lot of observations on my computer, which I've been meaning to upload for ages. So I should definitely try and make up a video of when I climbed up one of the mountains with a telescope. So I'll put that on my list of things to do now.
Nice. So you had stuff on there and you didn't have it backed up anywhere. It was only on there.
Yeah. And then it broke. Everything broke all at once. But to be fair, this footage has just been sitting on my computer for probably a year, just waiting for me. Well, I guess it's because I try and put too much effort into like getting the exact data and stuff and compiling, collating everything so it's super duper professional that it becomes a lot of hard work. Yeah, I should just do it a bit more simply and just get it done.
Yeah, you could always redo it later, right? You could get just a simple version and then you could always upgrade it later.
Yeah, exactly. I set myself too high standards. So high that I can see the curvature.
Yeah, I think it's good to get those out there. I was trying to go through a couple laser test videos today to see like what's really the best one to present to new people, and then first one, which is the Kootenay Lake that I was looking at that we share here a lot, the 28.6 mile laser test. Like, yeah, it was like, I don't know, it was just interesting. I was comparing that to the Dr. John D video, and it's like they both are very hyper focused on documentation, which is great because it's, I think people, you know, they hear all the things where people want a picture of the cameras and they want, you know, a picture of this thing, that thing. And oh, yes, we can see it not only on the Nikon B1000, but we can also see it on the phone. And, you know, I think it's cool. It's kind of like, so, I mean, I guess that's kind of what you're talking about because videos I've seen of yours are also like that, where you're very particular about explaining exactly how you did it, what equipment you use. So I think that's great because if any of the Globers actually take the time to look at these, you know, they don't really have any wiggle room because anything they would have had in wiggle room is already addressed. Of course, half the time they don't actually watch the thing probably, but, you know, sometimes they do.
Yeah, I think it would be good for there to be more videos out there which are just basic compilations of like lots of laser tests, but made in a very easy to digest for someone just first approaching or getting introduced to the topic.
Yeah, that's why I was going through them because I was trying to think like, you know, because when we just put a video in there and we say like, go watch this video, it's like, well, they're probably not going to, but like, you know, DJ, which that's what I was trying to do is get some screenshots from some of these. So instead of just putting the video in there, you could put the video and then like put some screenshots to show like different parts of the video. So That's what I'm planning to do. I already got a bunch of them for that purpose because I was inspired by the way he presents the test that he presents, that he does the screenshots, because that way you can be explaining it because you can't really like watch the video together. So I think that's a good method to explain it to people. Yeah, like the Dr. John D. peer-to-peer, like like the whole beginning of the video, which is one we put up here sometimes, is just about, I mean, he's just like so meticulous. I don't see how anyone could complain about it. It's like, because he even puts in there the two that like didn't go the way, that they weren't able to document because of the weather conditions or something. And then he goes into the third one where they were able to document it. And, to me, that just lends credibility because that's the norm, when you're doing tests, which is obviously a problem with some prominent ones like the Netflix debacle, where they should have just said, yep, this one's not working today, so you guys can come back another day, or we can just not do this, so people can guess about why they didn't do that, but because they didn't do that, then we still have to sit here and talk about that stupid failed thing, 7 years later.
Yeah, I like his style too because like he stresses his interest is purely just academic, like, and wanting to know the truth. Because he says there's no music in the background because he doesn't want it to be glamorized, and like he's not in it for money. He's not trying to get clicks or anything like that. He's really serious about it.
Yeah,
I find
claims.
I find I'm such a geek when I watch those videos, because then I see the distance and say if they have like a Google map line with the distance and all of that, and then you see the laser, and it's like, yes, that's so cool, that's so far. I think one time when I was watching it, I was making noises of like, yay, I'm so happy, and then my parents were in the other room thinking I'm probably watching a sports game or something. But it's a good achievement to just see a laser so far away. So it's like a team is kicking a goal to the flat Earth.
Yeah, for sure. And there's so many of them. Lots of wins. Your parents on board with it? Like, have you shown them the stuff, or do you just kind of do your own thing?
Yeah, I've shown it to them, but it goes over their heads, and they don't really care. And that's fine.
Yeah.
When I first started out, I was almost religiously flat Earth, where I was just really, really heavy on it to my family. I think that off-put them, and for good reason too. I was immature about it, but I was immature back then too. So, but it's not like I don't make flat Earth anything like, oh, I'm superior because I know the Earth's flat, whereas you think it's a globe, so you're dumb. Not like that at all. So it doesn't bother me. I don't talk about it. They know that I do tests and stuff, and they let me have my fun, and I let them have theirs. I just sneak in a few questions every now and again, like, isn't it interesting they could go through the Van Allen radiation belt back then, but they can't now? Food for thought.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's my mom's kind of like that too. She's just kind of like, okay, that's nice, dear, and she's not really interested in changing her worldview at this point.
Well, I'm sort of surprised my mum hasn't jumped on board because she's very sort of esoteric now. She's jumped into higher dimensions, like 12 dimension stuff. And I think Flat Earth is more comprehensible than all of this stuff. Can't you join the Flat Earth too? But I guess in her world, whatever worldview she's getting at, they talk like they sort of use that fake pseudoscience, spiritual science stuff, which also encaptures the globe in all of their ideas of dimensions and frequencies and stuff. So I guess now she has to hold on to the globe because of these more esoteric ideas she's having. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like people who seem like they're, somewhat open-minded or into new stuff because, especially people who are really into stuff that's connected to astrology, but then they're really attached to wandering stars being actual planets, and that's what all their little weird backgrounds and everything show. So I guess, they don't want to have to redo their whole little cosmology thing, especially not that this is your parents, but I'm talking about like people who are making money off of it and stuff that still seem to dismiss the flat earth even though they're willing to embrace all these other wacky ideas. Maybe flat earth just isn't wacky enough for them. It's just too practical.
There's less room for bizarre stuff.
Yeah, which
it's less of an escapism and more of this is just reality. Deal with it.
Yeah, to me that seems like a good thing, but you're right, a lot of people are into escapism, that's true. Fist My Bump has joined us. Hello, Fist.
I think I'm actually really into escapism because I want to escape this earth and become a hot air balloon pilot.
You told us that. I think that's a great idea. I totally support that. Yeah, let us know when you get started.
Yeah, I'll put a 3-year goal on it. Within the next 3 years, I'll try and get it done.
Yeah, I believe you can do it. Hot air balloons are very fun. I only rode in one time. That was in Arizona. It was very fun.
And I think I'm drawn to hot air balloons too because of what they represent. They're like such a beautiful reflection of the density buoyancy gradient, which you have as well with boats. I just like hot air balloons because it's still over the earth, and I like the earth too. So
yeah, that's
it's
how
quite
the Wizard of
sentimental.
Oz. Wizard of Oz originally got to Oz in a hot air balloon, and that's how they got back, right? Yeah, they went back at the end.
When I watched The Wizard of Oz, I don't recall much because I was young and I just found it confusing. Could not comprehend what the movie was going on about.
Yeah, I don't know if L. Frank Baum was a flat earther. He was into like some weird ideas. I know that. He had a like summer home on Lake Michigan, so I think there's some kind of museum about him around here. I don't know. People talk about him around here a lot, but yeah, because, it's another place that you get to by, flying through the air and all flat over there. You get there in different ways in the different books. There's like, a lot of Wizard of Oz books. Sometimes they go there by a shipwreck. Of course, Dorothy got there by a tornado.
remember watching it like it was like English dubbed, but it was like a Japanese anime version in the 80s. Used to watch it on TV. It was a series.
I never saw that one. Happy little night. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh God, kill me, Jesus.
Well,
Bro, what
he's
the
gone.
fuck?
Glober confirmed. Peak fragility.
I was hoping for better with somebody with the name Happy Little Night with that cute little picture he had there, but oh well.
Maybe someone did kill him.
Yep, somebody with the bigger sword.
The more miserable knight.
That's right. The angry knight. Stamp that happy night out. Well, Terrestrial, if you've got another question while you're at work, you might as well type it there because we could answer it since nobody else is here with questions. Have any more questions about the Flat Earth, Terrestrial?
Hello. Hey.
Oh, good. Now
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
I was
talk.
just-
Hello.
Yeah, I was cleaning somebody's carpet. I don't think I have any questions right now.
I think he kind of cut out there, right?
Yeah, he started roboting.
Yeah, because somebody had a question for him. I don't know. Was that you, Stacy? You were going to ask him something?
I cannot recall.
Oh, he's having issues. Did you get the carpet clean?
Can you hear me? Am I cutting out?
Now we hear you. Yep.
Yeah. No, it's in the middle of nowhere in like rural Washington. No, I didn't have any questions. I'm not really sold on either side of it. I mean, because I don't know. I haven't done any research and I don't really care. But I just wanted to hear what the flat Earth perspective is. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, well, it's good to be a fence sitter rather than just jumping onto one side or the other without the basis of reason for it. So I take my hat off to you for that.
Oh yeah, to be rationally honest.
Yeah, that is the good way
Oh,
to
there's
be.
horses.
I heard
So
now
much,
there's horses.
so many animals.
You said that.
The what?
Did you say now
Oh
there's
yeah, I
so
see
much?
Yeah, passing a ranch.
Okay, so I'm not mishearing.
Yeah, there's like 30 or so in a field.
Oh, that was a sauce over there.
The what?
Thought ranch was like a dressing.
Oh yeah, it's also a word for like person who owns a plot of land with a lot of like cattle, specifically cattle ranch.
Yeah, I knew. I was just messing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I don't even. I hear it from New Zealand or Australia. Just by the
Yeah, he's
accent.
Australian.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like close to New
Messing with
Zealand.
poor terrestrial. Stop messing with him. I thought he was serious. You guys probably don't have ranches over there, right? You don't have a lot of cattle ranches in England, do you?
No, Clippo's never seen a farm. He lives in London.
I don't live in London anymore, actually. I wanted a farm, so I left.
Nice. All right, we'll have to catch up on that.
I like West Washington.
Terrestrial. I was gonna ask you because you said you were just interested in hearing our perspective. Could you summarize what you've heard so far, or what you think you understand of what we're saying, what we're actually claiming?
I don't know. It sounds like you're saying there's no evidence of curvature or rotation, at least not enough to claim that the Earth is doing so, based on
Very good.
tests or things like that. I don't know. So I heard a long conversation about magnetism that I just wasn't really following because I was trying to dog piss from a carpet. So.
Yeah, that's all right. The magnetism is a bit of a sidebar, but so that's good. Yeah, those are two key claims that we're making, that there is no curvature and there is no rotation. So it would be pretty hard to have a spinning ball in that case. Did you hear why we claim those things?
No. Actually, I have a question. Do you think it could be possible to, per se, fly in a straight line and end up back at the same spot that you were?
No, not if you're just in a straight line. What you're thinking about is a circle around a ball, or a circle over a flat surface.
What if
you could end up back when you started.
Yeah, what if per se there was a way for somebody to just maintain the exact same direction and end up at the same spot, but it's not like a flat, or it's not a curved or rotating Earth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're talking about
Something else.
circumnavigation, like they're telling us that if we just travel in one direction, if you want to call it that, on a ball, we'll end up back where we started. But no one's traveling like that, for starters. So no one's ever done that. But what people are actually doing in circumnavigation, it just means traveling in a circle. Which, if you're going around a ball, you'd have to be going in a circle. You can be going in a straight line. But you can also go in a circle on a flat surface. So that's what people are doing, just traveling over the Earth in circles, generally, if they're going around.
From what I understand, a lot of flight paths go, like up, and then like they go north higher in I think it's longitude, and then back south towards the direction they're going, because to go like straight would be like non-pragmatic, like straight to the destination, probably because of, I don't know, winds or distance. I don't know if that actually changes the distance covered.
Well, planes are traveling in flight corridors, right? So they're not just like picking a direction and going. They've kind of got highways in the sky that all the planes are adhering to keep it controlled.
Right.
So they're
And all the crashes in the U.S. are because people are going off.
But I mean, either way, the pilots, when they're flying, they're all treating the Earth as flat and motionless. Right? They're not accounting for any curvature or any motion of the Earth. Did you know
that? No, I did not.
So what do you think about that? Is that weird? Should they be accounting for some curvature or some motion of the Earth if we're on a spinning ball?
I mean, I don't know. I don't fly, so I mean, maybe it just depends. Like, if it were to be more efficient, then if the Earth was round, then yeah, I guess that would make sense to do. But if it's flat, then no.
Yeah, well, doesn't it seem odd that we're supposedly on a giant spinning ball? You all right?
Sorry, ambulance
Don't get
just passed me. I had to pull over the fucking ambulance.
It's all right. You be safe. Focus on the driving.
No, yeah, I'm watching. I got Bluetooth.
But yeah, I mean, don't you think it's strange that they're telling us we live on a giant spinning ball, but the airplanes are all treating the surface as flat and motionless?
Yeah, I mean, I would have to like look that up to believe that. But like, yeah, if that's the case, then yeah, I mean, there's probably...
So more importantly, all of these kind of arguments will inevitably come back to, well, if that's the case, then where's the curvature? And we just get back to, well, it's measured flat, not curved. I've sent you a link in your DMs, by the way. Sorry, just very quickly, Stacey. I've sent you a link in your DMs to a server, and we've got loads of information channels. It's all alphabetized. So there's a channel on flight routes if you search under F, etc. So just in your own time when you're not driving and you want to research, you can check out that server. Sorry, Stacey.
When I've talked to pilots, I've gathered two conclusions. One is they're hyper focused on like their digital route planner thing, which tells them when to turn left or right, up or down. And secondly, if you ask them about like, do they actively have to like keep dipping their nose down for curvature, they sort of just shrug and say, well, like, you know, like you just, if your nose is pointing too far up, you go down. But that's not actually saying it was caused by curvature, you know. And they don't really. They just shrug.
Like most pilots, or at least like modern like commercial airliners use, like they'll go up and set the course, and then they will use an autopilot system.
Yeah, autopilot is effective, so they can sort of just monitor all of the devices and make sure everything's working. It's mainly just for takeoff and landing. They have to be most conscientious.
I have to pull over anyway, so I need to get gas. Oh, petrol. There you go. Oh, this place. Oh yeah, actually no, I love this place. These people are great. Okay, so
yeah, there. You said you're in Washington. Do you ever go over to the coast?
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, going to the coast for me, like where I live right now, it wouldn't really matter in terms of like proving curvedness or flatness because I look out to the ocean and it's a bay, so there's islands that kind of circle around it, and I can't see the full ocean from like this town.
Yeah, but some of those islands, depending on how far they are, you might, that's the whole situation here, that some of those islands, it might be that you shouldn't be seeing them if you were on a ball. You're talking about like all those islands that are off of, like close to Seattle? Those are the ones you're talking about?
No, I live in Bellingham.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there are some observations over there. I can look it up to see if there's any, but it doesn't even have to be something that somebody else has done before. You could just confirm the distance of, where this island is, and then you can use the Earth curve calculator to figure out if you should be seeing the island or not. Like, we were just talking about that in terms of seeing the Isle of Man in the UK, that there's been documented views of that island from 63 miles away, when the entire island, including the highest mountain, should be hidden behind the curve. So that's why I was saying, the point is that you would possibly be seeing some sights there, or it could be a ship out in the ocean that you could use a marine tracker to see how far that ship is and then decide whether you should be seeing it or not, because testing it yourself and seeing it yourself is very powerful.
So, okay, so hold on. I just looking for this citation. 1 second. There is a. Where is it? Sake. Shit. It's not working. All right. Sorry, my keyboard. World Geodetic System, 1984. WGS 84. It models the Earth as a rotating oblate spheroid, slightly flattened at the pole. So this is the common GPS system that planes use for autopilot. WGS 84. Do you have any sources for the claim that what do you call it? Pilots don't do that, or don't use account for curvature?
Well, I put one source in there.
Hold on.
You might not be able to watch it till later. About it's a YouTube video with 19 pilots explaining the flat Earth. In terms of that model being used, yeah, I'd have to see evidence that it's actually being used, because that's not my understanding that they're using that to fly. I don't really think that's true. I mean, that's the model that we're discarding. Who was going to say something about that?
Yeah, and forget the pilots. Look at the engineers who built the aircraft. They build them to fly flat and level to save fuel. And they spend a lot of money doing it. Just on the Concorde itself, they spent $39 million building a test rig for their fuel cell system to make sure that the Concorde flew flat and level.
So this says the international standard for aviation is the WGS 84, officially mandated as the reference for all air navigation coordinates.
Yeah, you could use whatever coordinate system you want to use for depicting your travel or mapping your travel, but what we're talking about is what the plane is actually doing.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. My girlfriend keeps calling me. She has something to tell me. I'll be back in a minute. Hold on.
No worries.
Yeah, the GPSs get their positions from ground telescopes. So they're fed ground coordinates.
Did that guy just say he has a girlfriend?
He did say that. Yep, he's going to talk to her.
Oh well, isn't that
He
gay?
kept calling him, interrupting him.
I thought having a girlfriend was gay in 2025.
Yeah, whose carpet do you think he's cleaning?
I see.
That wasn't meant as a euphemism, by the way.
Oh, damn it. That's how I took it.
He
Yeah,
seems
even
alright.
I took it that way. Even I took it that way, Wolfgang. You can't get
No,
away
no,
with
this
that.
is a family show. This is a family show.
Yeah. Whose family?
The whole family.
All right.
That's what our cult's called, isn't it? Yeah, he seems alright. Seems like he could have a conversation.
Yeah, I'm a fan of him. He works, yeah, and he likes horses, and he pulls over for ambulances, yeah, and he has a
Yeah,
girlfriend.
good lad.
So
There's hope. He sounds relatively stable.
It's dangerous out there, but I know you can handle it.
Anyway, you guys keep it cooking. I'm gonna go and listen for a bit, but it was nice to hear you all.
Yeah, good to see you again, man.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. She called me like 3 times and she's not picking up now. I see. Forward. Where the fuck is this server?
yeah, you can find the distances to those islands off of Bellingham. Orcas Island, air distance is 18 miles. Oh, he's gone now. Oh well. Well, if he comes back, I'll tell him. I looked it up for him. Yeah, if I had a ton of time, money, and an RV, yeah, I'd go around and document. Wouldn't that be fun to go around and like document all kinds of sightings all along the coast? So if somebody came in, you could just like pull that up. Oh yeah, here's Orcas Island, Cypress Island. I mean, people have a lot of them, but I don't feel like we even have them really organized by geographic location so that you could like refer a person to ones that might be near them. Hello, Martin K. Welcome to Flat Earth. If you've got any questions, feel free to speak up or you could type in the chat. I'll try to answer them for you. Lots of people here who understand that the Earth is flat and stationary just as it appears, that the globe model is a failure that needs to be discarded, put out in the trash, blown up, stomped on, smashed to smithereens, set on fire, relegated to the dustbin, deleted, erased from memory.
You forgot pour petrol on it and set it on fire.
Yeah, keep going. I mean, yeah, we can come up with all kinds of ideas, I'm sure. Dig a hole 7.8 miles deep and bury it.
Yep. Kicked off the edge.
Send it off in a hot air balloon.
Send it to outer space.
That's right.
Oh.
Oh, Salt Lake Stacy. I don't know if you knew
I'm
that
back.
you're. Oh, good. How were the waffles?
The waffle was good. I had Biscoff on it, so it was a really healthy breakfast.
You had what on it?
Biscoff.
Biscoff. The most.
Did I know what that is?
You don't know what Biscoff is?
That must be a UK thing.
Yeah, Elbow doesn't know either.
No way.
You guys are missing out.
Yo, Salt Lake, where are
Somebody
you
tell
from?
us. What is it? What is it? Where are you from, Salt Lake Stacy?
I think it's from Belgium, but they have it in Australia. I think it's a bit of a trend at the moment. But it's like a type of cookie. Have you heard of speculoos? A cookie called speculoos?
I've heard of what?
You guys, so uncultured.
He says speculoos?
Yes, speculoos. That's one word for it. Otherwise, it's coffee. And it's just like a not spicy, but like lots of spices in it. Biscuit, and then they turn it into a spread. So it's not healthy, but it's great.
Yeah, I start post some images.
I'll just send you my waffles.
That is a no opinion on your side.
Genuinely very disappointed that you guys don't know what Biscoff is. I thought I knew you.
Yeah, I don't think they deserve to be flat earthers anymore. I'm gonna banish them to the globe community.
I think that's fair.
Imagine Biscoff.
The Biscoff heathens.
And if my quality has dropped, it's because I'm now in the car. So apologies if you hear annoying car scouts.
Oh, it's a cookie. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, when I see that picture, I feel like I've seen it before. Like maybe like specialty stores might have it. I don't know, but
Yeah, it looks familiar.
Yeah.
How dare you call it a cookie?
That is a noble minion on your side.
So I'm not looking forward to work as much today because my colleague has been away. Oh, revving. My colleague has been away, which has been really amazing because now the office has been nice and quiet. But he's getting back today, so now I have to listen to heavy metal all day again. So I'm gonna have to get back into the toleration of heavy metal music mode.
Metal's amazing though. It's the best music.
No, I like Michael Bublé and some easy listening music. Good for the soul.
Metal is easily listening. How can you not like a screamy hairy man like screaming at you? I don't know how you don't find that relaxing.
Having a tantrum. I want to be in a metal band, Mom. Ah!
Well, I'm glad you were here, Stacy. We didn't have like our traditional ladies' night, at least not so far, because it was just you and me. Over the Fences is here. I know one of these days she's going to get on the mic and talk to us, but then we got to welcome Crypto back, so I think it worked out well. It was like a mixed company ladies' night. And EISSA is here. Welcome.
Thank you.
Have you heard about how the Earth measures flat? Have you ever heard about that before?
Yes, I have heard. I'm just here to listen.
Oh, okay. Well, before you listen, would you mind telling me, like, what have you heard before?
I can't speak so much right now, sorry.
Oh, that's
I'm just
fine.
here to
All
listen.
right. Well, welcome. Yep. If you ever feel like speaking up, feel free.
Thank you.
Mark, do you have some globe evidence for us? Last time I heard you, you were talking to QE. Then I haven't heard you speak since then, but now you can't speak. Wonger's here. Surely you've got some verifiable, testable, repeatable measurements of curvature, right, Twanger? Oh, Crypto, I'm sorry, as a globe Earth evidence enthusiast, that we have like so little for your palette here. I don't know. You know, you think this settled science, they'd have some for us. Hello, Black Mage. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Hello, Dandalion.
What's going on?
Oh, I have a lovely sunrise on my morning drive, even if it's obscured with clouds. It's a nice golden color.
Nice. Love
And it
sunrises.
also reminds me I really need to clean the inside of my car window because I must have left the windows open to let some gravel in. So if the sun reflects on it too much, it's going to be hard to see.
I know what you mean, and that used to happen to me all the time where like I'd see it only when I was driving, so I can't like write it down. Put some Windex and paper towel in the car, get out here and clean it. I did finally do it because my son is learning to drive, so I like before he started doing his practice, I finally got out there and made it like crystal clear. Yeah, because it can really mess you up, yeah. We have, in Michigan, the west side of the state where Lake Michigan is, that's like famous for sunsets, and then the east side where Lake Huron is, that's famous for the sunrises. But like there's way more tourism on the west side because I think more people are like awake when the sun sets.
Yeah, sure.
Welcome back, terrestrial.
Or if the sun if the sun blinds my vision, I'm gonna blame like the 90 billion mile away parallel sun rays.
Sorry, my girlfriend. She told me she got the position she wanted, so that's good.
Good. Yes, you should take her out to dinner to celebrate. Where are you gonna go?
Her birthday's this weekend, anyways. So I mean, yeah, already doing that.
Good. Well, you have extra reason to celebrate. That's great. Good for her.
Well, I want to talk, but I need to be at home to like fact check as much as possible. Like I'm saying, everyone else is saying. So.
Yeah, I got you. You want to be able to research while you're talking about the stuff. Yep. Makes sense to me. Yeah, I was just going to tell you because when you were here before, I looked up the islands. You can, like Orcas Island, it says it's 18 miles air distance. And then San Juan Island, it says 59 to 66 miles by road and ferry. So that's not like straight across, but you could look at Google Map to find the straight across distance. Lummi Island, 7.2 nautical miles. Cypress Island, it says 26 miles distance general, and then nautical miles from Squalicum Harbor, 13.6 nautical miles to Eagle Harbor. So are you seeing all those islands from Bellingham, Orcas, San Juan, Lummi, and Cyprus? Or some of them are behind other ones, right?
See, let me read it's the closest one, I'm pretty sure. A little bit further north, I can also see into Canada. I'm probably
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, San Juan Island is like behind Orcas Island and Lopez Island. I'm sure there's going to be some points there that you could figure out the distance and then use the Earth curve calculator to decide if you should be seeing them or not. The Earth curve calculators, they predict how much drop there would be over distance, how much would be obscured by the alleged curvature of the Earth. So that's the whole point of the long distance observations and laser tests that we do, is to show that the Earth curve calculator predicted drop over distance is not what we're observing in reality.
Oh my. I just, like, okay, I just, like, fully lagged out. I lost signal. Oh my god, wow. Ohio State.
What about it?
That's where I'm from. This person has an Ohio State bumper sticker.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I went to University of Michigan. And yeah, people there are not huge fans of Ohio State, but I did. My friend married somebody. She graduated from University of Michigan and married somebody that graduated from Ohio State. So yeah, they have interesting times watching the football games. Fierce rivalry, in case anybody else doesn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I grew up in Ohio. There's a whole lot of like Buckeye related things there. It's all right. I mean, like I like Washington better. I don't really care for sports, but you know, it was nice to be able to get peanut butter chocolate things pretty much everywhere. Because the
Actual Buckeyes, yes, are so amazing. My mom and I used to make them, from scratch when I was little. I gotta make those again because they're so good, especially homemade. Or some places you can get them when they're fresh and they're good. Yep.
Yeah, I also miss the storms. Like the storm clusters are pretty intense in the Midwest. Like they're loud and like big, and the rain is really heavy. Doesn't really do that in Washington, like at all. Well, at least in West Washington.
Because it's just kind of like you have more just like steady rain all the time. Like you have just a lot more rain, but it's not intense like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's less like rain, and more like I'm raining for like a week straight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like the storms. Yeah, the electromagnetic storms, lightning storms. I didn't even know, like, some places, like somebody who lives in England that is from this Discord server told me, yeah, like over there they don't have as many, like, as we have here, where, yeah, it's just like the norm.
Yeah, I think Ohio's a nice middle ground because there's a lot of hills and stuff, and so there's not really much threat of a tornado. But still get the crazy storms. But I guess
Nothing like watching a good storm and just like standing out there in the rain. Love it.
He agrees. You get a lot of them in Australia?
Where I am, it's maybe like you might get 1 week of. Like in a year, you might get 1 week to 2 weeks consistent, and then like it sort of diminishes to like a few days. So there's not much, but there's usually like a 1 or 2 weeks where it's like sort of constant.
Yeah, Twonka responded to me in the text there. I'd have to look at the thing that you put there. I haven't seen that before. I don't know if anybody else has a comment about that. I know, Heretic officially started the ladies' night, but like we're not expecting only ladies to talk because I think Stacy has to go to work, right? You're going to work and
Yeah, I've got 30 minutes left.
yeah, so we're just kind of doing a casual semi-ladies' night, but other people are welcome to chime in. But I'm going to take a look at this thing you sent, Twonger.
So is there anyone else in the chat who have questions for us?
Hush is here. He's a globe believer, right? I mean, there's globe believers in here. They just don't want to talk to us for some reason.
Well, I am really scary, so I can't blame them.
Stacey's got to be like one of the least scary flat earthers, really. I mean, if we ranked people, you have a very even demeanor. I mean, it must be possible to get you upset. I'm sure everyone could be, but I haven't seen it yet. So I appreciate your calm demeanor.
I'm not the kind of person who gets angry in talking. Don't like it. Not my way of conversation.
What is that chat, Agora? What is that for? I went in there and asked, and they just said it was for race baiting. So I don't know.
I don't know. Which one are you talking about?
The one with the mushroom, Agora.
I don't know anything about that. Crit is the one who knows about other rooms. I think he's one of the only people who goes to the other room. Oh, I see it. Agora with the big, mushroom there. They were not being very friendly in there.
Oh no, they just said it was for race baiting. And I was like, well, that doesn't really answer anything because I don't believe you. But
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
might be interesting. I thought maybe it might be for like drug politics or something. Man,
Yep,
I want
I've
to get
seen
a
it before,
taco.
but I don't know anything about.
Tacos are so expensive. And where is this? Taco time. There we go. That's a restaurant. It's the only place I know that puts pumpkin seeds on tacos. Pretty good. Hold on a second.
And it's also going to be such a sad day at work today because one of the delivery guys who comes and delivers stuff to us, it's his last week here, so I'm not going to see him again. And he's like this guy about my dad's age, and whenever I open the door to get the deliveries, then he tries to jump scare me. So it's really like a love-hate relationship because I always get jump scared. I think the good thing about Discord is you guys can't jump scare me, so don't have to worry about it in here. But people just love to jump scare me. Probably because I react.
Yeah, that is good. Yeah, you're right. Yes, we have a certain level of safety here from jump scares. You're gonna give him a
even
party?
if you jump scared me like with a loud noise I didn't expect, then even if I jump, at least you won't know. So then at least
That's
I can play
true.
it cool.
Sometimes people do shock me with their noises for sure here. That is true. But yeah, you can't see my reaction. That's right.
No, I gave him a chocolate. That's my good luck to your probably better job than being a local delivery driver.
You think he's moving up in the world?
Yeah, he's going FIFO, fly in, fly out, where they get good money but terrible lifestyle.
Like they're delivering stuff via plane or what?
He's probably going to be a truck driver in the mine.
Oh, okay.
Like the dump driver, I think they're called, where they just get huge piles of dirt put in them and then they just drive to like a dirt dumping zone, or I think they dump it in some sort of machine. Big mining industry in Australia.
Yeah, I could see, being a truck driver. I mean, I wouldn't want to do it because I'm not like a huge fan of driving in general, but at least you get to spend your time, by yourself. You could just listen to the radio, listen to podcasts, listen to audiobooks. That part of it probably be fun.
I've heard, but never actually seen, but there's been rumors people have told me, is that you can tell a truck driver because you can see half of their face is like more wrinkled than the other half because they're constantly driving like with the sun on coming through the window on one side of their face. But I can't verify that. That's just something people told me and nodded at and said, yeah, it happened.
Yep,
But
trucks drive on a flat earth.
Big drug problem with truck drivers. Common thing. Like, I mean, obviously you get drugs everywhere, but specifically with truck drivers, stay away.
Yeah, they have a lot of regulations here where they can only drive so many hours, but I don't know, of course, if they always follow that.